All right, the rulemaking is back in session, and we will begin with presentation by the Local Government Coalition. Oh, there they are.
Do this. Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Pam Milmo. I'm the Air Quality and Business Sustainability Coordinator for Boulder County Public Health. I've been in this position for about 10 years. I think this is my 5th or 6th rulemaking process before the Air Quality Control Commission. I must say, though, I think you guys get the prize for stamina. I mean, just the sheer volume and the time that you have been attentive to all of these presentations has been just really amazing. So thank you. Thank you for your service and your time.
I really appreciate that. Are you giving back some of your time? Is that what you're...
Commissioner Lori, we are selling to the highest bidder. So if you wanted to make an offer, we're open. I also wanted to let you know that prior to coming to Boulder County Public Health, I was at the Environmental Protection Agency for 17 years, both in the Denver Regional Office and in Washington, D.C., where I worked in the Administrator's Office in the Air Policy Division of the EPA. Also, on my team at Boulder County Public Health, we have 2 inspectors that are supported by the Colorado Department of Public Health and Environment, a contract to do air quality inspections. So we have some experience there that we can share, as well as we've recently hired an oil and gas team member to support an analysis that we're doing of existing operations in Boulder County. So hope that will be helpful to you as well. And with me presenting is...
Greg Thomas with the City and County of Denver and Department of Environmental Health. I've been there, this is my 15th year. And my expertise is in emissions inventories, air modeling, all the air monitoring data and analysis in the state, and that's it.
I'm also pleased to introduce to you our supporting team. We have Todd Weaver, who's the attorney for La Plata County. We have Ben Doyle, who is the Assistant County Attorney for Boulder County Public Health, and Jessica Scott, who's with Denver Environmental Health. So that is our team for you today. Slides and clicker. So the Local Government Coalition, I hope this works, is an 8-member coalition. We have the community, cities and counties representing the Front Range, the Western Slope, Southern Colorado. These are communities with oil and gas operations, communities without oil and gas operations, communities within the non-attainment area, and communities outside of the non-attainment area. So it's a pretty diverse group, I'm pleased to say. I'm going to have to click and page. First and foremost, the Local Government Coalition supports the division's proposal. We support the inclusion of all hydrocarbons in the rule. We note regarding hydrocarbons that in the EPA's inventory that was mentioned earlier, methane emissions from field production, EPA notes that the trend was not stable over the time series, and that the change was in part due to the recent global economic downturn. So we do think the inclusion of all hydrocarbons is important in this rule. We also, in the stakeholder process, were a participant in that, and there was a proposal at that time to look at VOC content by weight of different lines. And we thought that that would be difficult from an enforcement perspective, as our inspectors are out in the field. If there's a line carrying product or gas, is that 10% by weight? Is it some other weight by volume? So when the division came out with their proposal and included all hydrocarbons, we were supportive of that. We support the proposed rule because it continues the course statewide. The 2008 Reg 7 did include statewide provisions, and we think it's important to continue that, and we'll provide some information about why we think that, a little bit more detail. We think the controls and monitoring are cost-effective. We did create an economic impact analysis and hired a consulting firm to support that. We'll present that information. We do think the rule is necessary to reduce ozone in the non-attainment area and to keep cleaner air clean for all residents statewide. And we would recommend a strengthening of the LDAR provisions of the proposed rule. We do support the tiered approach, which differentiates between smaller facilities and larger facilities. But for well production facilities between 0 and 6 ton per year, as opposed to the once in the lifetime of the operation, we would recommend every 2 years for LDAR monitoring. We also would recommend for 6 to 12 ton per year facilities a semi-annual monitoring versus the annual. So that'd be twice a year instead of once a year. And for compressor stations in the 0 to 12 ton per year, we're recommending, again, semi-annual versus annual. You've heard a lot from residents during the public comment on Wednesday, as we have as local governments. We've heard concerns and support for regular and consistent inspections. We've heard from several businesses that they too support the practice of leak detection and repair, and that includes larger businesses, but also smaller operators such as Synergy. And the article that was in the Greeley Tribune that you heard about, where Synergy described the LDAR costs of their program as being negligible. And once again, we'll present our cost analysis that was conducted by Terracon Consulting, which very much agrees with the division proposal. The division EIA is quite consistent. We're happy to present that to you and have provided that. So this is the division inventory. We know you've seen this. I think uniquely what we'd like to add is that, we've heard, as you have, that there are kind of two sides to this issue. There is NOAA and their series data that looked at monitoring data and built up the analysis to say our inventory is too low. It's under predicting what these scientific, and I think personally very lucky to have this caliber of scientific organizations in our community, what these organizations have said. We've also heard from industry that this inventory is over-predicting. I think one of the things we don't know that could be a significant impact is what is the price of natural gas and what will that be? We do know that will have an impact. We've seen the boom, and the question is will there be regulations in place in 2015 or 2016 that are cost-effective that could ameliorate that if this is in fact our inventory now, and in 2018, if it does grow, as we've seen these projections backed up by monitoring data, are we going to be in a position to protect public health and environment if this is indeed the case? I've been involved in the early action compact discussions about ozone in the 2008 SIP, and we haven't achieved what we've set out to achieve in either of those plans. When we looked at this inventory in 2008, we said there was a lot of information that was left off the table, and here we are today because we didn't look at it, we didn't get it right, we lowballed it, and so we're having this process today, and we're looking at potentially being designated a moderate non-attainment area going forward for the EPA. So one thing that I would just note, if the industry projections that, well, this could be up to 60% high is correct, in 2018, oil and gas emissions would still represent 40% of VOCs statewide. It would still be 3 times larger than the next largest source. One last point on this. One of the things we know is that ozone is a regional issue. So there are areas that were designated by EPA that are in the non-attainment area that the monitors themselves in those communities demonstrate compliance with the ozone standard. Denver is a good example. Denver's ozone monitors show that they're below the national air quality standard, but the reason they're in the non-attainment area is because there are large sources of VOCs in Denver that need to be controlled as part of the state implementation plan. So neighboring communities are impacted by the release of volatile organic compounds in their community. What we have known is that ozone forms in the presence of time and sunlight and heat. And we've seen some very confounding factors in the Uinta Basin, for example, where there's a high volume of natural gas development. We've seen ozone formation that no scientist had predicted. We're not dealing with that here at this point, but still, our premise is that ozone forms over time and light and heat. And so we do have neighboring communities that are affected by the emissions of their neighbors. I wanted also to call your attention to the local government community's rebuttal statement in Exhibit C. The slide 16, and I don't have a slide for it, we'll present that for you, but if you're looking on your screens or looking for it, it looks like this. This is a study that the Colorado Department of Public Health and Environment did of benzene levels in comparing benzene levels in the Denver monitor with benzene levels in Platteville. And one of the things that we note was very similar to the trend that you saw earlier from Garfield County data. There is a reduction in emissions, and we're seeing that. But if you look at Platteville emissions, those emissions now of benzene compare with Denver. And Denver is our most trafficked, industrialized, no offense, community. And now the rural populations and the numbers that we saw in Parachute and Rifle are very consistent with the benzene numbers. So it's good to look at the trajectory, but it's also important to look at the scale. The amount of benzene in these communities is far higher and is consistent with what we're seeing in downtown Denver. Okay, I'm going to turn it over to Greg now to talk a little bit, to continue. This is the same study. This is a different slide. This is slide 32 of that same study, and Greg's going to talk about this one.
Good morning again, Commissioners, and thank you for the opportunity to present before you. So we've heard a lot of testimony over the last 2 days, some about ozone modeling, some about emissions inventories, some about, well, these compounds aren't very reactive. And so when we look at the data from the two sites, Platteville and Weld County and downtown Denver, you can see that, another way to look at ranking prioritization of different compounds in terms of their reactivity and their contribution to ozone formation is to look at maximum incremental reactivity, which has been developed for a whole suite of compounds through like smog chamber experiments and then you just multiply that by whatever concentration you measure in the ambient air. And so you can see for the Platteville site, the alkanes dominate, and that's not a surprise to anyone in this room. And so when on a per mole basis, compounds like butane, propane, and the lighter alkanes are really not reactive compared to some of the alkenes that we see probably more in the urban area. But when you have a whole lot of compound that is not very reactive, the end result is it's still a very important contributor to reactivity and ozone formation. Now, if you look at the scale there of the top two, you're in that 40 to 60 range. So if we go to the downtown Denver monitor, you can see that now the top pollutants have changed. And so these are kind of compounds that are the alkenes, the aldehydes, and they dominate in urban areas, and they usually always have. But that the scale is magnitude's about 3 times lower than what we saw for Platteville. And then as you move down the line, the things that fall out of the top two, the scale, like Pam mentioned, for benzene, but when you extend that to other pollutants, you can see that the reactivities are the same, roughly the same, or can be higher than what we see in downtown Denver. So it's important, yes, emissions have decreased over time, and we see that through the state's monitoring data, But it's still a pretty significant source and something that obviously requires attention, is why we're here this week. This is yours.
So another recommendation that we have is to simplify and expedite the LDAR phase-in period. Once again, we do support a tiered approach in the phase-in of these regulations, but to simplify, we're proposing to have a start date of January 1, 2015 and 2016. So that's 2 start dates versus 4. And these start dates precede the following ozone season. So we are expediting the schedule. It is a January start versus July start in 2015 for the 20 to 49 ton per year facilities, and a January versus a July start in 2016 for the 6 ton per year and less sources. And it does, again, move these start dates to precede the ozone seasons of 2015 and 2016 so that LDAR can get into place. We can get that big drop in leaks, as we saw that initial start. We'll get that big drop in emissions and then go forward from there. I did want to say something with regard to testimony on the lack of staff resources. Just from my experience, as I mentioned to you, I just filled an oil and gas team position that is focused on both air quality and water quality job duties. He's been on board for probably less than 6 weeks now. He's already been trained and certified in the use of the FLIR camera, and the county has just closed a second position focused on oil and gas with a healthy pool of applicants. So that's just my personal experience on the current state of hiring practices. We do think that businesses will turn to the consulting industry to support leak detection and repair. We heard testimony on Wednesday, or public comment on Wednesday, from one operator who said that his business charges $300 a facility. That's a little lower than our economic cost analysis that Greg will present in a minute, but we do think that there are economies of scale and businesses that are ready to provide the service that exists today, and we contacted some of them with our consultant, as we'll talk about in a little bit here. In terms of leak detection and repair and why we think this is important, again, these are slides provided by our consultant, Terracon Consulting, and this kind of really shows what it is I think we're talking about in terms of the kinds of leaks that can form. The connections you can see in the lower right slide. This is a gas regulator with threaded connections that where leaks can occur. It's sitting on frozen ground right now. So as that thaws and cools, there will be changes in pressure that can result in leaks and move those, impact that seal. So connections near the ground, as you see in the top left, all of those valves, again in the presence of water, can result in leaks. The next slide shows multiple materials on the right-hand side, multiple materials and threaded connections. When you have the different materials, those heat and cool with the conditions differentially. And then there's a pipe that has inadequate support with the threaded connection. So again, this is our consultant pointing out areas where there could be leaks that could occur over time. Next slide, these valves, the dump valves, the ball valves, one of the things they note is that debris in the flow system can prevent the valve from completely closing. A damaged valve seat or seal can result, and or the lack of needed regreasing or equipment inspections per the manufacturer recommendations can result in leaks. So again, we see that there is it's an ongoing need. I think of it as the 10,000 mile checkup on my vehicle. I do perform, check the oil and do the regular maintenance, check the tires, make sure they're inflated, but every once in a while, and the more I drive, the more often this occurs, somebody needs to look under the hood and make sure everything's operating correctly that I can't see or wouldn't see if I hadn't looked closer. So we think this is a good practice, and again, we note that there are businesses large and small that agree, that think this is a good idea and we should be doing it. I'm going to move now from LDAR to another of our proposals, which is to reduce the venting and flaring of gas streams from well sites. And I note I'm taking almost verbatim from a slide that was provided by the Air Pollution Control Division at the February 28th stakeholder meeting. And this was a proposal that was in and was provided by the Air Pollution Control Division and did not make it into the final rule. We think it's a good idea, and it speaks to the flaring of gas streams from well sites. The CDPHE identified 60 facilities, 56 of them in Weld County, where in northern Colorado, that are flaring approximately $18 million worth of natural gas a year, which they note is enough gas to heat 77,000 homes. So we supported this proposal in the stakeholder process. We continue to support it, so we put it in our alternative proposal that you have to this rulemaking. We modified it a little bit to say, well, maybe there are some step downs, to use that term, along the way. Our first resort is we'd like to see connections, where those connections are possible within the first. We use the 90 days of first production as a common term in the industry. I know we heard some testimony about that, but that's what we're proposing. And the first resort is just to connect that to a line where it's cost effective to do that. The second resort is to have an additional 90 days if there are economic issues that would mean that the industry would have a hard time doing that, so 180 days. And then finally, if that's not a feasible alternative, what about using that gas on site as opposed to flaring it? What opportunities are there for that? And then finally, if there is a determination that it's just not economically feasible based on what other industries have in terms of this, have seen in this commission in terms of an economic feasibility, we're saying $2,500 per ton of VOC, and based on input from COGCC, then the flaring could continue if it's just not economically feasible. So this is one of the proposals that you have before you in our alternative proposal that we provided. We also asked for the division to provide some additional guidance needed on the STEM plans. Again, in the stakeholder process, with the division, we started out with a proposal by the division of a presumptive best available control technology approach, where the division started out saying, you know, let's carve out some technologies here and say, you know, here, industry, implement these. We know these are good technologies. We know these will get the job done. Over the course of the negotiations and over the course of the stakeholder process, we now have the STEM plans, which we can concede provide flexibility to industry, allow new techniques to come to the fore, but we'd like to see that done in the presence of guidance from the division, if not right now, in the next 18 months. It doesn't preclude the opportunity for additional opportunities to come forth or additional technologies, but we think some bars in terms of the division guidance would be helpful and would clarify where the direction that industry needs to go. I sort of liken it to our dust control regulations, where if you have a dust control plan, you submit that to the division. If the dust control plan fails, the requirement is that you create a new dust control plan. But in the meantime, people are impacted by those emissions, are impacted by that dust. So we're going back and we're just redeveloping those plans. But again, there's guidance, and we actually took it upon ourselves in Boulder County Public Health to create more guidance so that industry would have a sense of what is it we're looking for. So when we show up as regulators and we say, well, do you have a plan? If they have a piece of paper with one sentence written on it, we're pretty clear that's probably not going to do the job if it's a large construction site, building a subdivision, for example. We want to provide them with some guidance up front so that they know the kind of thing that they need to be looking at and considering when they develop the plan. Same with well maintenance and liquids unloading. We think that guidance provided by the division, not in the regulatory context of you must implement this, but in terms of here's kind of what we're looking for would be valuable in both of those areas. Again, we just point out, this is the division slide of how important they perceive the emissions coming from storage tanks to be. We do have a couple areas where we're requesting clarification. The term component, it does narrow what industry needs to look for in the leak detection and repair program. It focuses on seals other than pumps. I'm sorry, it does not include seals other than pumps and compressors, for example. It doesn't include lines for glycol, amines, produced water, and methanol process streams. You know, again, maybe there's not the large presence of VOCs in those streams, but LDAR does not need to be applied in those areas. The unsafe to monitor definition is a little, I'm sorry, there's a question. Should I keep going? I was reading your, sorry. Unsafe to monitor is a little unclear. And there is a definition in EPA's Quad O that more clearly defines this. Of course, we don't want people to be out in unsafe conditions, but we also would want to be a little bit more clear about what those unsafe conditions are and what they constitute. And we think EPA's Quad O definition provides a little more clarity. Also, we've provided some alternative language, not in our rule, but in terms of a clarification of natural gas compression stations. Again, just to clarify which are those facilities. So Greg's going to talk now about some of the bases for these positions and why we're taking them here.
So the basis for our position is, when the division has calculated the potential benefits that may be achieved through these proposed regulations, the field work and, just their kind of, it's mostly field work has indicated that, here I say rule effectiveness, but I think really the term I'm looking for here is overall control efficiency in the 70 to 75% range versus the desired 95% level. The proposal that's before you is, by the division, is really focuses on the biggest ozone precursor emitters. That's entirely logical and entirely reasonable. But however, we can testify that as, various members of our coalition that, local emissions are of extreme importance to residents in many of our jurisdictions. And so it's not just about regional control of ozone, it's about what happens if something's leaking, 1,000 feet, 2,000 feet away from my place of residence. And the numbers we've run, the numbers we've compared with the division, suggest that the cost effectiveness is well within the acceptable ranges of past emission strategies. I mean, you've been through many of these rulemakings, INM, ozone action plan in 2008. I mean, compared to the cost of a lot of these VOC emission reduction strategies, this is entirely reasonable, in our opinion. So our final economic impact analysis is our rebuttal exhibit B. It's a spreadsheet. We intended to release it that way just so people could get in there and play around and see if they can adjust the numbers however they deem fit. But Boulder County did commission Terracon Consulting to help us early on in our process of trying to get a sense for, well, what do vendors who perform these services in the field charge? Because we were really, obviously it seemed like a lot of the pushback early or a lot of the consternation early was really geared toward the small and medium-sized operators. So we wanted to try and get a handle on since the differences in our proposal were really geared toward those smallest sources, the 0 to 12 ton per year, we wanted to kind of get a sense for, okay, well, what would that really cost for the small and medium operators? And so they gave us a good amount of information. Those are in our rebuttal exhibit A. But it wasn't quite the level of information that we needed, so we just built off of that work. And then the results for the well production facilities, we looked at, when we look at our proposal to do 2 inspections per year for the 6 to 12 ton per year facilities, our cost estimates came out to about 1,100 to 1,700, and that just depends on, the difference there is really dependent on what technology you use to do your inspection. And so that equates also to a 600 to 900 ton per year of VOC reduced. And when we look at the division's final EIA for 6 to 12 ton per year facilities, if we adjust that, because theirs are, again, annual inspections, if we adjust that to 2 times per year, which is basically just doubling their cost estimate, comes out to about 850 tons per year. Again, pretty close in line with what we developed. And, I think in some ways our analysis is a little bit conservative in that we assume that all inspections use rented equipment. And so the price that our vendors gave us, and this didn't really fit the slide too well, but this just gives you a sense. They had surveyed 4 vendors, I think 2 of these are in-state vendors, about their cost for LDAR inspections. And so the technicians' rates are anywhere in that $40 to $60 per hour. The supervisor rates are a little higher. They looked at, well, what kind of equipment do you use? And they priced both an IR camera and a total vapor analyzer. And so those are costs that we used. Based on the number of inspections that are needed, you could probably get that done with 5 cameras if you were to do it yourself, which would be a cost of probably anywhere from $600,000 to $750,000. I think our total monitoring costs come out to about 1.1 or 1.2 million. So again, it's just one of those things that it's a call we made. We just assumed it was all rented equipment. What we do not support is the limitation of the proposed regulations to the attainment area only. Regulation 7, yes, we've used it a lot over the years to deal with the ozone problem in the non-attainment area along the Front Range. But it's really, it's not just limited to ozone precursors. It's intended for volatile organic compounds, as it's currently written. And the other thing is, too, that consistency in terms of what well production facilities or what tank levels are subject to what requirements, it's confusing. And we've heard through many different stakeholder processes that consistency is important. It's important to have uniformity. It's important to industry. It's certainly important to the public because, these boundaries that really are not well defined, they're just kind of imaginary boundaries. It's hard to know, well, is that a once per year inspection, or does that require controls, but this one doesn't? And then it's important for the regulator community too, because it's really difficult to know when you're going out there, okay, well, is this a production facility or is this tank subject to controls or LDAR inspections and on what frequency? And then we don't support the step-down proposal for LDAR that industry has offered. The reality is that when people ask about, well, how often are these facilities inspected? What is the leak, the leak frequency? How often are these sites repaired? We just can't answer that question. There's just no data to support that. And so, like any regulation, over time, there will be a lot of information gleaned in the next couple of years if these proposed regulations are implemented. And so then you're going to have more data and you're going to be able to look at it and say, you know what? Maybe some step down is required, maybe not. But without data, you really can't say, and to prescribe it into the regulation at this time, we feel is not a wise decision. Thank you.
So that's it for our prepared testimony. We're happy to answer questions.
Okay, commissioners. Commissioner Milford.
Good morning. Thank you for your testimony. I wanted to ask about what the air quality benefits would be of your proposal to reduce or eliminate flaring of associated gas.
We looked at that, and it's a little bit complicated, so I won't try to explain it. But there was the number that Pam showed about the 51. I forget what the number was. It's a big number.
So $18 million in natural gas flared annually. And what we did was to, with support from the division, was to calculate what MCF of gas that would be. And then we looked at if you had a 98% destruction efficiency on the flare, what 2% of that remaining would be, and that's product, and then what 5% of that could be in terms of volatile organic compounds. And Greg then looked at, well, propane and ethane as an indicator of how much of the weight of that, and came up with a calculation of about 250 to 300 tons per year.
Depending on, so if you look at it as propane, it'd be about, or a combined mix of propane and ethane, it'd be about 250 tons per year across those 56 or 60 facilities.
What about the level of methane emissions?
We did not calculate that, I'm sorry.
Commissioner Coons?
Yeah, actually, if you could just go to the next slide. Oops, sorry. Thank you. I wanted to ask you about your kind of alternate proposals here. Do you have any opinions in what you've looked at on closed versus unenclosed flares, and also the possibility, we've heard a lot of testimony that sometimes flaring is needed for safety reasons, not necessarily just because there isn't a pipeline in close proximity. Your thoughts on those issues?
Yes, I mean, we do support the use of enclosed flares. As a safety issue, I think as Todd Weaver cross-examined earlier, in dry conditions, having open flares concerns us as a safety factor. No open fires are allowed in a stage 2 drought condition. We also note that just the degree of public concern and public impact of open flares we think would be acute for people to be in an industrial or in a more urban area or in a rural area where there is close proximity to homes. We think people have concerns about the flares now. I mean, I get concerns from people saying, there's a light, something's burning in there, and it's enclosed, and we're like, yes, that's good, that's good. If it stops burning, give us a call, because it needs to stay lit so it burns the product. So for the aesthetic reasons, for the safety reasons, we think that we would be opposed to the widespread use of open flares in our communities. I don't know, I would ask Todd if he would like to share any other comments.
It's not stage 2 drought conditions, it's stage 2 fire restrictions.
Fire.
And typically in those restrictions, in most communities, and I know that's true for La Plata County, any open flame is banned, and that includes any flaring by oil and gas. We don't really have that concern in La Plata County because we have pipeline infrastructure in place, and flaring doesn't really occur. However, we've had instances outside of the traditional area where this has come to a head, and we've basically required an enclosed flare because of the concerns by citizens of having an open flame during very dry times when, wildfires are a real concern.
Thank you.
Any other questions, commissioners? Okay. Any parties wishing to cross-examine? I see just one at this point. Are there any others? Please go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, John Jacobs for the DGS Client Group and the Joint Industry Work Group. Just a few brief questions on the cost survey performed by Terracon for the local government coalition. This question could be answered by either Ms. Milmo or Mr. Thomas, or both. Isn't it true that the costs estimated by Terracon excluded a number of cost categories?
Yes, that's correct.
And you'll notice on your screen an excerpt from page 5 of that report. And if you could just read down those items 1 through 9 for the record.
Is that a question? If you would like to read the items, that's fine.
Would you agree that all of these items in the cost exceptions section are excluded from the costs as estimated by Terracon in your survey?
I guess what I would say to that is that we, in our survey, relied upon the consultants to give us their full-in costs.
Is this section incorrect?
We did not additionally estimate those costs. We relied on the consultant to provide a total in cost.
And so these cost exceptions are absolutely accurate, and you rely on the Terracon report in your prior testimony, do you not?
We do, and we note that we relied on the consulting firms to provide us with their costs. We did not independently analyze these costs.
So these costs, LDAR program development costs, Method 21 certification and employee training costs, purchase of leak detection instruments, preparation of LDAR reports, repair or replacement of faulty equipment, internal auditing, per diem, supervisor and administrative support, and equipment calibration or accessories are excluded costs in the Terracon report, are they
In the
not?
Terracon report, that is true.
Thank you.
However, if you look at our rebuttal exhibit B, as I mentioned during our testimony, we did not think that they captured enough costs that we could reasonably capture ourselves. Things like overhead, fringe, supervisor costs, travel, vehicle. And so that is included in our exhibit B.
Thank you for that
I
clarification.
did just want to clarify as well.
I'm done questioning, so if they want to use their time, that's great.
That's fine, we'll use our time.
We got plenty.
We got plenty.
Thank you.
Thank you. I did just want to clarify that when a consultant charges a fee for a service, we anticipate that that consultant includes all those indirect costs in the fee that they charge, that they are not providing that service as a loss to their business, and all of those costs are required for a business to maintain in order to provide that service. So we didn't additionally add those costs. I mean, our consultant didn't estimate those costs. From my perspective, I assume that they are embedded in the cost that the consultant provides.
Okay, thank you. Are there any other parties wishing to cross-examine? Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
The next party to present is Be the Change. Oh, sure. Please proceed when you're ready.
How do we do this? Teresa's going to do it. There we go. How do you do? Thank you for letting me speak. My name is Phil Doe, and this is Wes Wilson. We're both retired federal employees. You could probably guess the first part, maybe not the second. We will be brief. I don't know that I believe that brevity is the soul of wit, since that statement was made by the biggest windbag in all of Shakespeare, Polonius, but we will be brief. I'd like to start out by relating a story that I think bears heavily on what's going on here. Recently, I listened to a lecture by Malcolm Gladwell, the writer, the Canadian writer for The New Yorker, and he was relating how difficult it is when public health confronts big money. And he had the illustration, he had several actually, but I think one that bears very closely what's happening here. He related that in 1917, Prudential Life Insurance sent its chief actuary into West Virginia and Kentucky. The actuary stayed 3 months. He went back to Connecticut and immediately raised the life insurance premiums on all coal workers substantially. It took another 50 years for the United States government, the American Medical Association, and the coal industry to admit that there's a very close relationship between coal dust and coal miner safety and health. 50 years. We don't have 50 years here. When the governor admitted at his public hearing, at his press conference, that public health was threatened by VOCs from the industry, that was a game changer. No longer are we in a rulemaking situation where we try and protect industry profits. The government's chief objective now is to protect public health. it becomes a constitutional issue. It's not a statutory issue. We have, all of us, have as our chief responsibility the protection of the public's health. That's where we are. And that's what you must do, and I think you will if you can. Secondly, what should be the standard? We believe the standard should be what the industry says it can do, and that is less than 1% emissions. The Texas study, which the industries and EDF have made a lot of PR out of, should be the standard. If they say they can control emissions to less than the 1%, let's hold them to it. There's nothing else to it. In the interest of public health, that's what we must do. Secondly, I'd like to talk about, there's been a lot of conversation that you guys should make exceptions for people because they're different. Reminds me of another essay I read recently by the Nobel laureate Joseph Stiglitz. And the title of the essay was, "In No One We Trust." And he was bemoaning the fact that in this country, government is so despised and so distrusted. And of course, he was speaking of the Wall Street thieves, but basically said the only way we can reconstitute government so that it is trusted is that it becomes transparent, first of all. Rulemaking, laws become transparent. Secondly, there must be strict enforcement. There can be no exceptions, because that's the seedbed for distrust. And thirdly, it has to be fair. And rulemaking has to be fair to the public. First and foremost, it has to. And you've heard plenty from people who think their lives are threatened. And you have the example of Gladwell with the coal industry, and this industry is no better, trust me. Wes and I have spent a lot of time going around this state talking to grassroots folks about the invasion of the oil and gas industry in their backyards, and their absolute frustration with the idea that they have no rights, that all the rights are held by the industry. You've got to change that. You've got to show people that you care about their well-being. That is your first responsibility. We honestly believe that. Now, Wes has got a couple of slides. I'm kind of shantying, so I go wherever I want to. But Wes has a couple of slides he'd like to show you that I'm sure will inform and delight, and I think it's new information. Wes?
Thank you. Here's what we see as the major limitations of Rule 7. You have not calculated what health care costs how they would be affected by this rule. Either how they would go down by this rule or what would remain. And the 1/3 reduction that you're obtaining by reducing 275,000 tons down by 92,000 tons means that new development will offset that benefit into a few short years. As Phil says, the governor has already acknowledged that this is a health problem. And you have a constitutional obligation to ensure that citizens enjoy their inalienable right to a safe environment. Industry's bottom line cannot trump public health. Here's what we recommend as changes to Rule 7. Reduce the VOC and methane emissions to near zero. This industry is saying it's capable of getting less than 1% methane leak, based on an EDF study in the University of Texas. You saw that demonstrated in this hearings by one of the hydrotech consultants. You need to calculate the healthcare costs, not just repeat what EPA has provided on a national basis for ozone, but calculate the healthcare costs of VOC reductions as a result of your rulemaking and what remains after. We recommend strongly that you expand this authority so that counties and home rule cities, as well as the state, can take enforcement action against these operators if they're in violation of the rule. Now, there's been some discussion about a policy choice that the Commission faces. Since you've tackled the appropriate goal of reducing methane, you need to set a policy about at what time period you're going to consider the global warming potential of methane. It's only since November 2013 the IPCC came out with these new numbers, and a 20-year period or a 10-year period has a much higher global warming potential than over the 100 years. Fully 86 times over a 20-year period and up to 125 if you consider what's actually happening to the Earth's heat budget in that short time period. You are going to set that policy. Leaving it the way the state greenhouse gas inventory does now, over a 20-year policy, understates what's actually happening in the Earth's heat budget as a result of methane. I remind you that IPC said explicitly there is no scientific basis for selecting the 100-year period. It's purely a policy choice. And that policy choice ought to reflect the current science and the actual heat budget. Therefore, if you pick these numbers, you would see at the inventory that the methane consequence is understated by a factor of 4 to 6. Now, we know that VOCs contain these toxic compounds, but what hasn't been, needs further emphasis, is that many of these toxic compounds, particularly the PAHs and the endocrine disruptors, are not recognized in any standard. So state standards, national standards, aren't taking into account this chronic low-level exposure by residents. That modern science needs to be reflected in your decision-making, especially since some of the VOCs contain the endocrine disruptors, which create adverse health effects in parts per trillion. So you can use your authority to reduce ozone and reduce VOCs, and incidentally, as a result of that, further reduce these hazardous air pollutants. You need to focus particularly on the polycyclic aromatic hydrocarbons, which were found in rural Colorado in Garfield County, actually higher than New York City, where such conditions resulted in prenatal adverse effects upon birth. And Dr. Kolatinsky mentioned briefly that toxic methylene chloride was detected in 73% of the samples in Garfield County. I mention that here because no citizen could have known that from looking at frac focus and understanding what chemicals are in the fracking recipes. This is a compound not used in that manner, but rather to degrease in the oil derrick, and therefore it's an example of a toxic component not being reported under the fracking procedures of the Oil and Gas Commission, or the disclosure of fracking chemicals. We saw that there is a possibility that the industry emissions are actually increasing birth defects. This is the most recent work from Dr. Lisa McKenzie of the Colorado School of Public Health, where she's showing a linear increase in adverse birth defects based on a mother's residence within 10 miles based on the density difference. That shows you that three things are now aligned. The anecdotal information coming to you from citizens who say they are harmed by these chemicals, the work by Dr. Colburn that says these chemicals are present and cause those type of health effects, and now the statistical work by Dr. McKenzie showing that women residing in an area of dense wells have adverse outcomes for their births. And these are serious outcomes. Spina bifida, a lifelong condition of congenital heart defect. Now, it's not to say, as Dr. Walk recognized, that all such birth defects are as a result of industry. That's not what that study shows. It shows that the incidence is higher if you're unfortunate enough to live within a high density of oil and gas wells. Finally, let's just turn a little bit to what happens to the economy. We requested that the division calculate the healthcare costs associated with your rule and the remaining healthcare costs of having that many more VOCs go into the atmosphere each year. We didn't get that, but what was provided was some of the information from EPA when it was setting the ozone standard. And I invite you to this particular point, that significant healthcare costs are avoided as you get well below the ozone standard. EPA says that if all the population of the United States came down to 75 parts per million, 18 billion in healthcare costs nationally would be avoided. But look at the number, if you get to 70, it's double. And it almost doubles again if you get down to 65. Working with Dr. Mark Jacobson of the Solutions Project at Stanford University, came out with a report just this last week, which provides a specific state plan of how the state can get to 100% renewables by the year 2050. In that analysis,
you'll need to wrap up. Thank you.
In that analysis, he shows that if we got rid of fossil fuels by 2050, this state could save $6.3 billion a year in healthcare costs. The fossil fuel industry is a drag on this economy. It's taking out 2 to 3% of the gross domestic product of the state. I urge you to make the rule changes we recommended. After all, I think Churchill's observation about Americans is accurate. He said that Americans can be counted on to do the right thing once they've exhausted all their possibilities. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioners, any questions? Commissioner Coons.
Make sure I'm on here. Thank you for your testimony. We've heard quite a bit of testimony over the last couple of days about Dr. McKenzie and colleagues' study. I have read that study and don't dispute the data that's been presented. I'm wondering, though, if you've read other parts of that study and conclusions that she came to that showed that within that same half-mile radius, they documented birth outcomes that would be considered positive in most analyses of birth outcomes. In other words, lower rates of premature birth, lower rates of underweight babies. And the only reason I bring that up is to ask you, to emphasize one of the points that I think her conclusion made was that these results are, at this point in time, confusing and need further study. So I just wanted to know if you had read the rest of the study.
Yes, I'm aware of that. I certainly agree with the doctor's conclusion. This is preliminary and requires additional study. What I understand about that inverse relationship was not statistically significant, but there was some divergence in the data. But we certainly agree with the point that additional study is necessary. But you shouldn't allow Colorado citizens to be the guinea pig of this toxic trespass. Time is not on our side.
I'd just like to add that, we've tracked this at the legislature, and no short-term studies have been proposed. And we think it would be very beneficial to everybody involved if this same study could be replicated in Northeast Colorado. And there's no plan to do it. Last year, we tried to get a bill through, and it was defeated by the governor and his chief physician. We need to move on this stuff. We need to get more information. We don't question that. But it's quite easy to do this in a year. And the more information we have, the better off we're going to be. So if you could help us in convincing the legislature and the governor that we need a quick study, a statistical study out in Weld County in Northeast Colorado, that would be very helpful to us. I think it would be helpful to the people of Colorado and would allay a lot of fears.
Any other questions, commissioners? Any cross-examination? Okay, thank you very much. The next presentation is Weld County.
No comment, we'll skip.
Weld County does not seem to be here. The Colorado Association of Commerce and Industry. They forfeit their time, right?
Good morning. I'm Carly West with the Colorado Association of Commerce and Industry. We're the statewide chamber of commerce. We represent hundreds of businesses across the state, as well as local chambers of commerce, trade associations, and economic development organizations. And thank you for the opportunity to comment today. The proposed rules before you today were ostensibly developed to address growth in oil and gas production. However, it's worth noting that growth is currently only projected in the DJ Basin, part of the non-attainment area. No rule-specific modeling was conducted by the division or the RAC to support the proposed rules, and the modeling sensitivity analysis of the DGS client group has shown little or no benefits of the rules in the non-attainment area. And there are simply no modeling analyses that show these controls will materially reduce ozone formation across the rest of the state. Additionally, the proposed rules are more stringent than federal rules, but due to this lack of modeling, the division's proposal is much less rigorous than required by EPA under Federal Clean Air Act. Also, the division's proposal would have the practical effect of doing away with the non-attainment area for a single industry or single industrial sector. The non-attainment area is designated for a specific reason and ensures local input concerning the manner in which control strategies are selected. It is proposed by the governor and approved by the EPA, and this proposal cuts out those necessary steps in ensuring local accountability and partnership in support of selected controls. We share the concerns expressed by others that the division has greatly underestimated the cost of the proposed rules and that the actual cost will have tangible impact on small, marginally producing wells all across the state, and not just in the non-attainment area where growth in production is projected. Additionally, operating costs associated with the proposed rules are estimated to push many of these wells over the line to where revenues cease to cover operating expenses, leading to wells being shut in rather than continuing to operate. This loss of business and revenue or resources to our state is not insignificant, as the final economic impact analysis submitted by the Joint Industry Work Group estimates. Though not a prediction of the future, it presents a very plausible potential loss of over $1 billion in lost revenue to producers, royalties, and severance taxes, and 125 million barrels of oil not produced. Production in these areas of our state is an essential piece of struggling local economies, which are dependent on the industry for funding essential services. Additionally, loss of the industry in these communities also impacts the economic viability of the region as a whole, as many other businesses thrive in part because of the industry. The final economic impact analysis submitted by the Joint Industry Work Group supports key revisions to the division's proposed rule. The proposed revisions would allow similar emission reductions to be achieved in a cost-effective, achievable, and reasonable manner that incentivizes good maintenance and repair to keep leak rates low. We urge consideration of their proposed LDAR revisions and believe their adoption will strengthen the final package of rules. Casey is also concerned that selectively regulating methane in just this industry beyond federal regulations will put the oil and gas industry here in our state at a competitive disadvantage, as well as fail to significantly address the reduction of greenhouse gas emissions. Currently, GHG regulatory advocacy groups nationally are urging the federal government to embrace market-based mechanisms for reducing GHG emissions from existing sources under CAA Section 111D. We fully anticipate that federal regulation of greenhouse gases will be coming, and likely in the near future. Additionally, the AQCC study of Colorado's GHG emissions has really just begun. Significant resources in both time and money are being invested in learning more about the scope of such emissions in Colorado from our oil and gas producers and other larger sources of anthropogenic emissions. With that study just getting underway, this proposal puts the cart before the horse. Additionally, we refer to the Joint Industry Work Group rebuttal statement in concluding that imposing further regulatory GHG emission controls solely on the Colorado oil and gas sector will deliver little, if any, benefit either locally or globally. And we believe that the state can do better for our first GHG effort. We would like to also briefly respond to statements made by Be the Change in its rebuttal statement characterizing Casey's participation in this rulemaking and questions raised in our pre-hearing statement as immoral and unethical. The rules under consideration here are dramatic in scope and the first of their kind, not just in our state, but in the country. Indeed, the division itself has called the proposal historic. Methane is one of the most abundant naturally occurring organic compounds on Earth and is produced by a wide variety of sources and human activities, as well as natural biological processes. It's not only reasonable and ethical to inquire into the costs and benefits of the proposal being considered, but a necessity to ensure that the regulations that result from this rulemaking measure up to the high expectations that have been expressed by many parties. For the outcome here to meet the high bar that has been set by Governor Hickenlooper, this commission must fully evaluate every facet of the proposed rules, which includes exploring the question of whether they will truly achieve the desired outcomes and that no other course is likely to yield better results. Our belief is that this commission has a duty to consider these reasonable concerns of KC and its members, and your willingness to explore these questions is neither immoral nor unethical. In conclusion, KC and our members are supportive of thoughtful, well-supported rules to cost-effectively address air quality concerns here in our state, and we believe that many pieces of the proposed rules before you today meet those expectations. However, overall, the proposed rules appear very costly and to be of questionable benefit outside of the non-attainment area. Effective greenhouse gas regulations require further study and comprehensive solutions in order to be effective, and we urge the Commission to carefully consider adoption of numerous industry alternatives that are before you in order to improve the rules package overall. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioners, any questions? Commissioner Tour.
Thank you. I just want to make sure that I understand the KC position around regulation of methane. And so is the KC position that the commission should more broadly regulate methane emissions from the whole range of industry sources, as opposed, in addition to the oil and gas industry?
We think the state should be looking more holistically at the full range of sources in consideration of regulation.
Thank you.
Okay, any cross-examination? Thank you very much.
Thank you. Oh, I'd like to cede any additional time that I have left over to the Joint Industry Work Group, please.
That'd be fine.
Thank you.
And that time reallocation is 6 minutes.
Okay. So it's Utilities Coalition? Yes. The next, excuse me, the next party is the Colorado Utilities Coalition for Clean Air. All right. Worldwide Liquids Solutions.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and just a couple of procedural matters. My name is Philip M. Smith, better known as Matt Smith. I'm entering a limited appearance today on behalf of Worldwide Liquid Solutions. Our attorney, Dan Wilson, is going to continue in this action. He is listening in on the internet, I'm told, probably in his pajamas. The housekeeping matter I wish to address is at the outset of the hearing, there were 2 documents identified as having potentially been late filed, although they've been accepted in the record. Want to note for the record that Worldwide Liquid Solutions filed its response to the division's final economic impact analysis and the regulatory assessment prior to the hearing, and then read into the record from the January 24th, 2014 order that responses to these analyses, referring to the state's analyses, will be accepted prior to or at the rulemaking hearing. I just want to note for the record that we believe that our documents were in fact filed timely with the commission.
The commission will consider those documents.
Okay, thank you very much. And Commission, thank you very much for the opportunity to address you. I thank everybody else in the audience for hanging around just to listen to our presentation here at the end. But we will try and make the best use of our allotted time today. I will briefly summarize some of the major arguments from Worldwide Liquid Solution contained in our rebuttal statement and our response to the division's FEIA and the regulatory assessment. Mr. Ballantyne will then use the bulk of our time to introduce the commission to our adsorption filter, focusing on the benefits of that filter, especially the secondary pollution reduction as it compares to flares and combustion devices. For the record, Mr. Ballantyne and I participated in the stakeholder process. Despite promises from the division to hold technical working group sessions to evaluate alternative solutions, such sessions were never held. Ethane and methane were added well after that public stakeholder process had ended, and Worldwide Liquid Solutions has been denied a fair, open, and honest opportunity to present the absorption filter in this process. The division has failed in its final economic analysis and its regulatory analysis to address the comparison of Quad O to Regulation 7 as the no-action alternative. That's in violation of CRS 25.7.110.5 and CRS 24-4-103-2.5A, Roman numeral 5. The division has failed to compare the pollution benefits and the cost benefits between federal Quad O and proposed Regulation 7 as required by 25.7.110.5 and 25.7.110.8. Worldwide Liquid Solutions submits, if you make that comparison of Quad O to proposed Reg 7, that there are more cost-effective alternatives and better pollution reduction achieving alternatives available, and they would be lower. Specifically, Worldwide Liquid Solutions submits that the cost per unit of air pollution reduction has not been provided by the division in its final economic assessment and its regulatory assessment as required by 25.7.110.5 4C Roman numeral 1D. Lastly, I'm a little surprised that this late in the proceeding that the Commission has heard nothing about EPA's concept of best system of emission reduction. For purposes of this hearing, what you're going through, EPA has established that below 4 tons per year, a cost of $5,100, EPA's determined that the use of flares and combustion devices are not cost effective. They will produce more secondary air pollution, and the burning of these levels will consume more energy and create more pollution than they will avoid. And we've cited that in our material. With no further ado, let me move to Mr. Ballantyne.
Good morning. Thank you for the opportunity to present our information to you. First, a little bit about myself. I'm supposed to go to the next slide. All right. I'll surrender. There we go. This is something the lawyers require me to put up. Anyway, my name is Bob Ballantyne. I started in 1979 through 85 in the United States Marine Corps. We were doing a special program using LDAR differential absorption to monitor where Russian airplanes were flying around in super high altitudes. In 1984, I moved on to blood lead. We were in the middle of cleaning up a problem that the leaded gas had caused. Came up with a Delves Cup method for analyzing blood lead concentrations in children, mostly in slum areas or really downtrodden areas. These interstate interchanges were built. 1985 to the SOx and NOx monitoring with thermal instrument systems to create a method for monitoring SOx and NOx in coal-fired power plants, gas-fired power plants as well, but not SOx. On to Lear-Sigler, chemoluminescence measuring of NOx, dirt roasting for a while with the Superfund sites. You get the idea. Been doing this a long time. First people to measure mercury live at the Tasket incinerator in Oak Ridge National Labs. This is basically our filter. I just want to take you through it quickly. This is a passive, low energy, no burn, reduced fuel, and no secondary pollution. It is completely recyclable. Its casing and filter material are both reusable. It's an absorptive process and captures VOCs, and we actually use those VOCs to regenerate its captured material. We have no burn of additional ethane or methane. We have no secondary air pollution. We do not put off CO2, we do not put off NOx, and we do not put off carbon monoxide. We don't need additional methane to get the BTEX to temperature to cause destruction. Cost-effective captures of VOCs are below the EPA BSER level of 4 ton. We're pushing a BSER of 0 ton with the adsorption filter. And no new power lines or generators necessary to operate large flares. Our filter is most cost-effective for air emissions between 0 to 12 tons. It has a cost savings over flares and combustion devices for storage tanks from 0 to 12 tons. And emissions are adsorbed instead of burn, creating secondary air pollution. We're fully compliant with Quad O. This is in our filing, just shows the basic cost per ton. Excluding the 4-ton potential to emit in Quad O, by moving to the 6-ton limit presented in Regulation 7 is actually going to create additional air pollution problems for the state of Colorado. The 90-day startup standard of 1.5 tons per year is below EPA's BSER limit for the use of combustion devices, and leak detection and correction is faster, we believe, under the Quad O regulation. Talking faster than I can flip pages. The addition of methane and ethane to Rule 7 creates a flare-only situation. Based upon EPA calculations, it takes 3 times the volume of ethane and methane to destroy the volatile organic compounds that cause the sustaining chain reaction that create a ground-level ozone. Secondary pollution from this burn is greater than the pollution that would result from allowing the original ethane and methane to just escape. This is a little chart that kind of shows an assumption that was made to put into place this flare rule, where you're saying that you're producing 8 tons. This is calculated by just looking at the BTEX degradation. But if we actually go up and start to look at what it takes to get the contact time and temperature necessary to destroy it, when you look at a 12-ton per year, that number's not 8 anymore, it's 75.78 tons per year of CO2 being produced for a 100-year lifespan to reflect infrared energy back down and trap it in the Earth's atmosphere. I just want to point out that when you start looking at what it takes to flare only these lower emissions, you're going to create a bigger problem in your non-attainment area. You're creating NOx from the flare. You're creating, at a 12-ton level, 75 tons of CO2. So we're asking the Commission to take a real hard look at Rule 7 and its use of the word hydrocarbon, methane, and ethane, because there are technologies out there that can handle this thing that were not evaluated that will greatly impact the quality of air in the non-attainment areas and allow a cost-effective method for BSER to be pushed down statewide through the EPA's system. I'd like to close out, because I need some extra minutes in case Greeley gets out of control. We've been denied a fair and open, honest opportunity to demonstrate the PVOCAF during the stakeholder process. The Commission has the authority to delay implementation of Rule 7 and direct the Division to evaluate the PVOCAF under Commission Procedural Rule VB2B. Full adoption of Quad O would actually reduce air emissions and allow the PVOCAF to be used in Colorado, as is presently the case in Texas, Utah, and Wyoming. And it goes black. Thank you. I've time for questions.
Thank you. Commissioners, any questions? Let's start with Commissioner Brown.
How often do you have to regenerate these units based on your practices you've done so far in the other states?
We size them first by going in, doing an engineering study on the leak rates of the tank using gas chromatography, so we know the speciation and the adheration we're going to need, or adsorption we're going to need. And we try and set them up to need to be regenerated once a month.
Commissioner Campsey.
Hi. What is your control efficiency on these units?
95%.
95? Thank you.
Any other questions? Any parties wishing to cross-examine? Yes, the division?
We can share it.
Thank you, Mr. Ballantyne. I think I have just one question. When you regenerate your filters, what do you do with the VOCs?
We're running them across an electric, I'm using an electric fluidized bed to regenerate. We're running them across a nickel alloy catalyst, and it gives us a 300% reduction in emissions compared to flaring while we regenerate.
So you burn them?
We catalyze them, yes.
Thank you.
Can I ask one additional question?
Commissioner Tour.
Just want to make sure that I understand what you mean when you say that the rules in Rule 7 would require flaring. My understanding of the division proposal is that at least for new storage tanks, there's an assumption that emissions in many cases would be routed to a vapor recovery unit, recompressed and sent to the sales line rather than flared. And are you arguing that that is not the case?
Yes, Commissioner, we are arguing that is the case, and as further proof of that, we have contacted and had discussions with the division post-publication of the rule, and we've been waiting for a response from their attorney to tell us otherwise, but we have been told if Reg 7 is adopted as written, this technology will not be available in Colorado.
But that wasn't quite my question was, at least for new storage tanks, the division analysis suggests that the way that at least many operators would comply with the rules would be by venting, rather than venting and flaring, by directing emissions through a VRU into, and capturing into gathering lines. So I'm just trying to understand whether, are you arguing that that would not take place?
Certainly in some instances that would take place.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, let me just, excuse me, let me make sure there aren't any other parties wishing to ask you questions.
Now I get more time.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay. Well, that concludes the testimony. Mr. Allison, you have a comment?
I do. Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the commission. Obviously, you've heard a lot of great testimony in the last couple days, and there's a lot of information before you. Many of the parties have been discussing this proposal over the course of the past year, and this week is no different. And in that spirit, some of the parties have been discussing some targeted revisions to the division's proposal, really with an intent that's twofold, I guess. One is to clarify some of the ambiguity that may exist in some of the language in the division's proposal. And number two, to try to resolve some of the disputed issues that you've heard about in direct testimony in order to, frankly, limit the number of disputed issues that this commission needs to consider during its deliberations. So with that, we have reached an agreement amongst some of the parties on some of these targeted revisions, relatively narrow in scope, and I think in fairness to all of the parties, what we would suggest, if the commission's willing, is to present those targeted revisions to the commission now at the end of direct testimony prior to beginning rebuttal testimony. And if the commission's open to that, I know that Gary Kaufman from the division and Jennifer Beaver on behalf of the Joint Industry Work Group would be willing to discuss those revisions with you now.
That would be fine. And you will advise Mr. Silverstein at some point regarding allocation of time.
Certainly, and we hope not to take too much of the commission's time on this matter. Thanks.
Thank you. Please proceed.
Thank you, members of the commission. Gary Kaufman on behalf of the division. Leah Martland is passing out a hard copy of the proposed changes to our proposal. We're also emailing it out to all of the parties, and we've had discussions with a number of parties who may be affected by these proposed revisions. As Mr. Allison mentioned, most of these are in the form of clarifications. If you look at what's being handed out, the new language is what's highlighted, and I'm going to go through rather quickly because I don't want to take a whole lot of time. The first change on page 1 is really just a clarification. It doesn't have any substantive difference with what was proposed before. It's just a little better language. The change in the definition to centrifugal compressor, this definition came in as a part of a alternate proposal proposed by DCP that we adopted or that we included in our proposal. It's meant to kind of mirror what's in NSPS. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm on page 2 now. Page 2 of the proposal. And I should go through. There's kind of a summary on the front, a couple-page summary, and then the language, and then there's a statement of basis and purpose. And again, these are relatively limited. The change on the definition of centrifugal compressor, it clarifies consistent with NSPS Quad that screw sliding vane and liquid ring compressors are not centrifugal compressors. The change to the language and component was a mere clarification. The language was not very good. Turning to...
Excuse me, Gary, I think there's a change on page 1.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I went over that one.
Okay.
I really am trying to go fast, maybe too fast.
Well,
we're just lost is all.
These are the highlighted changes, correct?
They're
Mr.
highlighted.
Kaufman,
Okay, thank
and going fast is fine, but we would like to understand what these changes are.
Sure.
So slow down and bear with us, okay? Great.
Do you want me to go back to the change on change 1?
I think it'd be good if you started from the beginning.
Again, this is, it's merely a clarification of the language. It's not intended to change.
And which section? Would you refer to the section, and even if you're going through the summary sheet, you have listed these provisions by rule language section.
Okay.
If you could refer to each of those as you go through them so we can be sure we're tracking.
Section.
Mike, I need you to come up to a mic, please.
Mike Freeman on behalf of the conservation groups. We haven't seen these before, and we were wondering if, for the good of the other parties, if there were a hard copy or a PowerPoint illustrating them so we could follow along in a meaningful way.
And Commissioner Lowy, the only thing I can offer is we did make copies that show and highlight the division's changes, but they do also have the joint industry groups changes on top of that, meaning so that the commission would have the full set of the industry changes, but that reflect the division changes. So I have 70 copies here. It will help people walk through it, but it would not just be the divisions. It would obviously have ours in-track changes on top of it. But it is highlighted so that people could see the divisions changes, if that is helpful.
It's the divisions changes are the ones in yellow, is
Yeah,
that right?
with the exception of the first piece.
Can we pull up a Word document on the screen?
Okay, and I guess they were also emailed.
Mr. Chairman, could we have 15 minutes to look at this before we move forward?
Yeah, I think that's probably the best idea I've heard in a few minutes. So let's take a 15-minute break and then reconvene and discuss, if necessary, just exactly how we'll proceed so that all parties have
Sorry, this
access
is
to
all
the
the-
information.
That's our original.
Call the hearing back to order. Mr. Kaufman, do you have
I'm going to
Why
defer
don't I
to Mr.
start?
suggestions?
We sure do. And why don't I start, Mr. Chairman? I want to thank the commission and all the parties for their indulgence. Again, one of the things we're trying to do is narrow the issues and basically simplify matters for all concerned. We certainly recognize that anytime there's new language that poses a logistical challenge, and so our thinking, quite candidly, was to do it in the simplest way possible, in deference and fairness to all the parties, to do it at this time before we begin rebuttals, recognizing parties are going to need some time to think about these targeted changes, which again, if accepted, would be supported by numerous parties who can speak to this issue. I can say that I think both Jennifer Beaver and Jim Martin at least would like to make brief comments, probably along the lines of 1 minute, just to discuss their perspectives on these targeted changes. I would suggest that Mr. Kaufman can provide you with our high-level overview of the changes. Obviously, we can get into as much detail as you want, but recognize we'll be back for rebuttal so to the extent there's, more specific questions either by the commission or other parties, there'll certainly be additional opportunity to do that. So I would suggest we can go through a very high-level summary. If the commission wants more detail now, we can certainly do that. And then following Mr. Kaufman's remarks, other parties can speak to this issue as well.
Is it your thinking that a high-level review would not be a section-by-section and item-by-item presentation, but just sort of a general, this is what we're trying to accomplish, it's a heads up, submit it for the record, and then during rebuttal, various parties will have had time to review it and express their positions?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, that would be my suggestion. Again, if you want to go section by section, I think there's about 10. We could probably go through that in 15 minutes or so.
Let me just, our commissioners, are you all right with that approach? Or do you have questions about that approach, I should say?
Oh, go ahead.
We're going to go through each section, or we're just going to do a...
No, the idea would be a high-level presentation by Mr. Kaufman, comments by a couple parties, and then proceed into rebuttal. And during rebuttal, both commissioners and parties would have an opportunity, will have had an opportunity to review the material with some care and can comment or cross-examine, and whatever process they wish to use at that time, and commissioners as well during rebuttal. But that we would, we the commission would receive this information into the record. If we have comments or concerns on the general overview, we certainly could ask questions or would ask questions about that at this time, reserving more detailed section-by-section kinds of questions for later. So that's what I'm asking, if there's an agreement on the commission.
I'm fine with that as long as there's an opportunity during rebuttal to address specifics if parties wish to do that, or if we do.
Okay. Great. Mr. Kaufman, please proceed, and we'll follow that plan.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I apologize to the commission and everybody in the audience if I wound everybody up trying to go too fast. Clearly, that was not my intent. I guess that's what happens at the end of a 4-day hearing. Really, there's two fundamental purposes to the changes, or maybe three. As I went through my presentation, I know a number of the commissioners had identified certain areas where the rule appeared to lack clarity, where there was some concerns about what it said. So there's a set of changes within these that address some of those concerns. They were issues that I think that we had identified, and even at that point, we're trying to work out to try and make the rule more clear, not making substantive changes, but reflecting intent. There's another set of changes that as testimony has come up regarding the rule and the intent of the rule, There seems to be a lack of understanding among some of the parties about what our intent was, which may be well-founded given the way the language was. A good example of that would be regarding the pneumatic controllers. There was a lot of discussion yesterday about intermittent pneumatic controllers. I think we've had some discussion back and forth internally about that and what our rules meant. That's currently something that's in place for the attainment area or the non-attainment area. We've never applied that rule to intermittent controllers, and it's not our intent in this set of language for statewide requirements to apply that to intermittent. I'll address that more in my rebuttal statement about the basis for that and what we would like to do going forward. But so there's that kind of set of changes. And then there's truly some more substantive things that we've worked with the joint industry group and some of the other industry parties to address some of their concerns about the rule, and they can speak more to this about what they're going to agree to as part of this, but we've made some clarifying changes and some substantive changes to address some of their concerns, and in return for that, they've agreed to not contest some of the provisions in the rules. This is probably the more substantive stuff. The specific ones that I would like to identify is there's been a lot of discussion about the glycol dehydrator provision and specifically the proximity location. This version retains that provision, but adds a couple of what we feel are good clarifications and what were clarifications that certainly the industry group wanted. One was that the proximity would not apply to the owner-operator's own buildings. That, again, I don't think that was the intent, but maybe the language was not that clear. Two, with respect to the outdoor recreation activity or outdoor designated area activity, we had some language that said that that would qualify if a municipality or locality had applied to have it designated that way under COGCC rules. We clarified that it would actually have to be designated that way. Again, I think that that was the intent. And really the substantive change, and there was a lot of discussion about this back and forth, was what happens if an operator is not within 1,320 feet and then somebody moves within that circle, the kind of coming to the nuisance concept. And so these proposed changes would clarify that in those instances, they wouldn't have to meet the lower threshold. We'd establish a date certain for as of the date that the rule goes into effect. That's how you measure. That will help us administratively and will certainly provide some certainty to the operator. Again, there may be parties who object to that, who don't like it. That's certainly their right, and they certainly are welcome to cross-examine us on that. So that would be, I think, the most substantive change that we make. The rest of them really, truly are kind of in the nature of clarifications. And again, I'm happy to walk through any of them either now or certainly on a rebuttal statement.
Sure, we're happy to do that now, or is now the time you want us to do that?
That would be,
Sure.
yes, please. Is there another party?
Jennifer wanted me to mention one more thing. And again, I would have classified this as a non-substantive change. It was more of a language change. But on the well maintenance provisions, which are in 17H, there was language in there that said that operators shall capture and control emissions using best management practices. I think that that was identified as an issue that was unclear. Was it a capture and control reg or was it a best management practices reg? We took out the words capture and control. Again, I think that was our intent, is that truly it was a best management practices, and the capture and control was maybe suggestive of something that it might be if it was a best management practice. But I know that that was very important for the operators, and so we've made that clarification.
Thank you, Commissioners, and I'm going to apologize for any confusion I caused earlier when offering up copies. The Joint Industry Work Group has indicated during our testimony that many of the changes that we seek to this rule are to make it more workable, and we really appreciate the division's readily apparent efforts in that regard. We also understand the need to be responsive to the Commission and division's concerns and to recognize the benefit in this hearing process of narrowing these issues. So if the Commission were to adopt the division's proposed revisions that were submitted today, the Joint Industry Work Group would support the proposed requirements to glycol natural gas dehydrators that are at Section 17D3 and D4, which we had previously struck from the proposed rules. We would support the well maintenance and liquids unloading provisions at Section 17H, which again, we had previously struck from our proposed alternate proposal. And we would also support the use of auto igniters and continuous bleed pneumatic devices statewide. Now that said, it also, and I don't think that it's here, but there's a statement of basis and purpose that I believe has some changes reflected in it that is also part of our, if it's both the revisions and the statement of basis and purpose revised language. We continue to have technical corrections and requests and numerous concerns with the proposed rules that remain before the Commission. Those include, the cost and benefits of the proposed rules, the need for and the asserted benefits of further control measures outside of the non-attainment area, the need for tanks to vent without constituting a violation, leak detection or repair, and other miscellaneous provisions. And all the individual parties to the Joint Industry Work Group maintain their existing positions regarding methane. So there's a couple of these provisions that continue to have the word hydrocarbon in them. Those are, we still continue to have whatever the party's positions was on methane. They are continuing to take those positions, but still support further study and recognize the co-benefits of reduced methane emissions from VOC control. What I was suggesting or offering to the Commission and to the public and intending to hopefully be helpful was we've taken our prior proposed revisions and place them on top of these and the division's new proposals so that the Commission can see what we continue to have as outlying issues. And in fact, we have even further narrowed some of the issues after conversations with the division where we took other technical fixes or other issues off the table. So what we would like to offer to you is what we think is the best opportunity for you to see what we think are still the outstanding issues from the Joint Industry Work Group's position for you to have, and offered it up to bring to parties, and would submit that via email as well to everyone. So thank you for your time.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Martin.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, Jim Martin for Encana. This may be something that's blatant, very, very obvious, but I want to make clear that Encana supports the division's rules. We endorse and accept the proposed changes that you will see in this document and about which we'll hear more this afternoon. But we endorse and support the division's proposal with these changes. Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you. Are there other parties who wish to comment? Okay.
Mr. Chairman, I'm Chris Colclasure, representing Noble and Anadarko. And as with Encana, we support the changes submitted this morning by the division, changes to both the proposed language of the regulation and the statement of basis and purpose. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, Tom Bloomfield on behalf of EDF. Does this count against my time? I'm just kidding. We also have reviewed those proposals and support these changes in the proposal from the division. Thank you.
Thank you.
Jeff Schwartz on behalf of DCP Midstream. Likewise, we support the division proposal as is with the recommended changes. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Please. We could go through the list. I didn't realize that. Just you're organizing yourselves very well.
This is important, and these seem more substantive to EPAC than maybe they were characterized, but we do support.
Thank you. Before we broke, there was some concern about whether parties had access to this document. Has that been resolved? Okay.
I was even faster than email, so. maybe that was the problem. And again, I'm sorry for any concern this caused. It was really, as Will said, intended to narrow the issues and make a better proposal, while at the same time allowing parties to preserve their own positions and pursue their own positions, and to give them a fair opportunity during rebuttal to address the changes, as well as address them during any cross-examination of the division when we go.
Okay. Commissioners have any? Oh, I'm sorry.
Just looking over the changes, this is Matt Sura representing the local community organizations. Just looking over the changes now, I don't agree with changes to the glycol dehydrator provision. It doesn't make a bit of sense. The fact is that coming to the nuisance certainly would be something that you could consider if it was a nuisance that any neighbors might know about. The fact is that if a glycol dehydrator is operating, would be no way of knowing that that glycol dehydrator was, falling within that exception and, should be regulated. We also have had a lot of testimony from the state,
Okay.
and they've
I'm going to suggest that you make your arguments in rebuttal.
Well, I'm just done.
Okay.
They've proven that they're cost effective, and
Okay.
therefore it should be applied regardless of whether they came to the nuisance or not.
Okay.
Thanks.
Thank you. Commissioners?
Just a couple of clarifying questions. The rule language, section 17F4D, that's clarifying how you would be setting thresholds for well production facilities without storage tanks. I'm a little unclear on the nature of that change, whether that's a substantive change or just a clarification.
Thank you, Commissioner Tura. That is a substantive change. I should have identified that one. That was an issue that I believe Commissioner Klaus identified, that in the language that was submitted as part of the hearing packet, we had two different trigger dates for new facilities. One was on August 1, 2014, and then there was another one on January 1, 2014, which, while they could be read kind of consistently, created a lot of awkwardness and lack of clarity. So in an effort to make the provision more enforceable and understandable for the regulated community, we sort of split the difference and said, we'll have one date that goes in the middle, and that's going to, there'd just be one trigger date for new facilities.
I'm not sure I'm sorry, I was in F4D, not F4A.
Oh, I'm sorry.
There's no D.
Well, on page 2 of 4, it says,
oh,
it describes, so I'm on the second page of the memo. The bottom of the second page, rule language change,
Oops.
section 17F4D. And at the top of the next page, it describes a change in the way that thresholds would be calculated for well production facilities without storage tanks.
I believe that should be F4C. And so it's the reference to the EPA leak definition table. Again, that was not a substantive change. It was,
Okay.
It was meant to, it just, the reference wasn't good.
Okay.
And the errata sheet had the wrong letter. We took out one of the sections, and so there, it used to be in D. So.
Okay.
But I should have known that Commissioner Tura would find that if that's the only error, then we're doing pretty good.
Okay, thanks.
They're looking at the DGS version, which has different paragraph numbers.
No, I think.
They're D, the DGS, the hard.
See, there, it's our errata.
Oh, okay.
No, it truly was our mistake. It's not somebody else's fault. As much as I'd like to blame the DGS group in this case, I think it's...
But it's not a substantive change.
it's
That's
not-
all I was trying to
again,
understand.
it's fixing a citation.
Well, let's reserve questions until rebuttal, if that's all right. Okay. Anything else, Mr. Kaufman?
Nope, that's it. Thank you very much. Hopefully, this is,
Okay.
a sideshow that we can get beyond and move through the rest of the hearing without further ado.
Thank you. And so we'll go back on the clock, as it were, and start rebuttal. And we begin, we'll begin with the Regional Air Quality Council, who's requested an opportunity to jump the order for, I'm sure, very important reasons. I know it's not a golf game. I think it's too cold.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
It would be a good reason if the hearing officer determines it's a good reason, as I understand. But,
Very important. It's the 8th grade basketball championship this afternoon, so.
That's
So I appreciate your-
officially acknowledged as a valid reason.
Appreciate your indulgence. No. I just want to address a couple of issues that were brought up. Oh, sorry. I'm Ken Lloyd, the Executive Director of the Regional Air Quality Council. A couple issues that were brought up in the direct testimony. There was some concern indicated by some of the eastern counties about the cost and expense of the infrared camera and that testing. I would just indicate that the Regional Air Quality Council does have an infrared camera, which we do loan out to small companies and public organizations. And we do provide training on that camera. And in fact, it's free for public organizations. We just had a training actually last week, I believe. And so we would be happy to work with these counties in making this camera available. We provided several counties around the area. In fact, we provided to Garfield County as well. So we can take it around the state. So that option is available. The other thing I want to address is something that's not really with the specific rule, but it's the issue brought up by the conservation groups about asking the commission to direct the commission to do additional air quality modeling by June of this year to demonstrate that these rules will, in fact, attain the ozone standard, and if it doesn't, to adopt additional controls by the end of the year. First of all, we believe that is clearly outside the scope of this hearing and would hope that you would consider that. But also the schedule laid out by the conservation groups is unrealistic. As we've indicated, we've been doing quite a bit of modeling over the last couple of years, and in fact, we have a work plan this year to do additional modeling. We're going to be updating our base year to 2011. We're going to be doing additional 2018 modeling, taking into account what comes out of this rulemaking, the Clean Air, Clean Jobs Act. EPA is going to be imposing a new Tier 3 gasoline standard and vehicle standard this year. So taking into account all of those things. And we plan to have that modeling, at least that initial modeling done by the end of the year. It's going to take a considerable amount of work. And then we'll be doing some sensitivity analyses, looking at additional possibilities. So by the end of the year, we'll have a much better idea on where we stand in terms of future attainment of the ozone standard and what additional work we will need to be done. But we think that what the conservation groups has asked is, again, outside the scope of the hearing and also unrealistic. So be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Commissioners? Any cross-examination? Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you, and appreciate you again for letting me go early.
Does the Environmental Defense Fund have rebuttal?
We do have rebuttal, but we have a request to let Encana go first.
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you.
We do have rebuttal, but we respectfully request to let Encana go first, and then we would go right after them.
That would be fine.
Thank you.
Feel a bit like a rabbit at a fox hunt at the moment. But Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, while we're pulling up the PowerPoint, again, my name is Jim Martin. I'm here representing Encana today. We have one rebuttal witness, Ms. Cindy Allen. Ms. Allen is here today to respond to a number of things you've heard over the course of the last several days, I guess. Ms. Allen's resume is found as an attachment to our rebuttal statement. I will, in 30 seconds, summarize it. She has extensive experience in the detection of leaks and in the repair within the oil and gas industry using both instrument-based methods as well as audio-visual olfactory means. She will be testifying, as I said, in response to a number of the things you've heard over the course of the last several days. And are we ready? Great. Thank you. With that, Ms. Allen.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman and Commission. It is still morning, I think. Thank you for the opportunity to speak with you today. I know it's been a long couple of days, and I hope to be brief. Jim introduced me, but my name is Cindy Allen, and I work for Encana Oil and Gas. I'm currently the Environmental and Regulatory Compliance Manager for Encana. And over the last 8 years, I've held a variety of different roles, ranging from managing air quality compliance programs, environmental programs, and implementing and managing LDAR programs. I have over 14 years of Clean Air Act experience, both in the private sector and in government. I worked for CDPHE for some time. And as Jim mentioned, I'm here to respond to some of the things that you've heard throughout the hearing by showing some of our actual data from Encana's LDAR program in our Wyoming field, in the Jonah field in Wyoming. So specifically, I'll show you our VOC emission reductions from this program. I'll show you leak data from the continued periodic monitoring from this program. And I'll also touch on our gas savings versus our overall program costs. Through evaluating these data and our experience in LDAR programs throughout our operations, I'd just like to reiterate Encana's support of the division's proposal as written. We really believe that the division has taken a common sense approach and struck a good balance to minimizing VOC emissions at a manner that is economically manageable. These are tough rules, but we do support them. So before I get into the actual data, I'd like to give you a little background on Encana's LDAR program in the Jonah field. We started the program in late 2010 in collaboration with the Wyoming DEQ. And this program has helped us capture emission offsets for an emission bank, for a VOC emission bank. As I'm sure you're all aware, Jonah experiences wintertime ozone issues. And it was a business decision for us to establish a VOC emission bank so that we could continue drilling in Jonah. So we monitor each well production facility every month. And in order to get an accurate, establishing an accurate emission bank, we measure every leak that we find through this program with a high volume sampler. So the data that I'm going to show you is actual measured data. We have about 170 well production facilities in this program, and it results in just over 2,000 monitoring events per year. So, like I said, we started the program in late 2010, and we have continued it through till today. So, the first graph that I'd like to show you here is our total VOC emission reductions. You can see total VOCs along the horizontal axis over time on the vertical axis. A few things that are important to point out with the way that these numbers are derived. When we find a leak and measure it with the high volume sampler, we assume that it's been consistently leaking at that same rate since the last time we monitored. So that plays into these overall emission reductions. Clearly, this slide is showing you that this LDAR program achieves a good emission benefit, VOC emission reductions. I'd like to point out, all right, it works. So I'll try to show on both sides, but from this point to this point, and over here, from this point to this point, that represents the first monitoring event, and it's about a 60% emission reduction that we saw in this program. I think that based on experience, we would expect to see a similar reduction in the one-time monitoring event that's currently proposed for the small facilities in the division's proposal. So this slide here is showing our total leaks over time. So this is just the number of leaks on the horizontal axis versus time on the vertical. And this is an aggregate of all the leaks that we found over all 170 sites. So as you can see here, leaks are continuing as time moves on. We further broke this data down into, we took the 170 facilities and broke it down into the tiers that are proposed in the division's proposal. So based on the uncontrolled actual tank emissions as the applicability is outlined in the division's proposal. What you'll see here is the average leaks by tier. So on the horizontal axis is the average facility leaks per month by tier. So you'll see this is clearly showing that in the larger facilities, we continue to see more leaks than we do in the smaller facilities. Again, I think this really demonstrates strong support for the tiered approach outlined in the division's proposal. Based on our real life experience, we see more leaks at facilities, at larger facilities, and less leaks at smaller facilities. So now switching gears to our actual experience with cost of these programs in Jonah. What you're seeing here is our actual costs year over year versus the cost of the gas saved year over year. So that is the gas savings is based on our actual measured equipment leaks and assigned the cost of natural gas. You've heard several times over the past couple days that these programs pay for themselves. And in our experience running this program at a well production facilities in Wyoming, they don't come close to paying for themselves. We do see some value in fixing the leaks and the gas saved through that program, but it clearly doesn't come close to offsetting the total cost of the program. I think that this data here is showing that, or is further supporting that the tiered approach is a really good, common sense, reasonable approach to achieving good emission reductions at a manageable cost. So just to summarize for you, once again, I do want to reiterate NCANA's support of the proposed rule that the division has put forward. We have seen through our experience that LDAR programs do achieve a significant VOC emission reductions. And also through that, our experience, the tiered approach is really critical to balancing those emission reductions and cost. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions, commissioners? Okay.
Thank you. Thanks, Cindy. This was really helpful. One other question based on your experience. What would your thoughts be about the proposed step-down or skip monitoring proposal for large facilities, large producers?
You know, as I've mentioned, we really support the division's proposal as presented to you. So I think it strikes the right balance, and it achieves. I think it will achieve the emission reductions that we would like to see.
Thank you,
Commissioner Brown.
Ms. Allen, what was the frequency in which you did your monitoring up in Jonah?
We monitored every facility on a monthly basis.
Monthly basis, okay. Could you share your cost on per site to go out there and do the monitoring? Is that something you have?
I do. We estimated about a $600 per inspection. $600 per inspection.
So that's pretty close to what the division had?
It is.
So your Jonah field, your wells are fairly close in proximity to one another, so you're able to jump from well site to well site, you know, in an expeditious manner, so you're not delayed, in other words. You're not driving long distances between your well sites to do these, correct?
Correct. The geographic proximity is fairly close.
Okay. I want to ask you about, does the $600, does that include just the cost to go out and run the equipment and have somebody on site? Or does that include all the costs that you were doing administratively? Let's think for a second about the things that are in this rule. There's a number of record-keeping requirements on top of going out and doing the monitoring. So is that included in your 600, or is that over and beyond what your cost?
It's included, and that 600 is year one. It includes repair time, repair labor, parts, camera cost, leasing vehicles, other miscellaneous costs such as training, record keeping, building our system to track all the requirements and the data.
Okay. Okay. I have another one, but go ahead, because I'm trying to read my handwriting.
Right. Commissioner.
Ms. Ellen, am I correct that NCANA operates in western Colorado in the Piceance?
Yes.
And you're supporting the rule for application in that basin?
We support the rule as the divisions proposed.
Commissioner Bergen.
You may have already said this, but what is the average cost per ton of reduction?
Can you clarify where in our Jonah experience?
On the 170 wells that you did it come close to $400, $500 per ton VOC reduction?
It's similar to what the division and Anadarko and Noble have presented.
The division's cost is $453 per ton.
It's right in line with those costs.
Yours is the same?
It's in line with.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Commissioner Tour.
Thank you. So, couple of questions. So that $600 per inspection in year one, what do you see in subsequent years?
We see a small decline, but it levels out.
At approximately,
Year 2 is 406,
Okay.
and then it levels out after that.
and I'm curious about the lowest tier. Could you go back to the chart showing the number of leaks found by, so if you look at that lowest tier, less than 6, the number of leaks that you're finding are a little bit lower than for the 6 to 12 ton facilities. But I'm curious, given sort of that level of leaks, if you were to not be inspecting and repairing, how many years after an initial inspection would it be before the number of leaks equaled the number, before the level of emissions associated with those leaks would be equal to the level of emissions that you would likely have found in the first inspection?
I can't make assumptions based on that. What I will say is that the division's proposal includes AVO monitoring on a monthly basis at all facilities. As we all know, AVO monitoring is another form to identify leaks. It is a form used in LDAR programs. So I believe that with what the division has proposed, we would see a very low number of leaks similar to this, since we would be visiting and doing LDAR monitoring at every facility every month.
Wait, say that over again? You would be doing LDAR monitoring at every facility every month?
Correct, because the division's proposal.
Oh, doing AVO. I'm sorry.
AVO
Yeah.
is a form
Yes,
of LDAR
yes.
monitoring, is my point.
Okay. Thank you.
Commissioner T.
Thank you. Do you believe that the monitoring that you're doing on the high production facilities is subsidizing the monitoring that you're doing on the low production facilities? In other words, if all you had was marginal facilities, would LDAR still be worth it?
From what perspective?
Well, you know, obviously you guys are getting a huge amount of gas savings at your higher production facilities to offset, to gain your offsets. If all you had were the marginal facilities, would you be continuing to implement the LDAR program, or would you shut those facilities down?
I really can't answer that question. I think that the business drivers for this program were very different than what we're here in what we're hearing today and in this rulemaking. I haven't done an analysis of, you know, that comparison on whether or not the emissions saved and going into our bank would offset and be enough for us to continue our drilling program in Jonah. So I haven't done that analysis.
Commissioner.
Excuse me, just a couple of questions on the monitoring. Did I understand you correctly that you use the infrared camera to monitor for leaks at these sites, or was that not?
Yes, we do. We use an infrared camera to identify leaks.
And the quantification that you do or did at these sites, was that in addition to, you know, the camera monitoring?
Yes, it is. We use a high-volume sampler to quantify each leak.
Okay. Your camera monitoring people, are they certified or are they trained internally?
We require them to go, both. We require them to go through a camera certification, camera operation certification. And many of them are former lease operators or pumpers. So they're very familiar with the equipment and the facilities.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Brown.
I figured out my question, and I think you answered just then, but just to clarify, your assistance to run the program is employees at the Jonah Field, correct?
Correct.
You do not bring in outside consultants to help conduct the program, correct?
That's correct.
Thank you.
Commissioner Campsey.
I have a quick question on the measured, in their VOCs that you measured, or total hydrocarbons, sorry?
VOCs.
VOCs. And those are tons?
Yes.
Tons in total, not tons
Tons in
per
total.
year? Okay. Do you have an idea of, it obviously levels off after the first year. Do you have an idea of what those tons are on a yearly basis that you're reducing?
I don't have that.
All right, thank you.
All right, any cross-examination? Okay. Why don't let's just go through the list. Here's the list.
A new list.
Oh, you got it. Okay.
Okay, the division for cross. EDF. Noble Anadarko. DCP. Joint Industry Work Group. Oh, Ken could have crossed. I thought he left.
Not really cross. John Jacobs for the Joint Industry Work Group. Not really cross-examination as so much as a question. We're having trouble locating any prior exhibit containing these data. I just can't imagine that Encana would bring this to all of our attention for the first time in day 3 of the hearing. So if you could just help us locate where these data and any exhibits related to them are in the record. We've employed an economist to look at all the costs, and we've not seen this stuff before. So that's our concern.
Mr. Martin.
Mr. Chairman, our rebuttal statement included a detailed description of the testimony that Ms. Allen was going to give. Her testimony followed that rebuttal statement quite closely. We believe the parties were on notice of what her testimony would be. We're perfectly happy to work with Mr. Jacobs and his clients if they need further information, but we provided very clear notice of what Ms. Allen's testimony would be.
I would simply just add that having the data behind a summary graphic representation of the data is essential to rebut economic data. And we are well prepared to address and maybe embrace some of these data, but we're just seeing them for the first time. So it's certainly within the scope, but we haven't seen the data. That's the prejudice that I'm concerned about. Thank you.
Mr. Martin, can you provide that data?
Mr. Chairman, it would depend a bit on what data Mr. Jacobs is looking for, but we would do our best.
I would request that you meet with Mr. Jacobs and see if you can resolve the
We'll enjoy
issue.
lunch with Mr. Jacobs.
Thank you.
Upstairs
Thank
at
you.
the cafeteria that's open especially for us.
All right.
Next on cross is the RAC. I thought you're still here. Great. Cross Coalition of Energy Producing Counties. Okay. Local community organizations. A conservation group. Okay.
This is Michael Freeman on behalf of the conservation groups. We would just ask that any data that Encana provides to the Joint Industry Working Group also be provided to the other parties to the rulemaking.
Are you planning to join them for lunch?
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Freeman would be welcome to join us at lunch.
But, Mr. Martin, you would plan to provide that for Mr.
We
Freeman as
provide
well?
the data, the lunch is on their own.
Local Government Coalition. Be the Change. I'm sorry, you're out of time. I recognize you anyway. Weld County. CUC. And Worldwide Liquids. Okay, thank you.
All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners.
Enjoy your lunch. Okay.
So now we would be
Back to EDF.
to EDF.
Okay, EDF. Then we'll probably break. And we will plan to break for lunch after EDF's rebuttal and questions and cross.
Good morning, Commissioners, and welcome to day 3 of our sessions here. Tom Bloomfield on behalf of the Environmental Defense Fund, and we're here pleased to be able to provide some quick rebuttal testimony. We're going to try and just cover a few points, and let me first start with an overview of, we've heard a lot of testimony over the last few days regarding concerns about marginally operating wells and the burden that these rules might place on those operators. I think what was apparent from the testimony is that, one, people were scared about the cost estimates provided by the Berger Group. I think what's also clear is that the information provided by the Berger Group is not well-founded. We heard people talk about, small operators. Well, they're going to have small operations. They're not going to be subject to STEM. They don't have tanks above 6 TPY. Flare requirements aren't going to apply to small operators. Igniters, not going to apply to small operators. LDAR, it's a one-time inspection for an instrument-based LDAR. We heard operators testify from the industry group yesterday that would be fine, not a problem. We also heard people talk about AVO, that they go out to their site on a regular basis. Again, the burden from AVO is not a big one. Also, you heard today that people have reached agreement on the liquids unloading and well maintenance provisions, so that's no longer an issue as well. We think that this is not a rule that imposes a burden on the small operators, and that the division did a very careful job in trying to tailor the rule to meet those concerns. I also want to speak a little bit more to the information that the Berger Group provided on their economic analysis for well shut-in. What this graph, it's a graph that was prepared by WZI. It shows, it's sorted by liquids production. So that bottom green line shows you the liquids production. On the left, you have gas wells. There's no liquid in those wells. Starting at about 10,000, that 10 at the bottom means 10,000 wells, you start to see wells that have liquids in them. And some of those wells are very small producers, $1,000. But as you start going to the left, you see, they pick up in their liquids production. The blue line is the gas. Colorado's a gas-heavy state. A lot of these wells that are producing small amounts of liquids are producing a lot of gas. That blue line, or that line there, that's a line that shows 2 barrels of oil per day. Those wells are typically producing tens of thousands of dollars of gas. So they might be small liquid producers, but they're producing a lot of money and generating money from gas, which is a great thing. We're not saying that's a bad thing, it's a good thing. But what's important is that the Berger Group didn't account for any of this in their analysis. So if you look at a typical 2 barrel per day well, it generates $85,000 worth of gas a year and only $65,000 in oil. So let's look at some of that shut-in analysis. And I know we talked a little bit about this in our opening, but this is more of a rebuttal because they didn't provide any of this information until their rebuttal statement. So they didn't consider the gas, and this is a gas-heavy state. They didn't consider what happens when production goes down. You heard them testify. Their, quote, expert from the Berger Group said, well, you know, the amount of oil that flows through the tank doesn't affect the uncontrolled actual emissions from the tank. Well, I'm sure the division and anyone who knows anything about oil and gas can tell you, well, that's how you calculate the uncontrolled actual emissions from a tank. The amount of oil flowing through that tank. It's critical. So as these wells go down in production, they're going to drop to a lower tier. You know, the 50 TPY sites, you're not going to be shutting those in because of these rules. Those are big sites. And if they suddenly go down in production over time, which some of them might, they're no longer going to be subject to monthly LDAR. They're going to go to lower and lower tier, and at some point they won't even be subject to STEM. They won't have a flare. All those requirements go away. And so none of that was considered in the Berger analysis. But it's worse. They also don't evaluate the reservoir. You know, they just assume there's 25,000 wells in the state that produce 2 barrels per day and no oil. I mean, I'm sorry, 2 barrels per day of oil and no gas, and that's just not correct. So let's look a little bit more at their analysis. They said there's about 25,000 wells producing 2 barrels a day. We're using their estimate, their cost estimate that we think is so grossly overinflated. We're using their decline curve and all their other assumptions. 60-year time horizon, also what they assumed. The only change we make is we add the gas for a typical 2 barrel per day site in Colorado. What does Berger calculate? $11.3 billion of oil left in the ground. Well, what happens when you consider the gas? Does that go down to 1 billion left in the ground after 60 years? 100,000? A million? 10 million? Zero. Not a single well gets shut down using their analysis when you account for the gas. Now, there is a simplified analysis. We understand that. We're just using it. So there's some big flaws there, but that's not the only flaw. They also do a really odd net present value calculation. So what happens is they're calculating, this is the last column in the Berger report, page 36, 37, 38, the economic impact analysis. They calculate a net present value for the last column there. They kind of combine all the sites together and come up with sort of a combination value and then run a net present value on that. Well, what they don't tell you is that it's not, the well doesn't get shut in right away, right? It's right now it's producing at 2 barrels a day, and then they show a decline curve. Sometime in the future, it gets shut in. Well, under their analysis, the last column there, that gets shut in around year 39. It says here 49, but it should be 39. And so they don't take that into account. What they do is they take that $11 billion and they spread it out over 60 years, so that next year they're assuming a really big loss in the state. The year after that, year 3, year 4, year 5. So if you know anything about net present value calculation, if you have a cost that doesn't happen for a long time, that's really important to take that into account, which they did not do. So it leads to another gross overstatement. So again, we're using their $11.3 billion that they calculated, and they spread it out, $187 million per year for 60 years. That's how they treat the $11 billion. And we learned this because we got the spreadsheet just a day ago, from 2 days ago after we requested it at the hearing. So their calculation is $1.8 billion net present value today and $80 million in lost severance tax. Putting aside, of course, the questions that came up the other day about does severance tax even apply for these smaller wells. So what's the right way to do that calculation, even taking their cost analysis into account? Well, if you have an $11.3 billion impact 39 years from now, and you use their discount rate and their net present value approach, it's worth $274 million of oil left in the ground for the entire state over 60 years. And that's a worst case number because we assume that entire impact occurs at that year 39. And in terms of severance tax, again, it's 13 million, not 13, 13.7, so I put this together this morning, 13.7 million in severance tax over 60 years. That's not each year, that's forever. 60 years, that's the loss, according to their huge overinflated numbers, their improper analysis, all those other pieces. And it just shows that this is another really fundamental flaw. So the idea that this is going to cause a big loss of revenue to the state, leave a lot of oil in the ground, it's simply false. A number of other problems with their analysis. The idea that a 2-barrel per well are marginal. 2-barrel per day well is marginal. We said already, lots of gas revenue from those wells. Just because a well is producing a small amount of liquids doesn't tell you if it's producing gas. Also, if you look at how many wells today in Colorado produce less than 0.34 barrels a day, that's what they say. If a well has less than 0.43 barrels, it gets shut in. That's the foundation of their analysis. 58% of the wells today in Colorado produce that amount of liquids or less. That's without the regulation. They're saying if you have a well that produces that amount, it should be shut in. It's just wrong. Then you also look at the idea we talked about already, the marginal wells. I mean, this rule scales back what has to be done at these smaller wells. It's very small, and their analysis doesn't take that into account. We talked already about how their expert who prepared this analysis didn't know as the production goes down, the emissions go down from the actual uncontrolled tanks. The whole STEM and the whole LDAR program is tiered off of your uncontrolled actual tank emissions. Another problem with their analysis, which was pretty apparent looking at the table, they're assuming that the 50 TPY sites, the largest sites, are the first ones that get shut in and the most expensive to get shut in. Those are large producing sites, folks. They're not going to shut those in. It just is another way to look at the analysis and say, you know, something's wrong here. And the last thing I mentioned already, the analysis doesn't account for the fact that you change tiers as you go down, and that's going to cause these costs to be way, way out in the future. So I'm going to move on from the shut-in analysis. I think it obviously really doesn't worth any really consideration by this commission. We've already covered earlier that the costs are way overestimated by the Berger Group. I think what you just heard from yet another industry company operating in Colorado who has another program outside in another state, costs are very low. I mean, we heard from Boulder County this morning. They had third parties come out and give them estimates that those were low, consistent with the division. You have several operators. You have an expert that we've hired to look at this question who has decades of experience doing LDAR programs. And this is a common sense, easy to implement program. It's very cost effective. And the Berger Group costs, they're double counting. You know, they have you drive out to the site to do a STEM, the LDAR. Drive out this again to do inspect all the components. And then you find a leak. Well, you got to drive out again to fix the leak. You know, we heard from our operators, 80% of these things you can fix right away. The other, 16%, or I think it was another 14% or so, you bring other people who work at the site. And only 6% require a shut-in or something more extensive than that. And the rules don't require, that's nothing, the rules don't require that these operators shut their site in to fix these leaks. They fix them the next time they shut it in. So they're out there, they have a planned shut-in, they're going to do some work at the site, they're bringing people out anyway. They're checking whatever they're fixing, they're going to check it. There's a lot of very easy methods to check these leaks. So their whole reinspection costs, totally out of line and improper. And this is just one example. I'm not going to repeat Ms. Mary Jane Wilson, who's here to answer questions. She already went over many of the ways that these rules double count, overestimate costs, assume things have to be replaced over a very short period of time when they're stable pieces of equipment. I mean, it just goes on and on. They also require, they assume that there's costs that aren't required by the rule. Tagging. The rule doesn't require tagging. I mean, it's just not a good faith effort, frankly. That's what I have on the Berger Group. Let me hand this over to Elizabeth. She's going to talk about some of the other testimony that we heard today, or yesterday.
Commissioners, thanks, Tom. So you've heard a lot over the past few days about the various ways that emissions estimates are done, from top-down and bottom-up studies, as well as direct measurement. I'm not here to go into, again, the various estimation methods. However, I do want to clarify some misrepresentations, or correct, rather, some misrepresentations that were made about the EDF-UT production study. So you heard yesterday that the study demonstrated that the study found that the EDF-UT study found that the emissions were lower than in EPA's greenhouse gas inventory. And that is not an accurate characterization of the study results. So specifically, for pneumatic devices, the study found that the emissions were in fact 63% higher than EPA's emission estimates. For equipment leaks, which is very relevant to this rulemaking, the leaks were 38% higher than EPA's estimates, and for chemical injection pumps, they were in fact 100% higher. Now, it is true that the leak rates were done for various parts. There's the national leak rates that were estimated or measured and then estimated, and then regional leak rates. So for the Rocky Mountain region, the equipment leak emission factor was lower than the national EPA estimate. However, we calculated that emission factor, and it still demonstrates that even if one were to assume, which is an assumption, that the Rockies equipment leak emission factor is representative of Colorado facilities, so leaks from Colorado facilities, those leaks would still equate to the greenhouse gas emissions from approximately 100,000 passenger vehicles over a 100-year time frame. And looking at it at a shorter time frame, which is very appropriate when looking at methane emissions over a 20-year horizon, those leaks would be the equivalent of the greenhouse gas emissions from over 300,000 passenger vehicles. So still very significant. It's also important to note that the equipment leaks that were measured in the the EDF-UT production study did not include leaks from tanks. And we know that leaks from tanks, from leaking pressure relief valves and thief hatches, can be some of the most significant sources of leaks. So it's important to note that as well. You also heard yesterday that the well completion emissions were lower than in EPA's national inventory. And that is true. The reason for that, however, is very important to note, and that's because most of the operators were using reduced emission completions. That is a requirement now under the federal NSPS. Many operators in Colorado also do green completions, which is a very similar practice, in order to control their emissions. For those operations in the study that did not use a reduced emission completion, those were low producing wells that had the potential for very low emissions. And so that's why for those particular wells, the emissions were lower. I also just wanted to make sure that the Commission is aware of how EDF estimated the methane emissions that we use in some of our analysis. So we did not use the Patron study or any other study of top-down emissions, for example, or the UT emission factors. We took the division's most recent 2011 VOC inventory, and we converted those VOC emissions on a source-by-source basis to methane using standard EPA VOC to methane ratios. That's how our emission inventory for methane was calculated. Let's see. I can do this without turning it off. Okay. So you've heard a lot about the various projections of emissions as well as production in the various basins in Colorado. We just wanted to point out that the DGS group projection is inaccurate in terms of how it projected the emissions. In particular, they did not account for any changes in gas or oil prices. As you know, this is a significant determinant of production, and in fact, right now, gas prices are in fact increasing. So certainly that would change sort of what one would expect to occur in terms of production. Secondly, as folks have pointed out already throughout this hearing, the production decline that they drew for all of the basins other than the DJ was only based on the last 2 years of production data. So when one looks at the entire arc of the trend, production increased in the Piceance over more than 5 years, and then only the last 2 began to decline, and then they simply straight-lined that last 2-year decline to project out, which is just not a proper way to do that type of analysis. You also heard that existing regulations at the federal level will, in fact, lead to reduced emissions in the state of Colorado. It's important to note what the NSPS and the NESHAP cover and what they don't. So the NSPS, the New Source Performance Standards, do not apply to leaking components at well site production facilities or compressor stations. There is no LDAR, federal LDAR program for those facilities. So leaks from new facilities and leaks from existing facilities will not be addressed by the implementation of the NSPS. Similarly, the inefficient capture problem that the division has documented and that EPA's inspections have also found is also not addressed in the NSPS. You also heard that, and then of course, well venting from, or venting from well maintenance activities like liquids unloading, which will be addressed by the BMP requirement, is also not addressed by the New Source Performance Standards or by any other EPA rules. You also heard that the NESHAPs, the recently enacted NESHAPs, will reduce emissions from small dehydrators. Again, it's important to note that the NESHAPs, the recent changes apply to dehydrators located at major sources, not what EPA calls area source dehydrators, which are the smaller dehydrators that will be addressed by the division's proposal. You've heard a lot over the past few days about the LDAR program proposed by the division, and in particular about the idea that the inspection frequencies should be decreased over time if a certain number of leaks, assuming that a certain number of leaks is found. We believe that the record clearly shows that keeping the inspection frequency the same, so frequent inspections, leads to the detection of leaks. That is a critical point because what this program is about is finding and detecting leaks and reducing emissions. And it really is common sense that if you continue to go out and look for leaks, you will find them. In fact, this is exactly what Brian Ross, one of the industry witnesses, said yesterday when asked by Commissioner Coons, why do you keep, why is it that you're finding less leaks over time? He said, well, it's because we're going out and looking for them. And we think that's just a critical point. In addition, the evidence in the record demonstrates that that continued leak inspections does indeed lead to increased leak detection. So that's what the trihydro study demonstrates. That's what the carbon limit studies demonstrates. That's what Encana's testimony demonstrates based on their implementation of monthly LDAR at their facilities in the Jonah field. And again, it's what our expert, Mary Jane Wilson's professional experience over time has led her to believe as well. Furthermore, there's nothing in the record that demonstrates that reducing inspections will actually reduce operators' costs. In fact, leaks are wasted product. And the longer that a leak continues undetected, that is more wasted product that would cut into the savings that the operator could reap from implementing the program. I also want to address some of some other regulations that do allow for step-down provisions allow. So it's important to understand that in limited instances where other regulations allow operators to reduce their inspection frequency, those are very narrowly tailored programs. They require extensive record keeping and reporting, as well as often written approval from the agency, allowing the operator to reduce the inspection frequency, and often coupled with a very vigorous enforcement program. So just for an example, a number of air districts in California have very complex LDAR programs that allow for reduced monitoring on a component-by-component basis. So many components at a facility are never eligible for reduced monitoring. That means that operators continuously are going out at the same frequency to the facility to inspect those components that are never eligible to step down from quarterly monitoring. For those that are eligible, it's, as I mentioned, on a component-by-component basis, and the threshold is very low. So for example, in Ventura County, it's 0.5% of components that are eligible for the step-down program. That's the maximum number of leaking components that an operator is allowed to have before they're allowed to step down. In South Coast, a very similar program, they're only allowed to have 0.5% of valves in order for the valves to step down. So again, these are tough rules to meet in those instances, and as I mentioned, they're coupled with very rigorous record-keeping reporting requirements. Operators need to get written approval from the air districts before they're allowed to reduce their monitoring. And lastly, those programs rely on a very rigorous enforcement program. So if an inspector comes out to a facility, there are a maximum number, and again, it's very low, 1, 2, in some instances 0 components that are allowed to be leaking before the district can find a violation. So in Ventura County, a district can come out if they find a single a single hatch open, there's a violation. It's a violation. And for other components, it's similar. It's like 1 valve leaking. Importantly, other states that have recently adopted LDAR programs do not allow for a step-down program. Wyoming's quarterly program, quarterly LDAR, that they recently implemented in the Upper Green River non-attainment area does not allow for a step-down. And Pennsylvania's requirements also, which are quarterly monitoring, again, for compressor stations, does not allow for reduced inspection frequency. And then the last point that I'll hit briefly is simply one that I think is really most important for the division, and that's the difficulty of enforcing some kind of step-down program. So it does pose an administrative burden on the regulatory agency and their inspectors to have to determine which facilities are subject to which inspection frequency. And secondly, there is evidence in the record that demonstrates that a step-down provision actually provides a disincentive for operators to do their inspections properly, as demonstrated by the various EPA enforcement actions where they found that a number of the operators that claimed they had qualified for a step-down in the refinery context, in fact, did not. I think that's it. I'll let Tom wrap up. Thank you.
Thank you. Just a quick wrap up here. One other point on the LDAR programs in California, they have very harsh penalties for having leaks. So this rule doesn't prohibit leaks, the Colorado rule, right? It requires you to go out and inspect for them and fix them if you find them. California, if you have a leak, a certain number of leaks, it's $25,000 a day. If it's an intentional violation where it's a known you've had before, $50,000 a day. So those are very different programs in California. And so this is, as Mary Jane spoke yesterday or 2 days ago, with much heavier reporting and other burdens. So let me move here quickly. Just in sum, we want to thank the division, the parties involved in the stakeholder process, and for you, spending all these days with us, and hopefully making a decision in the next day or two. We think this is a very effective rule. It's a great step for Colorado to take. It just simply makes sense. It's cost effective, and I think the concerns about small operators, which is what you've heard a lot about over the last few days, are greatly overblown and are not a real valid concern with the way this rule has been structured. We think that the Berger Group analysis, which is what I think caused a lot of these operators to be concerned, really doesn't have any credibility. The rule is carefully tailored to allow smaller operators to do less and for larger sites to do more, as they should. And you've heard from many operators who have said they agree with how these rules are structured. You've heard from the same operators and others that this is a very cost-effective program. There will be a lot of benefits from this program in terms of their pollution reduced. You've heard about climate change, the importance of that, ozone, public health, impacts on people, impacts on plants, on parks, on agriculture. These rules really benefit everybody. We think that there are very strong reasons for those to be adopted. Colorado has a long tradition of being a leader on these issues, and we encourage you to take another step in that direction by approving the rules as proposed by the division. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioners. Commissioner Berge.
Well, we've been talking about marginal wells for the past 2 days, and I want to just see if I can understand. Would you characterize marginal wells, any well that is under 2 barrels of oil per day or equivalent for gas?
Can't hear you.
Let me, he said he couldn't hear you. Would you characterize any well that's less than 2 barrels a day as a marginal well? And I can answer that first, and then we'll let Mary Jane, who really knows what you're talking about, speak. The short answer is no. I mean, Colorado is a gas state, and so you look at the graph that we just put back up there, and those wells are producing, if you look to the right side there, there's 10,000 wells in the state that produce essentially no liquids. So those are all less than 2 barrels a day. But they're very profitable, and they're not marginal at all. And so the short answer is no. I think 2 barrels a day is not an appropriate cutoff. You should, if you look at both the oil and gas revenue together, is the appropriate way to evaluate it.
Okay, well enough. So what would you characterize as a marginal well?
I would characterize a marginal well as a well that is very close to its economic limit. So it depends on a case-by-case basis, and it also depends on the total lease operating costs and the structure of that. Even some very low producing wells, until they have a major problem, are kept online. And then based on the pricing at the time, they may or may not, and I believe we had some testimony from the joint industry group that, or someone, I've forgotten which person, that they look at the situation on a case-by-case basis, and that is correct. So it's not on a wide program basis that you can say this well is marginal or that well is marginal, although there are legislative tax issues that have defined other ways that wells are termed marginal for other purposes like tax.
Okay, then if some of these wells are marginal and because of the economics of the wells are going to be shut down anyhow, if the prices are not supporting their operation, would you agree with or without the rules in place, they're going to shut down anyhow?
Yes, I would agree with that characterization. In the population of wells, in any producing situation, there are wells that become uneconomic and are shut down with or without regulations. Yes, that is a correct characterization. And some very small producing wells can be kept on in marginal, in larger situations where there are multiple wells going into a particular lease, even though to someone else it might be considered an uneconomic well, it still provides economic benefit to the lease.
Right. Going back to the Berger's cost study, what kind of discount rate did you use? The same as they used?
They used 10%.
10%?
Yes.
And used 10%?
Yes.
Okay. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you. Other questions, commissioners? Any cross-examination?
I think Ann is getting ready to pose. None. I didn't raise my hand.
Commissioner Brown?
Sorry, Mr. Chairman, I'll do better next time.
Thank you.
A minute ago, you said that there were 10,000 gas wells in the state. Is that what you said a second ago? I thought. Give or take, whatever.
Well, 10,000 wells that produce gas without liquids.
Okay, great. Perfect. So do you know how many of those, that percentage of wells are coal bed methane?
In this particular chart, we took out, I believe we removed coal bed methane wells, but I'd have to go back and look to make sure.
Yeah, I think, I could probably find that information in a minute or two. I mean, it's around, I think, 6. Oh, you know?
It's around 3,000 that are on state lands, so not including wells that are on the southern Ute.
Okay. So you were saying a minute ago that there's a large population of those wells, whatever the number is, that don't producing liquids that are profitable. So yesterday we heard from one of the witnesses from XTO that he was saying that 40% of his inventory of CBM wells were uneconomic. Can you respond to that?
We did not do an economic analysis of the coal bed methane wells as a separate item, nor did we have the economic information in order to do so. We could have done that, but we did not. We were just reviewing the reasonableness of the Berger claims.
Okay. Can you go back to your, I think it's your first slide, Tom?
Oh, sorry, Ron.
It's the one that
Right.
talks about the applicability of the rules to.
Yes.
So even for let me ask you this question. Wouldn't the applicability of these different provisions depend on the VOC content of an individual well, the way the rules are written right now?
Yes, it would depend on whether they're producing VOCs and what volume, if they have liquids that they're putting into a tank. Many sites, many of those sites that have low liquids wouldn't have a tank above 6 TPY of VOC emissions uncontrolled.
So it would vary depending on the nature of the well and either the gas analysis or just whether or not it's producing condensate or oil, correct?
Right, whether they produce condensate would be a factor, absolutely.
Okay. Hold on, just look at your slide again. Okay, I think that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you.
Maybe,
Go ahead.
Commissioner Brown, I just wanted to add a little bit. So we did do some analysis, basic analysis, where we estimated what the VOC emissions would be from coal bed methane wells in the state that would be subject to the rule. And at least according to the WCI's analysis, most of the CBM wells would be subject to only very minimal requirements under this rule because the control requirements are tiered off of VOC emissions. So the LDAR would only be a one-time LDAR. They don't have tanks that would be above 6 TPY, so the STEM requirements don't apply, and nor do the control requirements, as Tom was mentioning. So that only leaves the glycol dehydrator requirements and then the liquids unloading. We consider the liquids unloading best management practice to minimize emissions to be a very flexible requirement that would be quite easy for operators to meet. And I do believe we now have agreement on that particular proposal. And the pneumatics has been shown to be a cost savings within, I believe, a year to a year and a half. Operators will be able to recoup their investment in retrofitting those requirements. So really, you're talking about the one-time LDAR, and potentially, if they happen to have a very small dehydrator and they're within the setback, they might have to control that dehydrator.
Yeah, what I was asking about when I asked about the applicability of the rules, I was directed more toward non-CBM types of wells.
Non-CBM
Non-CBM types of wells in terms of their constituents, in terms of VOCs.
Commissioner Parkey?
Question. we've been talking about cost effectiveness, and I've been trying to get a definition built into the records. And coming from a different background in a different industry, there are certain tests that we have in place that we can show the cost and benefits here. Now, I want to ask your opinion. It's becoming so judgmental here that calling a 400, 500 per ton of VOC reduction as cost effective. I want to just see if you have an opinion on that. How would you define, say, the division proposed $453 per ton of VOC reduction cost effective?
Is that directed towards Ms. Mary Jane Wilson?
I'm sorry?
Were you directing that towards Ms. Wilson or
Either
anybody?
one. It's just a
Sure, I
wide
can-
open question. I just want to have
Sure.
the record to be clear.
Okay.
What are the benefits that we're showing to the society by spending $450 or so in investing in reducing the VOC
Right.
in the state of Colorado?
Right. There's been a lot of testimony about the health benefits of reducing ozone, and VOC is a concern because it contributes to ozone. The state and other rulemakings has used 5,000 per ton as a typical metric for evaluating something, whether something is cost effective. That's for VOCs and ozone. In addition, in the regional haze rulemaking, there was also a threshold of $5,000 per ton. So that's commonly used in Colorado. Other states, like California, I think they have a much higher threshold for what's cost effective, and maybe Ms. Wilson can speak to that. We also saw from the division showed a slide of the cost of doing other VOC reduction strategies, and this was way cheaper than any of those. And so we do have a very important need to reduce ozone in the Front Range and throughout the state of Colorado for multiple reasons. Also, this rule has the benefit of reducing methane, which also has a huge benefit, as we've already talked about. So, I mean, from our perspective, when we look at it, we think we are using, at least for this rulemaking, the $5,000 per ton threshold because that's what the division has used. I think EDF would actually consider a number much higher to be also cost effective, but we don't really even need to debate that here from our perspective because these rules are so cost effective. It's a very simple situation from our perspective.
And maybe this is a question maybe for the division, but you consider this as levelized cost? If you don't know the answer, I probably will direct it to the division.
Yeah, I'm not sure I know the answer to that.
Oh, that's fine.
Did you ask if it is a levelized cost?
Yes.
Yes, and I think the answer is yes, because you do cost effectiveness based on pre-rule emissions versus post-rule minus the reductions on a levelized cost basis over the life of the program.
Thank you. Commissioner Tour.
Thank you. I have a question about the EDF University of Texas study. And in particular, you described that it found that the emissions from pneumatic controllers were 63% higher than in the EPA inventory. Were you able, in that, or was in the study, was it able to distinguish among different types of controllers? I'm particularly interested in this question of, did you get data on the intermittent versus the continuous high bleed pneumatic controllers?
So yes, they did, and in fact, the study focused just on emissions from intermittent bleed devices and low bleed devices. I believe there were no high bleed devices that were included.
But based upon the analysis that you've seen, EDF is not suggesting any replacement requirements for intermediate bleed controllers, no matter how high their emissions may be?
We are not at this time in this context, no.
Have you conducted any analysis of what would be required to do such replacement, or what the emissions benefits or costs might be?
We have not, and the pneumatic controllers is still being studied further in the next section of the phase 2 of the production study. They are getting additional information on that.
Thank you.
We'll go to cross-examination. Would you go through the list, please?
Beginning with the division? Encana? Noble? DCP? RAC? Joint Industry Work Group?
John Jacobs for the Joint Industry Work Group. Just a few questions. I might sit over here at the table so I can face the witnesses.
Please do.
Thank you. Just a couple of questions. Regarding the marginal well analysis, I believe we confirmed that no CBM wells were included, correct?
We were using the Berger Group analysis and just added the gas of a typical 2-barrel per day well.
And that typical 2-barrel-a-day well is basically an average well across a distribution of wells with different gas and oil production ratios, if you will, is it not? So we're talking about an average well. That typical 2-barrel-a-day well is an average across wells that have very, I mean, they all have 2 barrels a day, but some have a lot of gas and some have very little gas. Would you agree?
You know, I don't know that I would characterize it as some have very little gas. I think the...
It's a distribution. It's an average of the distribution of wells with varying gas and oil, with the oil at 2 barrels.
Yeah, we used the Berger Group analysis where it was 2 barrels per day, and then we looked at the distribution of gas, which is showed on this slide here.
Right.
And it shows that, you know, pretty much every well with, you know, there's a lot of wells in the state that have, the majority, really, if you look at this table, have a very high amount of gas.
That's what I'm getting after is, what is a lot of wells? Is it every well? No.
Yeah, every well.
Every well. Your
at
testimony today is every well
No.
produces a lot of gas with 2 barrels of oil.
Right. No, that's not my testimony. What we're saying is that if you look at the distribution of wells in the state, that they tend to have a lot of gas. And is every well in the state producing a lot of gas that has 2 barrels per day? You know, probably not. But this is an overall analysis using the generalized assumptions from the Berger.
And the source of the data for the gas production that you laid over the Berger analysis is?
The COGCC data.
Thank you. I wanted to just confirm that. Last question. With respect to marginal wells, you talked about things that marginal well owners don't need to do. One of the things they do need to do after a one-time instrument monitoring is record keeping and reporting with respect to their monthly AVO. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Thank you.
I think it's not.
Sorry. Coalition of Energy Producing Counties, CROSS. Local community organizations. Conservation Group. Local Government Coalition. WELD. And Worldwide Liquids. Thank you.
One quick comment. I noticed a typo on my slide. On one of the slides, it said 11.3 million, and it should be 11.3 billion. So most places uses the billion figure. I'd request that, make that correction in the record.
That's fine. The commission is in recess until 1:15.
Just a reminder to everyone, please use that cafeteria, and also, last time, I won't say it again, also if you have rebuttal slides that are not
The rulemaking is back in session. The next rebuttal presentation is Noble Energy and Anadarko. No.
Okay, good. Hit me with the tablet, me too. Everybody's trading comments here, I'm trying to keep track.
Denise Kennedy, representing Noble in Anadarko. Thank you for your time, and we've appreciated the opportunity to testify today. Noble and Anadarko support the proposed rules. As their prior testimony demonstrates, the rules are technically feasible and implementable. As based on their experience, Noble's and Anadarko's costs per inspection range from $250 to $800 per well site, depending on the size of the site. The rules will achieve meaningful VOC reductions. The company cost estimates support the division's cost effectiveness determinations. These rules are important to Colorado's oil and natural gas future. Noble and Anadarko urge the Commission to adopt the rules as proposed. Brian Lockhart of Noble Energy will now present rebuttal testimony on behalf of Noble Energy. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, thank you. I appreciate your time again. I do not have a prop today. I couldn't fit an auto igniter in my pocket, so I apologize. Noble Energy thanks the division for the lengthy, inclusive, and comprehensive informal stakeholder process that allows Noble Energy to participate and share our experience with a voluntary IR camera program and other aspects of the proposed rules. We also appreciate the involvement of other stakeholders and appreciate their time and participation in helping to develop the proposed rules. As a result, the proposed rules reflect the work, perspective, and experience of many parties. We also thank both the division and the Commission for your time during this lengthy formal rulemaking hearing that has allowed interested parties a chance to present their data and information with respect to important parts of the proposed rules. Stepping back to our earlier testimony, Noble Energy has gained real-life experience since it first purchased IR cameras back in 2008 and introduced it into our maintenance programs. We don't have any formal reports. What I have is real experience from our IR camera operators in the field. Based on what we've seen over the time with our voluntary IR camera program, we believe it might be helpful to summarize a couple of our points. Monitoring frequency. Noble believes the proposed monitoring frequency in the rule is the right balance. We do believe it results in emissions benefit. We believe it's technically feasible. We support the division's determination that the rules are cost-effective. And we believe it's going to build on our experience, and we're going to continue to learn and continue to improve as we use IR cameras in the field. Some parties have said the monitoring should be more frequent, and others have said it should be less frequent. Specifically, some have suggested that the one-time well site should be monitored annually. Noble believes that the division has properly analyzed the need for monitoring facilities subject to the one-time requirement. Noble does not believe evidence has been presented to justify a change to this proposal and continues to support the proposed rules monitoring frequency for this tier. As to the question of skip monitoring or step-down monitoring, we support the division's LDAR frequency. As Encana just presented, their data shows leaks continue over time. We have not used it in our voluntary program, as we've seen that as well. So therefore, we believe the division's proposal strikes the appropriate balance. The rule has significant record-keeping requirements. It will develop data to access the success of the program. Repair period. Noble believes the rule provision for leak repairs is appropriate. The rule provides for a 5-day period to fix a leak when initially identified. Other provisions are added for leaks that cannot be fixed within that 5-day window. It's covered. Noble believes that the rule needs to be retained for the flexibility in repair time to accommodate the variety of operations out there and the situations that could arise. Phase-in period. As I testified earlier, the rule will take time to implement, even for companies like ours that have experience with these programs. Phase-in periods in the rule are critical to ensure the success of the program, and we urge the Commission to retain that time, the phase-in period in the rule. Lastly, Noble has taken seriously the concerns of others in the industry who have wells with marginal production and who are concerned with the costs of an IR camera inspection. And to follow with the RAC's offer, Noble would be happy to share its IR camera experience with other operators, have them come on site to see how the cameras work, and potentially provide loaner cameras. This could be done on an individual basis with other operators, or Noble would be happy to work with KOGA to provide this assistance as well. Noble believes the IR camera inspections work. They reduce VOC emissions from oil and gas operations and are the right thing for our industry to do here in Colorado. We encourage the Commission to adopt these rules as proposed with the division's minor technical clarifications. They are the right things for our employees, our neighbors, our communities in the state of Colorado. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions, commissioners? Commissioner Tour.
I have one, and I'm still trying to make sure that I understand the reasoning of each party around the appropriate balance in terms of the instrument-based inspections on the lowest tier. And I guess a question that I would have would be, given the experience that you have sort of with kind of on-the-ground instrument-based detection, is there no time period at which a follow-up instrument-based inspection makes sense for the lowest tier? So a decade out, we're not going to find leaks that we wouldn't find through AVO during those monthly inspections?
That's a good question. It's a good question. I think there's a balance between LDAR with an IR camera and LDAR with AVO.
Mm-hmm.
And LDAR with an IR camera, as we have used, has helped train our operators on where and how to identify leaks to help dial in and focus their AVO program. And we just think the rule strikes a balance at those lower tier locations requiring a one-time camera survey with regular AVO inspections. Now, if we do have a leak that we find, that we fix, we do follow up with an IR camera to ensure we fixed it at these smaller locations.
Saying if through AVO you find a leak.
Correct.
And that's really interesting. I did not pick up on that.
Noble does that as part of their program.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Brown.
Your company seems to have a lot of experience with this. So is there an economy of scale that plays out here? For example, when you guys started, I'm assuming that when you were getting going that there was some higher cost compared to what you're seeing now, or is that wrong?
There's economies of scale. We've gotten better. We've gotten better, and as our operations have gone more towards the vertical well, single battery program to the larger multi-horizontal well programs, there's less drive time in between locations. And as a whole, we have fine-tuned our inspections.
So would you say the cost have come down, you know, a guess on a percentage?
Our IR camera operators are getting better. All anecdotally, when we talk to them about how they're doing,
Mm-hmm.
and they're getting better at finding leaks and knowing what sort of weather conditions, if the wind is blowing, they know they can't be out on location. They have to go back and retest. So they've just dialed in their program.
So they've just gotten better with their better
Yeah,
usage of time?
gotten better.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
I have one
Commissioner
question.
Barkey.
Thank you. I'm trying to kind of clear my mind on, there was one slide, I don't know, it was your slide or somebody else, what it was showing the level of conventional wells, number of wells going downward, and the horizontal wells going upwards as we look into the future, or from some date up to now. Is your company also having same practice, not doing any conventional or marginal wells anymore?
We ended our conventional well program in the DJ 2009, 2010.
Okay.
I think, quote me on the date, it's been a few years.
All right, so no conventional wells?
No,
So
not in the
everything
DJ.
that you have now is considered not marginal?
Well, we are no longer drilling conventional wells, but we still have a significant number of conventional well tank batteries that are still operating in the basin.
Okay. Do you consider them as the marginal wells?
I'm not exactly sure what the economics are, what a marginal well is in my role. I know we are still operating them all, and I don't know at what point they shut them in.
With the rules being implemented, are you going to still operate those with knowing the cost of the rules implementations?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, do parties wish to cross-examine? Any hands?
Cross, seeing that?
No cross. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Who's next?
We have DCP.
Okay. DCP?
They got a donation.
Good afternoon, Jeff Schwartz on behalf of DCP Midstream. First, I want to clarify, yesterday during cross-examination of the conservation group's expert, Dr. McCabe, that we were referring to the conservation group's rebuttal exhibit pages 1 through 9, which was or is attachment K, an API technical review of pneumatic controllers. So that document is in the record. There was a question about that yesterday.
Okay, thank you.
As a general matter, DCP urges the Commission to adopt the Division's rule package in its entirety, as it is presently proposed, and to resist adjusting elements of, in particular, Reg 7, Section 17, which are supported by a significant number of the industry, including DCP. The rules are technically feasible and reasonably implementable. Our first specific rebuttal comment goes to intermittent pneumatic controllers. With respect to the regulation of intermittent controllers, to be clear for the record, and as confirmed by the Conservation Group's expert, there are no analyses or studies regarding the technical feasibility, environmental benefit, or cost related to replacing intermittent pneumatic controllers with either continuous bleed controllers or different types of intermittent pneumatic controllers. DCP echoes EDF's response to the Commission on this subject, that these types of controllers are not presently ripe for regulation, but are subject to study. Certain of the commenters have suggested that LDAR frequency at compressor stations should be increased. The rule package the division has presented to the Commission and that DCP supports links the threshold triggers for compressor station LDAR monitoring frequency to the fugitive emissions from components at any given compressor station, and not, as the conservation groups and others are proposing, to the total potential to emit of VOC from an entire facility. By express regulatory structure, LDAR applies specifically to defined components at a facility. Since the emission reductions at the core of the division's proposal relate to LDAR components only, LDAR frequency should, as it does in the division's proposal, directly correlate with the estimated potential for emissions from leaking components. As such, the division's proposal properly recognizes that permitted emissions of VOCs elsewhere at a facility are irrelevant to determining LDAR frequency, and related emissions benefits from an LDAR program, i.e., it doesn't make sense that emissions from unrelated equipment such as tanks and engines at compressor stations that are already permitted should dictate LDAR frequency. In addition, DCP would like to emphasize that even its smallest compressor stations will be subject to annual instrument-based LDAR requirements, not one-time of-the-life facility as provided for elsewhere in the rules. This is a significantly stringent requirement calibrated to ensure that even DCP's smallest compressor stations are subject to regular annual instrument-based monitoring for the life of the facility. Finally, there were certain comments that related to industry experience to the effect that 80% of identified leaks are being repaired immediately. DCP has significant LDAR experience at its natural gas processing plants in particular. Based on that experience, DCP can represent that during any given LDAR inspection, a number of leaks can be addressed by simple repairs like tightening bonnet bolts on the spot on any given valve. Anticipating which components may be found to be leaking, however, during any given LDAR monitoring event is impossible, though. This is why the 5-day repair provisions in the rule make sense and are necessary to ensure companies can comply with the requirements. They reflect legitimate realities posed by any LDAR monitoring event and provide midstream operators the necessary opportunity to achieve final repair, especially for sensitive or critical components. In closing, I would just mention that there are a number of our rebuttal issues in our rebuttal statement that are sort of still in play within the rulemaking, and if you have questions about that, we commend you to those written materials to review. Thank you. If you have questions, and I also have Laura Weber with me, if you have technical questions about DCP's processes or how the rules would apply. Thank you.
Questions from commissioners? All right, any cross-examination? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
It's the Joint Industry Work Group, right?
It is the Joint Industry Work Group.
All right, the Joint Industry Work Group.
64 minutes of time. And their application. A lot of horse trading going on lately. Lots of horse trading going on with times. Yeah, well, yeah. At least 2 or 3. They have slides on that.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, John Jacobs for the Joint Industry Work Group and our DGS client group, constituent member. Before I begin our rebuttal, I want to address the issue of the Encana rebuttal slides and the data that we discussed before the lunch break, if I may briefly. I appreciate that Counsel for Encana provided us with a summary chart of cost information related to the final slide in that presentation. Just really as the lunch break began, we asked for the other information. I received that at 1:27 during the Noble rebuttal. I forwarded it to Dr. McDonald 4 or 5 minutes later while I was listening to the DCP rebuttal a moment ago, and we simply have not had a chance to look at those data. I'm somewhat torn because obviously I think you all would like to include it and consider it, but we're prejudiced by the late ability to consider it even as we're delivering our rebuttal statement. If we could have but 5 minutes at the beginning of the day tomorrow to have Dr. McDonald address those data, perhaps less time as needed, but no more than 5 minutes, that would allow us after our rebuttal, which obviously we've been working on very hard as we hear the other parties' rebuttals, and allow you the benefit of some analysis of those data.
Okay, that seems like a reasonable remedy. We will reopen the record briefly tomorrow morning prior to deliberation. So if you could be ready at 9 o'clock to address
Absolutely.
that would be great.
And my apologies to Dr. McDonald for bringing her back on Sunday. So thank you very much. That will suffice. For our rebuttal testimony, we're going to handle this in the form of panels again, and would invite you to ask questions of them as each panel is up here. The first panel consists of Dr. Lisa McDonald, our mineral economist, with whom you spoke yesterday, Dr. James Wilkinson, our atmospheric scientist, whom you've also spoken with, and also with them to answer questions as needed is our petroleum engineer, Mr. Clark Parrott of the Ryder Scott firm. We will start with Dr. McDonald.
Good afternoon. For my rebuttal statement, I wanted to start by talking a little bit more about the marginal analysis, given the great amount of discussion we have had on that. And I just wanted to provide you a context of why we did what we did. Prior to the regulatory impact analysis that the division provided on February 10th, there was very little, if any, analysis or discussion about what the economic impacts would be of these rules. And there was very little discussion about what those impacts meant to small operators. So what we tried to do with a limited analysis is to provide some insight on that issue, and have obviously gotten a lot of discussion, which I think has been healthy, about what those impacts actually are. We did just look at a subset of wells. We focused on oil. Because of the nature of production in Colorado, I think all of those wells are in the DJ Basin. We're not trying to imply that there's not other marginal gas wells around the state that are considered marginal, depending on how you define it, and could be impacted. This was not a full regulatory impact analysis, nor were we asked to do one, but the division has done one. But we do believe that the evidence that we provided in this limited macro view, combined with what some of the small operators gave you, their perspectives more on a micro view, that those small operators will be impacted. And those impacts, while we don't know what the magnitude of those are, could be significant. I think it's also safe to say, given the testimony of the small operators and the testimony of the large operators, that the small operators will be impacted more than the large operators will. Now, I believe those conclusions are in contradiction to what the division has concluded about impacts to marginal wells and economic impacts. In their regulatory impact analysis, they state that even though they did not analyze the issue, they concluded that there would be a very small impact on these marginal wells, and go on to state in the testimony on Thursday that in fact that impact is zero. I believe that the testimony you heard from EDF would have to question that conclusion that the impact is zero. But it may be smaller than what we have estimated. And I also just wanted to bring your attention back to some of the other important conclusions from my testimony. One is I believe that the cost of this program that have been estimated is much more expensive than what the division has estimated. I also believe that these regulatory costs are going to be more of an impact to small operators than they are to large operators. And I also believe that the producers outside the non-attainment area are going to have more significant costs than those within the non-attainment area. There also has been a great amount of debate about the difference in our costs versus the difference in the other costs that have been provided by the division and others. And I think we've done a good job laying out the differences in assumptions with our costs and the division's costs. anytime I'm asked this question, that's what I usually do. I go back and look at the assumptions. We've now also done that with another one of the cost analysis, the one provided by Noble. And if you can pull up, so I don't know how well you can see this, but this is their spreadsheet that they provided as one of their exhibits. And the first thing that jumps out, this is for well production facilities, and the first thing that jumps out, and I believe it's for their well for production facilities, you'll notice that they estimate that the LDAR program will reduce VOCs by 20,000 tons per year. This is 6,900 tons greater than what the division has estimated for well production facilities across the entire state. If you then go to the last page of that exhibit, and again, this is for well production facilities. Can you Oh no, is this counted against our time? Go one more.
One more page.
Yeah, is there one more page? Okay, and can you blow up that top, not that, right there. Okay, so, and again, looking at, and again, this is just a spreadsheet. I'm trying to figure out what their assumptions here, but it appears that for the well production facilities, an assumption, they're using the uncontrolled emissions from the tanks to estimate what the benefits would be for the well production facilities. So you can see there 50 tons per year for the largest facilities. Now, I just will remind you that both us and the division assumed much lower uncontrolled emissions at well production facilities. I think the biggest number that the division assumed was 4.6. So this number is more than 10 times higher than what the division had assumed. So if you have a much larger number on the denominator of that cost per ton, it's going to skew that analysis. So I believe that is the most significant reason why our costs are different than what have been presented and you've been asked to consider. That concludes my testimony. I know you had some additional questions and some homework for me that I'd be happy to try to address at this time.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, just because several commissioners had questions during her direct testimony for Dr. McDonald, we wanted to make her available to address those points as part of commission questioning.
Does she constitute a panel, as you suggested?
No,
Or you're saying,
and we could do that at the end if you'd prefer, and we'll go with the other witnesses.
let's
It's just
do it
that
now.
she was assigned homework by several commissioners, and we wanted to make good on that.
all right. Commissioners, you have questions of this witness? Please.
Actually, this isn't homework. I don't think I assigned you any. But I just wanted to clarify that I understood a comment that you made just now in your rebuttal statement. I heard you say, and I may be wrong, that you believe that there will be more, this rule will project more significant costs on operators in the attainment areas than on operators in the non-attainment areas.
Yes, I believe our costs have shown, we did that geographic, if you remember from the testimony earlier, that the costs outside the non-attainment area are higher than they are within the non-attainment, am I saying that right? They're out, the rest of the state are higher than they are within the non-attainment area.
And would you just briefly review why that is?
With the LDAR, it's mainly because you are traveling to all these remote sites and doing these inspections, so there's a lot higher travel costs, which is a major component of the inspection costs.
Okay, thank you then.
Sure.
I just wanted to follow up and clarify that last point. When you say that, you're saying on a per unit VOC emissions reduction basis or a per inspection basis, not as total program costs, is that correct?
Well, if you, on a per inspection basis, those costs are higher.
That's
Because
what you're
again, there's
saying.
more
Is that
travel.
correct?
But then, you aggregate those costs up to total program costs.
Okay. And then one of the questions that came up on your testimony earlier was about the severance taxes on the stripper wells.
Yes.
Did you have a chance to check that?
Yes, and that is a correct assumption. We should not have estimated severance taxes because they're not applied to wells that produce under 15 barrels a day.
I would have liked to have your analysis before this session, so I could have had a couple more questions. But let me just direct my question to you. I guess we've been trying, at least I was trying, to quantify in my mind the actual cost of the rules on marginal wells or the smaller operators. And as of today, I haven't really gotten there yet. And I'm just going to see if you can help me to get there. I think I asked yesterday from one of the witnesses that how we characterize the marginal wells. And I went through an example. And the thing I heard, I'm going to repeat it here, maybe you can correct me if I'm wrong.
Mm-hmm.
The way he put it, he said, when we drill the wells, in the first couple years, we recover all the capital costs. And then after that, it's just a pure profit, less operating cost. Then I asked, is that profit or the earnings or net earnings is based on the commodity cost? And he referred to that, yes. And I asked, what is the commodity cost in your cost estimates? And we heard $4 a million BTU. Now my question to you is this. If these so-called marginal wells or the small operators have been operating for years, that means they have recovered their capital cost, correct?
That's correct.
Okay.
My understanding.
I'm sorry?
That's my understanding.
Okay. So now we are on that second stage, that is the production of that well is going to depend on the commodity cost less the operating cost. Are you referring that implementations of the rules will eat into their profits so much that they will be in red?
At some point, yes.
Do you have some examples showing that to prove that that will be the case?
Our analysis, again, very limited. They were done based on averages, and a more rigorous analysis would be needed to point exactly to what you're saying,
Okay,
yes.
So let me just repeat myself one more time. If I were a small operator, and I've been operating now without the rules being implemented, I've been doing fine. The economics of the wells are allowing me to run those wells and make money. Now, if the rules come into effect, am I hearing this right, that you're saying that I will be forced to shut that well or those wells down because of the rules?
I don't know if you'd be forced. You may make the business decision to shut down if the costs, I mean, the basic business decision is if your lease operating costs, including the regulatory costs, that's the definition of economic limit.
Yeah, but you just testified that they were being read.
Excuse me?
You just testified, I asked you the question very directly. I said, will they lose money and go into the red? Red meaning going below the bottom line.
Yes, at some point they
Are you
will.
still referring that they will be bankrupt?
Bankrupt is across,
Sorry?
there's a potential for wells that the cost could, with the implementation of these rules, for some wells, that those costs would be more than the revenue they are earning.
More mean in what respect more? Is the 10% more will eat into their profits, or will 100% of their profits will go into the rules implementation? Can you quantify that?
I cannot quantify that on an individual well basis because we don't have that
Can
data.
you relatively give us some example of that?
Not based on the analysis we have done.
Okay.
If I may, and I only to aid in responding to your question, Mr. Commissioner, I believe that the prior testimony of Lyndon Harrison for XTO addressed marginal wells, marginal CBM wells, and those marginal costs. And I would also point out that your question assumes a single owner throughout the life of the well, and quite frequently, after initial production, the well is sold. A second or third or fourth operator might operate a marginal well for many years, did not necessarily incur the capital, but has the lease operating expenses and has to make it all work. So I would just suggest that that be considered. It's not the person who drilled the well always who's got the marginal wells today and is going to have to comply with these rules.
Right, but I'm referring to the testimony or the rebuttal testimony of EDF that we just heard. On the wells, gas wells, they're making $85,000 a year.
That's the typical 2-barrel-a-day well, oil with gas, and it's an average.
Right.
It's a tyranny of the average. There are many wells that don't make that gas and still make 2 barrels of oil.
All right, so let's just make an example here. My example that I'm trying to understand is if a small operator is operating today without the rules being implemented, if the rules go into an effect, what is the percentages of those operating costs is going to be allocated to the rules implementation? Do you have that in your mind that you can?
Yes,
put into
actually,
the record?
that was one of my homework questions, I believe. And I went back and did a quick calculation, again, based on those averages that we used. And at the start of that period, when the period, at the point where we started to set, where we said we've added these regulatory costs and there may be wells that go offline, that the estimated regulatory cost, average cost that we've added to those wells across all the different tiers is about 20% of net revenue.
20%?
Yes.
Okay. So the rest of the 100%, 80% is the profit?
That's right.
Okay. So that answers my question. So in reality, if the rules go into, okay, let me just clarify that. Without the rules going into effect, would that 20% be less?
Yes, because you would not have those regulatory costs.
What would that be?
The net cost would be those average costs that we've already looked at.
You said 20% of the operating costs will go for the rules implementation. Without the rules being implemented, what would that percentage?
No, I think you misunderstood what I said. I said the the percentage of the cost of the proposed rules on average would be about 20% of net revenue.
Okay, that's fine. Without the rules in place, what would that percentage be today operating without the rules in place? Is it 15%, 18% of the net revenues?
Going forward.
Do they have any controls today that they are
If
considering
you're asking me
that
what
as
their-
part of the operating cost?
If you're asking me what their environmental costs are, is that what you're asking?
I'm asking you, under the current rules, the controls that they have in place.
Yes, understand.
Okay, what is that percentage of that control cost that they have invested, or is the running cost actually, not the initial investment? Is the running operating cost of the controls under devices today without the rules being implemented? What is that?
I do not know the answer to that question. Because we just have average operating costs, which would include all of those things.
So you made a study for the rules implementation without first picking up the base case, that we can have a base case to compare it to the implementation of the rule. Isn't that the economic analysis? I would do that. I would do a base case analysis, and then I make a variation from the base case.
That's what we did.
Okay. What is that base case that you did?
We assumed,
Meaning doing nothing, business as usual today.
That's what we did.
Okay.
And we assumed an average lease operating cost per those wells that includes all the regulations, all the environmental controls, all the other controls, everything else that needs to be done to operate that well. So that's the base case.
Okay.
Then
So
we've
that's a
just
base case.
added those
All right.
additional costs.
Thank you. That's a business as
Commissioner-
usual going today.
Yes.
Without the rules implementation.
Yes.
What is that percentage of cost against the net revenue? You mentioned 20% when the rules go into effect. What did you find that doing nothing today is costing those small operators?
Commissioner, I think that, with all due respect, I don't think you're going to get an answer that's going to satisfy your question. I think she's attempted to answer it numerous times.
If I may?
Mr. Jacobs.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Commissioner. Joe Del Mizue with WPX is also with us. I failed to introduce her, and available for questions. And based on her operational experience and EHS experience for WPX, she could also answer some of those unit cost questions that you were asking.
Fair enough.
If that would be acceptable, she can at least do that, and then we'll see where we are.
We'll get back on track. We'll continue with, if there are other commissioner questions of this witness.
Okay.
Then we'll return to the panel, then we'll do questions, then cross of the entire panel. Okay. Are there other questions? Commissioner Tour.
Thanks. Couple of questions. I'm not sure whether I heard this correctly or interpreted it correctly. In your rebuttal testimony, you were describing numbers that Noble Energy had estimated for their VOC reductions, and which I think said was 29,000 tons per year.
I think it was 20.
But you then said that was 6,900 times larger than the division estimated for the entire state. And looking at the memo, I'm seeing that the division estimate for VOC reductions from leak inspection at tanks was about 14,000 tons per year. So I'm not sure I'm understanding.
So the state estimated from well production facilities that emissions would be reduced by 14,015 for the whole state. The estimates provided by Noble shows a reduction of 20,982 tons, and I believe those are just for their facilities.
Okay, now I understand. I had heard that as a factor of 6,900, not a subtraction of 6,900. Then a couple of additional questions related to the analysis that you presented that ended up estimating, I believe, 115 million barrels of oil that would be left in the ground due to wells being shut in to the cost of the regulation. And still trying to understand that. So the testimony that we had gotten was that those marginal wells currently account for about 1.5 million barrels per month, or about 18 million barrels a year. And so if one assumed that they last for 60 years and did a sort of a straight line curve or a straight line diagram like the triangle that you showed of sort of decline over time, that would suggest that over a 60-year period, your total production would be, back of the envelope, a little over 500 million barrels. And so you're arguing that more than 20% of total production would be lost. But again, when I looked at the triangle that you had drawn that showed the little shaded area when you go from the 0.77 down to the 0.43 barrels, that triangle accounts for 2.3% of the area of the total production triangle. And so when I apply 2.3% to 500 million barrels, I come up with something on the order of 10 million barrels, so about an order of magnitude lower than that estimate. And I'm trying to understand how these line up against each other.
So, great question. And I think first I want to point out that the figure that was in the original testimony is really just a cartoon, and it does not represent those production curves that are really hyperbolic. And so we're talking about these wells that are in, and Clark can explain this better than I can, but you've got those long tails. It's not a triangle. And so where production will occur at a low rate over many, many years. And that's where these wells are at on that production curve.
So do you have any diagrams showing that?
Clark, do you? You had one.
I believe it was added somewhere on the list. I don't know exactly where it is.
Next slide.
Next slide.
No, that's,
Isn't that my stuff?
That's Jim McDonald's.
Next slide.
The hyperbolic,
Into
I gave it to Eric, the hard copy.
We'll get back to you on that if we can
Okay.
the questions. I think we do have that.
Okay. So if there's a very long tail, that would suggest that to the extent that it is true that these would be shut in, that many of those shut-ins would take place well into the future. Is that accurate?
I mean, because we did this on an average, some will, I mean, it's a distribution, and, you know, so it's hard to, but it is true that some will be shut in well into the future.
And to the extent that there's obviously, depending on the particular characteristics of the well, a variety of different types of requirements that may kick in. But to the extent that that wells are in a tier where the only requirement would essentially be a one-time instrument-based monitoring followed by AVO and record keeping. Explain to me for those wells what you believe the impact would be in terms of requiring wells to be shut in.
In our analysis, I think there's approximately 35% of the facilities, something like that falls into that category. And then, you know, we just estimated these wells across the same distribution that the division is assuming. And so, you know, the ones that have the lower requirements, you're not going to have as big of an impact, and the likelihood, you know, so the shutdown period is you know, it may even farther. It is true that on those smaller facilities, the ones that truly have, you know, the one-time AVO one-time LDAR and then AVO, that those impacts would be smaller.
Okay. And then just one final question, and this may reflect my experience in economic analysis around energy tends to be in the electric utility sector. And there, when doing long-term economic analysis, people tend to start with a set of price assumptions where they're usually using the reference case scenario from the annual energy outlook, and then they may do sensitivity modeling using the low and high price scenarios. I did take a look at what the latest AEO from the U.S. Energy Information Administration projects for oil prices, and that constant price assumption is close to their low price scenario, but the reference case scenario, which doesn't go out 60 years, but over the next 25 years, the reference case scenario has the, you know, in $2012, the price going from $90 to $150 a barrel. I'm just curious whether it would be more standard to use that as your base case as opposed to assuming a flat, you know, essentially assuming the low price scenario.
I definitely agree with you. I mean, and that's, you know, when we started this again, we're doing a limited analysis here. If I was doing a full regulatory impact analysis, absolutely would take those into consideration and maybe look at the sensitivity analysis around prices, because that it would clearly change the analysis. But we, you know, again, we're just trying to provide some information because frankly, the economic impacts weren't discussed at all. So,
and would it be the case that with an escalating price, the level that you would determine of the number of wells that would likely be shut in due to production costs exceeding the sales, the net revenues would be smaller?
If you held everything else constant, because if the price of oil goes up, I'm assuming that costs are going to go up as well. So again, you'd have to take all that into consideration. But absolutely, that if prices increase, you're not going to have the same impact.
Okay, thank you.
You saw Mike. We had testimony yesterday from Yuma County about their assessed valuation on production. When I look at your table 28 in your report, is that captured in there anywhere?
Uh,
By the way, this is not a homework assignment. I just want to make that clear to start with.
Especially since, 28, you said? Okay. So can you repeat your question?
When I look at the bottom, there's a cost you show. When I look at this, you've got lost royalties, lost severance taxes. We know the severance taxes don't apply, but it's got lost royalties. There's an assessed valuation that the county realizes from production.
Yeah, ad valorem tax.
Ad valorem tax, right?
No, we did not address ad valorem taxes here. Now, I would say I have the same question about ad valorem taxes as was brought up about severance taxes. I believe there are some exemptions that may apply to these marginal wells. I'd have to check that. But I would also add that even if this severance tax doesn't apply, state and local governments are still, there's lots of other taxes that they're collecting on, whether it's income taxes or sales taxes or equipment taxes that have not been included either.
Okay.
If I may again, to be most responsive to the commissioner's questions, I'm going to ask Clark Parrott to come up here and stand with Dr. McDonald, since he can answer some of these questions and they work together in providing the marginal well analysis. If that's okay with you, Mr. Chairman?
That's fine.
Thank you, Clark.
In the meantime, Commissioner?
So I want to be clear, and I apologize if my recollection is fuzzy, because it could be at this point. The marginal wells analysis you did was looking at oil or condensate sales, is that correct?
Yes.
And gas sales were not included in your analysis?
That's correct.
Do you know how much oil revenues Yuma County receives? Or what percentage of their oil and gas revenues are from oil?
I think the testimony said yesterday that most of it is gas.
Thank you.
Now, Commissioner Brown, did you get an answer to your question? No, you may re-ask your question with the supplemental witness.
We're going to go one more round.
I think I understand it.
I hope that you can.
Or the sacrificial witness.
So the question is this: for marginal wells, what is the current percentage of revenues
Used up
that
by
goes towards the air quality regulations, and how much will this percentage increase, if any, by the proposed rules? Is it clear enough?
Yes, it is.
Okay.
In the assumption for the 2-barrel-a-day well, we assume that the lease operating expense per well for those 2-barrel-a-day well was $900. That's an all-encompassing lease operating expense. I don't have that broken down. I would imagine a very small portion of that is to current environmental regulation, but that $900 is an average pumper, chemicals, maintenance, all that kind of stuff, $900 per well per month. So that's the base lease operating expense for the well. With the assumptions that we had, the well at 2 barrels a day and the prices and everything was making $4,320 a month. So on that first month, it was making $4,000 a month, $4,320, and $900 of that was going to LOE, which is right at 20%. Okay? That's the first part of your question. So as it is now, for a 2-barrel-a-day well, 20% of the revenue is going back into operations. Okay? Then working with Dr. McDonald, I'm just kind of providing the barrels, she's providing the numbers. After all the to get them on the same level or the same comparative basis, she took all the costs for the regulations, ran it through her analysis, and came up with a per well cost. That incremental per well cost is $700 per well per month. So the LOE goes from $900 plus an incremental $700, okay? So that either, depending on what you go, with the $4,320 and they've spent $900 on LOE right now without the implementation, they have $3,620.
It's $1,600 now over $4,200.
Right, right. So it's depending on which number you take it, it's an incremental 16 to 20% of their revenue stream. An incremental 16 to 20% of the revenue stream due to the added costs.
Okay. And the characterization of this is for 2 barrels of production per day.
Yes.
Okay. Anything below that, what would be the percentages?
Well, hopefully that segues into our next conversation.
Well, could I ask just a quick, to clarify, the expenses you're citing are based on the joint industry group's analysis and estimate of the costs, not based on the division's estimates of the costs?
Correct.
Thank you.
That 2-barrel-a-day well is going to continue to decline over time to 1.9, 1.8, 1.5. Okay. I used a very, I think, conservative decline rate, and then I only declined it at 2.5% per year, which is pretty flat. For an end-of-life well, they tend to get really flat, but they're not permanently flat. So at 2 barrels a day, you take 2% off of that. That's 0.8 of a barrel, you know, at the end of that year, and another couple of percent off every year. So it's going to gradually go down over time, and the LOE is going to stay pretty constant. Okay. That first
Just
$900.
to let you know, you're back on your time now. Okay?
Yeah.
I'm considering this part of your presentation at this point.
Okay.
Just one follow-up question.
Back on our time.
On the $4,200 revenue is based on what price of the commodity?
$90.
$90 on the oil. So also, can we have some numbers for gas wells as well?
We do.
We do.
Or you can stay up here, but I'd like to introduce Jodelle Mizoe with WPX Gas Experience % Lease Operating Expense. She can answer some of your gas questions.
Thank you.
Mr. Moss testified yesterday, and he did provide you some of this information. I'm just expanding on what he provided. You were asking on lease operating expenses for gas wells or for marginal wells. Right. We popped up a picture of our small facilities with 0.11 fugitive emissions from those facilities. So that's the environmental or that's what could be reduced, where the division assumes 4.6 tons per year. So we're considerably smaller in that piece. The lease operating expenses range from, $500 to $1,000 for that size well. Those wells are making approximately $50,000. Now, those are marginal, below the threshold. I think the marginal definition is 90,000 cubic feet per day, okay? We're looking at something smaller than that, which is like 10% of our number of wells. So that gives you an idea of a large operator, and if you have these types of wells, what these costs could mean. The lease operating expense for those for those wells is in the range of $500 to $1,000. If you add on these types of environmental, all the requirements that you're looking at, it does make operating those wells much more challenging, because it could easily double from the division's cost to Noble's cost. They're looking, to range from $200 to $1,000. And that would basically double the lease operating expense. And if you're looking at the types of wells and a $4 gas price, which most of this year we weren't at that level, that's where you're coming into very marginal wells. And the CBM operators, their lease operating expenses are probably very similar to ours. And then you're looking at, they have no VOC reductions, or very small. Their potential fugitive emissions that they're going after in this program are incredibly small compared to that.
All right, so, I'm sorry, so if we were to just get the numbers together here, again, could you put in a record that what percentage currently is the environmental cost for those gas wells?
For those,
What would be after the rules are implemented, percentage-wise?
Percentage-wise, they'd probably be close to 100 or 150% of the lease operating expense. And that's what you're looking at, of whether or not you continue to operate those wells.
Am I hearing you saying 150% of the operating cost goes to the environmental cost?
They could. If you're looking at,
Commissioner Berge, I believe she's answered your question, and you're reposing it, and,
that's fine.
I just don't think it's going to get us anywhere.
That's fine. I'll just
Commissioner Milford?
I just want to get a little clarification on this testimony. So what's the size of the well that you're talking about when you say the 0.11 tons of emissions reduction?
those are the smaller wells.
Can you tell me the size in terms of annual production rate or daily production rate?
Those are around 50,000 a day.
50
Of
TCF
gas.
a day?
Right.
Okay. And the operating expenses that you cited initially, were those monthly lease operating expenses?
Yes. Well, those are our, I believe those are the daily operating expenses.
Those are daily operating expenses. Are you sure about that?
Monthly? They're monthly, excuse me.
They're monthly, okay. And then the environmental, the LDAR expenses that you were quoting from Noble and the other groups, were those also on a monthly basis, or were those per one-time inspection visit?
Those are the one-time inspections, but...
Thank you.
Okay, could you proceed with your presentation, please?
Okay, and those, there are monthly costs associated with the OVA, or the OVA piece.
There was one more slide about homework.
This isn't working?
No, it's working.
Okay.
I had one more slide here for you.
I know, but it's not there.
It's not?
I don't think. Nope, not there. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to introduce James Wilkinson, PhD with Golder Associates. Dr. Wilkinson?
Thank you, Mr. Jacobs. Let's see if I can get through mine a lot faster. I'm going to clarify some statements that I made yesterday in regards to the impact that the 20% reduction in the DJ Basin had on ozone. As air quality monitors, what we tend to do is pick a couple of metrics. And one of these metrics that we pick is the co-located peak ozone value and the reduction that occurs when we reduce emissions, as in this sensitivity. So again, you saw this yesterday. The two peaks are identified there. Those are the peak ozone values of 88 and 87 ppb. And when we difference that field again, we come up with a 0.31 ppb difference. The reason we choose peak ozone is we're trying to get those high values down below the attainment level, 75 ppb. So we can look at other graphics. These are other from the same simulation other days. We have a co-located peak here of 81 and 80 in the simulation, But when we difference the field, we see that the maximum change of 1.37 ppb is occurring not at the point where the maximum was predicted. Does that make sense? So, what I was reporting is the maximum reduction in ozone at the peak location. So we also know that the value that was reported, and correctly so, reported yesterday of a maximum reduction of 1.67. I think that should be 1.67. I apologize. We have two different locations of the peak ozone in the two simulations. When we run the simulations, that can occur. We can get the peak ozone, peak daily maximum 8-hour ozone being located in two different places. But again, when we difference the field, in neither case does that peak difference show up at the location of the peak predicted maximum 8-hour daily concentration. And besides, when we're looking at something like this, I'm not too concerned right away about this, because in this case, the model is saying that we are attaining the standard, the 75 ppb standard. I'll entertain questions.
So that reduction of 1.67 that is seen is a reduction from what level?
That it would be, well, you can see where the peak predicted reduction is occurring there. It's, help me out, that's Weld County, right? Larimer County? That's Larimer County, right? Help me, help me.
Yes.
Oh, thank you. Okay, and you can see where that I've identified where the peak reduction is occurring. If you go over and correlate that to either one of the slides there, you can see that it's in the green area, which is roughly between 60 and 65. And in the base case, it's between 65 and 70 ppb.
I think the commissioner's asking what the ozone level was on that day.
That's what I'm, oh, well, you can see the numbers that are reported up there. Can you see those?
Not really.
Yeah, one says 52 to the right of the peak predictions. One says 52, and to the right, way over there in Weld County, is 45. So,
Mr. Jacobs, is this the end of your panel? Mr. Jacobs?
Yes, it is.
It is, okay.
Okay.
So we will take questions for the panel.
Sorry.
Are there other
so
questions?
what this is saying is the model is, in this area, is producing the ozone, the observed ozone relatively well.
Okay. Commissioners have other questions? If not, we'll go to cross-examination of this panel. Any requests?
You can sit down, Jim.
Okay.
Okay, we have a couple. Would you go through the list, please?
Sure. Cross-examination from the division? EDF.
We do have cross-examination, but we prefer to go after Noble because some of the questions were more directed towards their activities.
Okay, Noble. Well, Encana. Encana can go first.
No, Noble's right.
Following the guide.
You want to go first? If you don't mind.
Encana goes first.
Or stand.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners. Jim Martin for Encana. I have one question for one of you. Pick or choose. You had a slide up there showing a hyperbolic curve. That was one of yours?
It's up on there now.
Right. Did we see that yesterday? During your, this
No.
is new?
Yes.
This is new, brand new.
Yes.
And did you circulate it to any of the parties before your rebuttal statement in any form? No, I didn't think so. Mr. Chairman, I'm going to hereby formally and strenuously object to the notion of a rebuttal statement and to the reopening of this matter tomorrow morning if you reopen the record, and I will object again tomorrow morning if you in fact take that course.
If I may, Mr. Chair, to respond to the objection. Mr. Parrott provided that directly in response to the Commissioner's questions, and only in response to the Commissioner's questions because he had it available to him. There was no intent to not provide that to other parties. We didn't know it would even come up, but there's been such interest in the marginal well analysis offered merely to demonstrate that it's potentially very significant, and it was not considered at all by the division. So I do think that we still should have an opportunity to respond to the Encana data. Would hope that you would consider the prejudice to us of not being able to consider those data when they are provided in the middle of the third day of the hearing after a formal rulemaking. Thank you.
With all due respect, I will renew my objection to the use of a rebuttal for a surrebuttal.
Mr. Martin, would you mind coming back and repeating the rationale for your objection, just so we can be clear?
Mr. Rowan, did you look like you're on the verge of saying something?
I simply couldn't hear your entire objection. So if you could restate it more slowly, more clearly, that would be helpful.
I'd be happy to, and I apologize. I'm a bit exercised. I spoke too fast. And I'd really like to go home. But that probably doesn't distinguish me from a single soul up there. So that wouldn't qualify as an objection. A couple of things, Mr. Chairman and Commissioners. The data that we've supplied, and we have supplied it to Mr. Jacobs and to others, can only be graphed in one way. It is offered in the nature of rebuttal. And I believe that Mr. Jacobs would like to challenge that on his own rebuttal, which converts this into a surrebuttal, and I don't believe that that's been hasn't been assumed or expected or anticipated, I guess is the right word, by the Commission's pre-hearing orders. If in fact you want to grant Mr. Jacobs an opportunity to do surrebuttal tomorrow, we would request an opportunity to do cross at least, if not a response to his surrebuttal.
I think we just take it under advisement, rule on it first thing. Or do you think that's a decision?
That's fine, but they need to be prepared to do surrebuttal in the event we grant it.
The question came up from the state. I still don't understand the Jacobs.
Oh, no.
Mr. Chairman, if I may?
No. Mr. Jacobs?
One last thought on the slide offered by Mr. Parrott, which raised the objection from counsel for Encana. It's really offered in the nature of a demonstrative. We could have a flip chart here, and he could draw that quite easily. It was merely, and you can see it's a hyperbolic curve fit, and it's just a type of well. It's not related to any specific well. We're not offering the data behind the curve. It's an illustration that was intended to be responsive to Commissioner Barhagi's question and offered only in that vein. So with that clarification, I'm happy to receive your ruling.
Mr. Martin's objection is overruled. Let's continue, please.
That's what I thought. Yeah, I thought there was somebody else.
But I want.
This is for Dr. McDonald. Dr. McDonald, isn't it true that you have not visited a Noble well site location as part of this rulemaking?
That is correct.
Isn't it true that you have not counted valves and flanges at a Noble well site as part of this rulemaking?
That is correct.
Isn't it true that you have not reviewed Noble's permits as part of this rulemaking?
That is correct.
Thank you.
DCP. Oh, back to EDF, sorry. Skip your turn, you may lose it.
Thank you, Tom Bloomfield on behalf of EDF. I'm going to be asking a couple of questions. First, sorry, sitting right next to you here. So you had indicated that your cost, your LOE per month is $500 to $1,000, correct?
Your
Sorry.
mic is not on.
Okay, I will.
All green
It's
lights stay on.
Is this
Please
better?
don't turn the mics off.
Okay, just try not to be too close to the way. I don't want to be faced here. So you had indicated the LOE for your site
Can
is
you
typi-
speak into the-
is $500 to $1,000 a month in terms of LOE. Is that correct for WPX?
That is correct.
And that you're concerned that the cost of these rules could be on the order of $709 per month of extra cost due to the rules?
They could be very significant depending on the facility. That's correct.
If the requirements of the rule were low, like $25 a month, would your company still object to the rules?
Our company is not objecting to the rules. What we're objecting to is we'd like it a cost-effective type of rule, taking into account the science.
Okay. And do you think that a cost of, let's say, $25 per month would cause your company to have to shut in lots of its wells?
I'm not the business person. I can't make that decision.
Okay, thank you. So I have a couple questions for the Burger Group, Lewis Group, thank you. So you had testified.
into the-
Sorry, you've testified earlier that you thought the rule would have the largest impact on the smallest sites. Is that correct?
There is a there is an impact on the different sizes of facilities. But the smaller, I said that the smaller operators would have a bigger impact than the larger operators, not necessarily sizes of the facilities.
And that you testified that you thought this rule would cause about a 20%, would constitute about 20% of the LOE for a typical site, small site?
In the marginal well analysis, when we looked at the average costs across all those sites, it equated to approximately 20% of net revenue.
And what was the LOE for the site was $900 per month, correct?
That's correct, in our estimate.
And what is your estimate, and you can refer, that's not a memory test, I'm looking at table 28 of your report. What is the monthly cost LOE for the site 0 to 6 tons per year?
I believe it's $22.
Does $22 equal 20% of $900? And $20 is the value in your table, that's correct.
What I said when I calculated that 20% of net revenue, that's again an average. So on average, the LOE costs across all the facilities increased by $709. So that cost, that average cost across all those facilities, on average, is 20%.
Right, I'm not asking about all facilities, we're limited on time. I'm talking about the 0 to 6 TPY sites. I think people are interested in the small sites, the marginal sites. So for those small sites, your estimate of the cost is $22 a month for this rule, correct?
That's correct.
And your estimate of the LOE of those sites is $900.
That's correct.
So isn't it true that for the sites between 0 and 6 TPY, your estimate represents an approximate 2.4% of the monthly LOE for the sites?
Yes, for 35% of the facilities that we estimated in that category, that's correct.
And also the dollars that we're talking about here, the 20% or the 2.4%, that doesn't account for any revenue from any gas. Is that correct?
That's correct. We only looked at the oil.
So if you were to include the gas revenue from those wells, that percentage of 2.4 would become even lower, correct?
I have not done the analysis, so I cannot speculate on what that would be.
I'm not asking you to speculate, but if a well has more revenue from gas, won't that percentage go down?
Everything else held constant, yes, that's true, but there's other costs that maybe need to be considered there as well.
Thank you. No further questions.
Back to DCP. Let's see. Coalition of Energy Producing Counties. Local Community Organization. Conservation Group. Local Government Coalition. And Worldwide Liquids.
Mr. Jacobs, you have another panel.
Yes, we do. Ana Gutierrez with Hogan Levels for CPA will be directing this panel. I'll be available.
Okay, thank you.
What panel is this one? I'm thinking he's having trouble. Or she. Just one hand. I don't care. This is fine. It may be too dark. It's okay. I do have okay. You have a file. I should have looked over. I'm starting to understand.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Ana Gutierrez with Hogan Levels. And as John suggested, I'll be introducing the panel for compression in the transmission and storage sector on behalf of the Joint Industry Work Group. The bottom line here is that compression in the transmission and storage sector should not be a part of this rulemaking. In their rebuttal statement, the conservation groups made clear in their proposal that their proposed changes to the term natural gas compressor station would apply to compressors downstream of natural gas processing plants. This expansion is inappropriate for several reasons, which I will let my witnesses elaborate on. Thus, the Joint Industry Work Group's ask is that the Commission adopt the division's proposed definition for natural gas compressor station, as well as the language that was presented to you this morning in the Statement of Basis and Purpose regarding compression downstream of gas processing plants. With that, I'll turn it over to my witnesses. You've heard from both of them, Stan Dempsey, President of the Colorado Petroleum Association, and Tony Barlage, Air Consultant for KOGA with Olson Associates.
Thank you, Ana, and Commissioners, for the opportunity to be here today. I'm here to discuss the Conservation Group's proposal to apply the proposed rules, particularly the LDAR requirements, to the transmission and natural gas storage sector. The division has made it clear that it does not intend to subject compression in the transmission and natural gas storage sector to Regulation Number 7 through these proposed rules, as stated in the division's new Statement of Basis and Purpose provided today. Importantly, the conservation groups have not provided any cost-benefit data or an economic impact analysis supporting the significant expansion of the proposed rules. In fact, the conservation groups state that the conservation groups cannot provide numeric estimates of A, how many additional facilities would be affected if the LDAR provisions cover compressor stations downstream of processing plants, B, how many compressor stations would fall into each inspection tier based on the total VOCs instead of fugitive VOCs, and C, the potential to emit of each compressor station. Despite this lack of information, the conservation groups conclude that the cost of controlling methane-ethane reductions is likely to be even lower than their upstream counterparts, and the cost per ton of VOC reductions for transmission compressor stations, however, likely would be greater than for compressors upstream of processing plants. To simply state, applying LDAR to transmission compressors will yield very cost-effective reductions in methane emissions and is unlikely to involve any greater burden than at their upstream counterparts does not provide sufficient information regarding the economic impacts and benefits from inclusion of the proposed rules. Adoption of the Conservation Group's proposal without the requisite supporting analyses would further undermine the rulemaking process. Thus, this Commission should, as EPA did, decline to require LDAR monitoring for compressor stations in the transmission and storage sector because the cost of the options analyzed are not reasonable, considering the reductions and risk reductions potentially achievable without the control measures, and that's from Quad O. Natural gas transmission and storage is already heavily regulated under the Clean Air Act and by the Federal Emergency Regulatory Commission and the Department of Transportation Pipeline Hazardous Materials and Safety Administration, known as PHMSA. Denial of the Conservation Group's request is particularly appropriate given the lack of support for the proposed change and the errors and misstatements made by the Conservation Groups with respect to compressor stations in the transmission and storage sector, which our next witness, Tony Barlaw, will now discuss.
Thank you, Stan. Commissioners. As Mr. Dempsey just mentioned, the Conservation Group's proposed changes to the term natural gas compressor station that would improperly expand the scope of Reg 7 to include compressors downstream of natural gas processing plants. The types of emissions in each of these two sectors, production versus transmission and storage, which are shown in the diagram that you're probably familiar with by now, are different with respect to VOCs. It is not appropriate to regulate the transmission and storage sector under these proposed rule changes. Slide change, please. The data submitted by the Conservation Group's expert, Air Expertise Colorado, or AEC, and data available from EPA's inventory, greenhouse gas inventory associated with the GHG reporting program provide evidence why the division has not elected to include transmission and storage in these rules and why the Commission should follow that approach. To support their proposal, the Conservation Group submitted data prepared by AEC, which pulled emissions data from 18 Title V permits within the transmission and storage sector, and based on that, claimed that multiple characteristics of natural gas transmission and distribution compressor stations have direct relevance to the division's purpose of controlling fugitive emissions of hydrocarbons from components at compressor stations. AEC asserts that only a few of these permits had any delineation of fugitive VOCs from component leaks, but that all of the compressor stations will have components that leak, including from casings, valves, flanges, connectors, pumps, and non-component type parts. First, it is important to note that these types of facilities process pipeline quality natural gas, or sales gas, which by definition is composed mainly of methane and has minimal or insignificant quantities of VOCs present, which the Conservation Groups agreed upon with their testimony yesterday. AEC states that only a few of these permits had any delineation of fugitive VOCs. However, it appears that AEC failed to look at the insignificant activities list in the technical review documents for the permits that clearly identify, quantify, and determine fugitive VOCs to be insignificant and below APEN threshold de minimis levels for the facilities. Contrary to the statement by AEC, most, if not all, the permits associated with the facilities cited by the Conservation Groups evaluated fugitive component leaks and determined that they are insignificant sources. Furthermore, slide change, please. Furthermore, AEC apparently reviewed the VOC emission limits in 18 Title V operating permits in order to draw its conclusion about the potential impacts from these facilities. And as you can see on the chart here, the emissions, however, included VOCs from all sources on site, which this was brought up in earlier testimony as well, including those from the combustion sources themselves, and not just the sources that would be impacted by utilizing an LDAR program. In addition of the 18 permits AEC reviewed, they only report the correct VOC permitted emission for one facility, and also, while this was an inadvertent mistake on their part, I think by an improperly coded SIC, one of the facilities on this chart, the DCP Enterprise Station, is actually a production or gathering boosting station, which is pretty clear you can see that by looking at their total VOC emissions much higher than the rest of the facilities on the list. In short, the AEC data overstates emissions from compressor stations downstream of natural gas processing plants, and the Commission should not rely on this data to support regulation of compression downstream of processing plants, particularly because this is simply not the intent of the division. As CPA and COGA have indicated in prior testimony, VOCs, not methane, should be the focus of this rulemaking. In light of the fact that VOCs are removed from the gas at the gas plant, regulation of the transmission and storage sector would solely be for the purposes of methane regulation, which is inappropriate at this time. Slide, please. In fact, emissions from the transmission and storage sector are, according to EPA's GHGRP, significantly less than from the production and processing sectors, as this graph suggests. EPA continues to gather information about emissions of methane from these facilities to determine if and whether additional regulation is necessary. But at this time, the emissions information regarding transmission and storage sector does not justify inclusion of these facilities. Again, this was not the intent of the division as stated in the statement of basis and purpose. Thank you.
That concludes our panel on compression if the commissioners have questions.
Thank you. Commissioners? Commissioner Tour.
I have a couple of questions on this. Tony or Dr. Bartlett, in the last slide, I believe, I just want to sort of cross-check that with the percentages that were claimed by the conservation groups. I believe that they stated that approximately 15% of the greenhouse gas emissions from the natural gas fuel cycle came from that transmission sector. And my read is that this shows about 20 over 110, so slightly over 15%. So I think those match.
That's a good question. I can't actually answer specifically to where the differences in those percentages come from. This is mainly just used to present the differences with regards to overall contribution to methane emissions from each sector.
And I believe that this confirms that that sector would be approximately 15% of the total methane emissions.
I'm not sure if I might be misstating this, and it might be good to ask the conservation groups when they come up. I think they were talking about a different chart that we had in our filings, which showed over time, and I think they were talking about a potential increase in emissions inventory. But I think and I think Tony could answer that question. Is that accurate, Mike, the 15%?
Yes, in fact, I was going to bring this up, but this does not appear to be the Joint Industry Working Group Rebuttal Exhibit 5Q. 5Q is a slide that showed the growth over time, but as Commissioner Tour points out, this does appear to confirm the 15% figure we cited yesterday. So I think there's clearly an error in the slide that shows.
Another question, and this would be for Mr. Dempsey. You stated that there was an EPA analysis. If you could go to the slide that shows the EPA conclusions that the costs of regulation of the compressors.
This slide?
Yes, so that they decided not to require LDAR monitoring because the costs were not reasonable considering the reductions. This was a rulemaking that was looking only at VOC reductions, correct? Not at methane reductions?
Thank you for the question, Commissioner Tour. I believe that this rulemaking had the effect of a co-benefit of reducing VOCs in methane, as I understand it.
But maybe to probe on that a little bit further, methane emissions were a co-benefit, but the actual cost effectiveness was being determined based upon reductions in VOC emissions? Isn't that correct?
Yes, that's correct. EPA ultimately declined to adopt a methane rule, so it was a VOC rule.
Okay. And the Clean Air Act regulation that you referred to of the transmission sector also does not include any direct regulation of emissions of methane, since the EPA did not adopt a methane rule?
Sorry, can you repeat the question? I'm sorry.
Well, I believe that in Mr. Dempsey's testimony, he spoke to one of the reasons why it would be inappropriate to regulate this was that there was already substantial federal regulation of this sector and referred to regulation under the Clean Air Act. And am just trying to characterize whether that federal regulation attempts to regulate the emissions of methane as a greenhouse gas from this sector. I believe the answer is no, but I'd like to confirm that.
I don't know off the top of my head. I'm not sure of the answer to that question.
Okay, thank you. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, any cross-examination? I don't see any. Do you have another panel, Mr. Jacobs?
Yes, we do.
Okay, I'll be introducing one last panel for you guys, and it's just Tony Bartlett and I. Tony's going to speak today on the Joint Industry Work Group's emphasis that the division only currently regulates and intends to continue to only regulate continuous bleed pneumatics, as clarified in the statement of basis and purpose provided to you this morning. And I'll pass it on to Tony right now.
Hello again. Heard a lot about this yesterday and then again today, so cut out a significant portion of my testimony here to try and just wrap this up. But I'd like to begin by stating that the division's proposal includes provisions addressing the replacement of high bleed continuous pneumatic controllers with devices, with low bleed continuous pneumatic devices statewide, provisions which are supported by the Joint Industry Working Group. Intermittent pneumatics, however, are not included within this rulemaking. Again, continuous bleed pneumatic controllers have a constant release or bleed of the gas operating the device, whereas intermittent devices do not have a continuous bleed. In fact, I've often heard in various testimony and questions from the commissioners, intermittents be referred to as intermittent bleed, but that's not entirely accurate since they have no bleed rate at all. They're effectively zero bleed. But both types of devices actually release a small volume of exhaust gas when they actuate. Specifically referring to continuous bleed controllers, a high bleed pneumatic controller is a device that has a bleed rate of greater than 6 SCF an hour, and a low bleed is a device with a design bleed rate lower than 6 SCF an hour. The division's proposal and existing regulations, NSPS Quad O, address the bleed rate of the controllers, a parameter which is preset by the design of the device of the controller. Exhaust emissions from when the controller actuates are not and have never been considered to be regulated to date. Since intermittent devices only have exhaust emissions when they actuate and do not continuously bleed, comparing the two types of pneumatics with regards to existing regulations and inclusion in this rule does not make sense and is an apples to oranges comparison. While it is clear that these devices cannot be regulated on the same basis, I'd like to provide a little testimony and direct rebuttal to Dr. McCabe's testimony regarding the emissions from these devices yesterday. We believe that this testimony regarding intermittent controllers grossly mischaracterizes their emissions. In fact, intermittent controllers could actually have lower emissions than some continuous low bleed controllers. Slide change, please. First of all, pneumatic controller of manufacturer Wellmark has stated that the volume of gas emitted from an intermittent device when it actuates is variable from device to device and is entirely dependent on the control valve used in the device. And oftentimes, the control valve in that intermittent device can be the identical control valve in a low bleed continuous device. Therefore, the emissions from the intermittent device would be less because it's not actually continuously emitting any emissions, but just when it actuates. And secondly, quoting the API comments to NSPS Quad O's technical review of pneumatic controllers, attachment K, which I believe is in the record more than once, but it's definitely in Joint Industry Working Group Rebuttal Exhibits XXX. And it's been referenced a couple times by Mr. Schwartz of DCP during cross yesterday and as well as today. I quote, achieving a bleed rate of less than 6 SCF an hour with an intermittent vent pneumatic controller is quite reasonable since you eliminate the continuous bleeding of a controller. Achieving 6 SCF an hour with a continuous bleed pneumatic controller is fraught with operational difficulties and hidden costs. Encouraging the use of such devices is not recommended. Furthermore, the attachment concludes with, quote, with a requirement for a bleed rate of less than 6 SCF an hour, it is more likely that an operator will use an intermittent vent type controller to ensure reliable controller operation rather than using a continuous bleed controller with a low bleed orifice. Slide. In conclusion, the record shows that it was never the intent of the division to regulate intermittent pneumatics with this rulemaking, nor was it the intent of the EPA with NSPS Quad O, as they clearly stated within their response to public comment. And in fact, in the division's revised statement of basis regarding this issue, I quote, the Commission does not intend to expand the pneumatic device requirements to intermittent pneumatic controllers at this time. Thank you.
That concludes our panel if the commissioners have questions.
Okay, commissioners.
I'm sorry, I
knew
do
you'd
have
one
one.
for me.
So in the conservation group's testimony, they presented in what I would describe as an inventory of the total emissions in the two major basins in the state associated with pneumatic controllers.
Sure.
That at least purported to show that the vast majority of those emissions was due to the intermediate bleed controllers. Can you speak to whether you believe that that is accurate, and if it is accurate, what does that reflect?
Well, Sure, absolutely. Good question. I believe that data came from the GHG reporting program, and it should be noted that for the first 2 years of that program, most operators, I know this for a fact, the exact percentage or who did and who didn't, uncertain of that, but used BAM, best available monitoring methods, and they didn't actually require hard counts of those devices. So I think those are largely based on estimates. And also, I don't think that the emission rates from those could necessarily be confirmed either. And if you had a more significant number of them than a continuous bleed device, obviously they would account for more emissions, even though on a per device basis they may not have any greater emissions.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner?
Is it true that the emission factors for the greenhouse gas reporting rule are default emission factors? You cannot use your own. You have to use what they provide for pneumatic devices?
That's my understanding.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Cross-examination, any parties? They are. Let's go through the list anyway, just to make sure.
Division Cross. EDF. Encana. Noble. DCP.
Yes, one question.
With 2 minutes remaining.
Good afternoon, Tony. Just a quick question, clarifying question for you. Are you aware of any formal studies, case studies, analyses that would indicate whether or not if the population of intermittent pneumatic controllers that was shown on the graph referenced by the Commissioner, if those were reduced, what the corresponding increase in, for example, the bar showing low bleed pneumatic controllers would be?
I'm not.
Thank you.
Let's see, the RAC is not here. And Coalition of Energy Producing Counties. Local community organization. Conservation groups. Local government coalition. And Worldwide Liquids.
Thank you, Commissioners.
Thank you. Does that complete your
We still have
presentation?
several more panels. I don't know how you want to proceed.
It's your time.
Yes,
Okay.
thank you. Our next witness will be Sarah Bartlett, Air Quality Lead EHS Professional for PDC Energy on several sort of miscellaneous items. Ms. Bartlett?
Hi. Good morning, or afternoon, I guess, forgetting what time it is these past several days. I just have a few brief things to bring back up with you today. First, I want to talk about enclosed combustion devices. We saw a lot, there was a lot of discussion on these. So Mr. Kaufman stated in his testimony on Thursday that he doesn't believe the division has had a request yet to have a non-enclosed combustion device. But in fact, the division has approved permits for these devices, and you heard Whiting and Chevron in Thursday's testimony state this fact. Requiring the replacement of these approved flares incurs significant replacement costs without any additional environmental benefit. We've also continuously said that safety comes first, always. This includes fire bans. If a fire ban or other safety requirement would preclude the use of open flares, such as in La Plata County, we would comply with these requirements first. Safety must be considered for both enclosed combustion devices and non-enclosed flares. This regulation includes a destruction efficiency standard, something both of these control devices can meet. The division should not always require one over the other and should allow both engineering and safety considerations to be considered while deciding if which devices should be used to meet the requirements of the standard. I also wanted to briefly touch that there have been extensive discussion on monitoring for well production facilities. Specifically, the intent of this rule is not to include individual remote wells or individual wells in the middle of a field, separate from the majority of the equipment on a well pad. We are requesting and continue to request clarity in the language of the well production facility in the last bullet. This does state that wells that are located with this targeted equipment are included in the monitoring that's required by this rule. But the remote wells, the lone wells in the middle of the field, those are not. Lastly, Mr. Kaufman expressed concerns with the Joint Industry Workgroup's language regarding the uncontrolled release standard. Specifically, he stated that the burden would be on the division to establish whether or not releases were being captured to the maximum extent practicable. I'd like to call your attention to the language on this slide. This first bullet is the current regulation number 7 at 17B1B. It reads, all condensate collection, storage, processing, and handling operations, regardless of size, shall be designed, operated, and maintained so as to minimize leakage of volatile organic compounds to the atmosphere to the maximum extent practicable. In the revisions to regulation number 7 before you today, the division has retained this language for minimize and maximum extent practicable. The second language is the Joint Industry Workgroup proposal. This is what I shared with you yesterday without the red line. You'll notice that minimize, maximum extent practicable are in here, and this language is nearly identical. The division has expressed no concern with implementing their current standard or raised concerns that this standard somehow improperly shifts the burden of proof to the division. Therefore, we do not believe our proposed language, or we do believe our proposed language will not place any additional burden on the state to prove violations. Thank you.
Thank you. Are all the rest of your witnesses individuals?
They are not. We have a panel of witnesses to follow on LDAR issues momentarily. But this is an individual, so you could entertain questions now if you prefer.
Let's do that. Go ahead. Commissioners, do you have any questions? Please.
I have a question for you about the thief hatches and the PSVs. So we talked about them yesterday.
Yeah.
So my question is this. If you had to control those to the flare, is there a possibility that there could be back pressure at the flare that could cause a problem with the pressure relief from the thief hatch or the PSV?
Yes.
That's your concern?
Yes.
So if those were routed, that's the issue. And if that happened, we're in a safety situation there with the...
So our uncontrolled release standard and our, and along with this minimization language, we believe that there may be, that you can't make a rule that includes every single exception, okay? And we don't believe that the only consideration should be malfunctions. We want to make sure that we have considerations for the safety, for these unforeseen back pressures, things like that. Yes, that is our concern.
Okay. Another question, getting to the enclosed versus open flares.
Yes.
So what you're saying is that if you were in a county like La Plata and you had installed an open flare, then stage 2 fire restrictions were imposed. Are you saying at that point the operators would then go out and replace that particular flare with an enclosed one?
I cannot speak specifically to La Plata County, but I can say that if an operator had that type of safety consideration happen, the choice would either be to replace that equipment or to shut in that well.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, any cross-examination? Okay, I don't see any.
Thank you.
Please proceed.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Lisa Decker on behalf of WPX Energy and the Joint Industry Work Group with rebuttal testimony on LDAR issues. As has been previously stated, and I want to emphasize, WPX and the Joint Industry Work Group are not against the proposed LDAR program. What we do support is a program that acknowledges the practical reality, empirical data, that implementing an LDAR program causes the number of leaks at a facility to decrease rapidly. Oh, I'm sorry. and then remain stable at a lower leak frequency. The division's assertion that the number of leaks will remain high throughout the implementation of an LDAR program is simply not correct, and therefore their cost-benefit analysis based on this assumption is not supported. This fact has been supported by empirical data presented to you by Jay Christopher and Brian Ross. Based on the testimony and evidence before you, therefore, adopting WPX's targeted step-down proposal is appropriate. And up on the slide is our proposed language. I want to reiterate that this step-down proposal is not an exemption from LDAR requirements, nor is it a permanent waiver of LDAR requirements. As the proposed text accompanying the revised Table 4 emphasizes, to qualify for the step-down, an operator must clear the hurdle of having 2 consecutive monitoring events below the proposed thresholds before it can implement the step-down. Note that on the proposal, the longest monitoring interval we propose is to move from quarterly instrument-based monitoring to annually, which, by the way, is the same basis that was used in the carbon limit study, or from monthly to quarterly. The step-down is not permanent. Where your good performance allows you to shift to lesser frequencies, if you exceed thresholds on any subsequent instrument-based monitoring event, you are immediately subject to the original leak monitoring frequencies. Also, remember that the step-down does not ever change the frequency of monthly AVO monitoring, its associated maintenance, and record keeping. Even the lowest tier categories, small sources will incur the costs associated with the record keeping and reporting of those monthly AVOs. Now I'd like to introduce Rusty Frischmuth with Bill Barrett Corporation. Rusty is the EH manager for Bill Barrett.
Thank you, Lisa. Chairman and Commissioners, I'd like to briefly address 2 issues that have been discussed in regards to step-down monitoring. Several parties have discussed their belief that a step-down provision would be a disincentive to find and repair leaks. In reality, a skip-down provision provides oil and gas operators an incentive to pursue design, equipment, and maintenance improvements that will reduce the number of leaks and ultimately, via a step-down program, their LDAR monitoring costs. As was discussed in the carbon limit study, for many facilities, the economic benefit from repairing the leaks is less than the total cost of the survey. We also saw some economic data presented by Encana earlier today showing that there really isn't an economic recovery from an LDAR program. So speaking from an economic standpoint, if we can reduce the operational cost by driving a reduction in monitoring frequency, we are provided an incentive to pursue long-term monitoring or long-term solutions that eliminate leaks. Let me give you an example of what I'm talking about. If we go out and we have a particular valve that is a small leak but is a chronic leaker, we have 2 choices. We can continue to repair it every time we find it and go on down the road, or we can take the extra money to replace it with an upgraded valve. And the incentive to replace that valve is not necessarily there in the absence of a step-down program. Another issue I'd like to touch on briefly was the division's concern that a step-down program would create an administrative burden. While maintaining records associated with documenting a change in monitoring frequency is indeed a burden, it is not any greater burden than what the LDAR program will already require. The fact is that even in the absence of a step-down program, facilities will be changing monitoring frequency on a periodic basis, and I'll explain that as well. The division's existing regulations require that we maintain an estimate of our emissions on a rolling 12-month basis. Every month, we'll be reviewing that data to figure out which facilities have changed monitoring frequency tiers, and I'll point out that could go up as well as down depending on what was going on with the well. And every month, we will have wells that will be changing frequency, and for larger operators that have thousands of wells, you could have hundreds of wells changing frequency on every month. So just want to make that point. Thank you for your time.
Our next speaker will be Jay Christopher, who's going to testify to highlight the flaws with the underlying assumptions relied on by the other parties.
Members of the Commission, thank you again for all of your patience. The data, as shown on this slide, which we've seen several times already, is 100% based on an EPA-regulated step-down program. So the assertions that were mentioned by the Conservation Group that long-term sustainable decreases documented in this slide are not possible without a step-down program is not accurate or supported by actual data. Data from the CAP study that was described yesterday also, which included over 100,000 monitoring events in their database, also illustrated that you can sustain the decreases associated with longer-term monitoring events. In addition, the amount of time allowed for leak repairs in the Alberta and British Columbia regulatory programs is 45 days. It is not appropriate that the carbon limit study, which is based only on annual monitoring data, can be fairly extrapolated into shorter, such as monthly frequencies. Dr. McCabe also implied that if you don't monitor frequently, the leaks will compound. He did not provide any data to support that assertion, and this compounding concept is not the case based on my experience in the field, particularly when you have frequent AVO monitoring programs and active facility maintenance, as is the case here. The bases for the statements that you see increased benefits with more frequent monitoring is not based on actual data, but only on the 40, 60, and 80% assumptions in the simple arithmetic included in the carbon limit study. As acknowledged by Dr. McCabe, the carbon limit study is based only on annual data. No data of shorter LDAR monitoring frequencies was available or used. Dr. McCabe also acknowledged, referencing the carbon limit study, that the majority of leaks at well sites and well batteries are not cost effective and actually have a net present value of less than zero. The only way the carbon limit study concludes that an LDAR program is cost effective for these facilities is to average in those facilities with a large rate of return. In addition, Dr. McCabe emphasized that the aggregate for this rule would be for the entire state of Colorado. The concerns noted regarding EPA's criticism of refinery LDAR data came from an early 90s EPA evaluation of LDAR programs. Since that time, significant upgrades in technology and quality assurance, quality control of LDAR programs have taken place, and that criticism is no longer representative of current programs. EPA continues to incorporate step-down monitoring in newly proposed regulations, which are designed to incorporate regulatory best practices and in recent enforcement settlements. Thank you.
To conclude, all right, there we go. To conclude, adopting the step-down approach should in no way be seen as watering down the proposed rule. In fact, it's a rigorous standard that will drive improved performance and increase the cost benefit of the rule. The step-down approach is a balanced, targeted, and flexible option that, based on empirical data, will not increase emissions or reduce environmental benefits, but will provide economic incentives to operators to consistently reduce leaks. That's the conclusion of this panel.
Thank you. Commissioners, any questions? Commissioner Tour.
Yeah, I have just a couple of questions for our last speaker. You stated that in the carbon limit study, the only way that they were able to conclude that the leak detection and repair was cost effective was by averaging the many cases where it would not be cost effective with a smaller percentage that were cost effective. I just want to clarify the use of cost effective in this context is not a measure of the cost per ton of emissions, but simply whether or not there was a positive or negative net present value for the operator.
Yes, that is correct, as presented in the approach of the carbon limit study itself.
Okay, so that when we talk about cost effectiveness of emissions controls and are typically asking a question about the cost per ton of emissions reduced, that's a separate question.
Yes, that would be a separate, yes.
And then another question about the carbon limit study. You stated that it was inappropriate to use the data from the carbon limit study that was based upon annual surveys to draw conclusions about surveys that are conducted more frequently. My understanding of the methodology was that you had annual surveys that were ongoing for a number of years, so you weren't just capturing the initial reductions from the first survey. And there was some set set of leaks that seemed relatively constant with each annual survey, which kind of matches what you showed, and that they simply made the assumption that those leaks that are detected in the annual surveys occur randomly throughout the year. What is inappropriate about that assumption?
Fundamentally, I think in that particular assumption, and this is merely my opinion at this point, is that what they were looking at there was in fact that distribution and a randomized approach to laying those out. But it didn't take into account the types of programs that we're talking about here with AVO monitoring, which is typical of the U.S. regulatory programs, where you actually have that ongoing AVO monitoring and you have facility maintenance continuing on an ongoing basis.
But the data that you presented showing the relatively, no obvious trend line in leaks over time with the quarterly inspections, do those also reflect AVO taking place?
Yes, the underlying rule for these were gas plant rules, if you might recall. The underlying regulation also requires AVO monitoring to take place at those facilities on a monthly basis.
And yet we still appear to see no trend line in the leaks over time, which is essentially, I believe, the assumption made in a carbon limit study. Isn't that correct? By assuming that they're randomly distributed, that's essentially simply saying that there is no trend line in the distribution of those leaks.
I'd agree that it levels out, that there is a level, ultimately constant basis.
Thank you very much.
Commissioner Coons.
Thank you. Just a clarified question. I think you presented in your rebuttal testimony or made the comment that with the step-down monitoring system, that there would be kind of continuous step up, step down, if I want to characterize it that way, that different wells are going to, or well sites are going to change over time as to the frequency of their requirements under the LDAR program, and that this would, because this is going to happen to different wells kind of continuously, or well sites or systems, that this won't create any inefficiency for the company in having to shift the frequency of monitoring. I can see, I want to clarify that that's what you meant, and then add another piece to that. Would you also say that that would be true for a smaller operator who isn't dealing with 7,000 wells, if they have to start up, start down their monitoring programs over time? Does that make sense to you?
I guess I'm trying to understand your question. Okay. I mean, in terms of an administrative burden, if you meet the thresholds, you step down to the next lower level. And if you find more leaks than the thresholds, you would go back up to the stated. So you're not, I mean, you're only ratcheting between two different standards, whether.
I understand that. What I was concerned about was, is there any inefficiency, maybe confusion, difficulty operationally in switching back and forth?
Well, I guess what we would respond is that this would be completely voluntary. I mean, there would be no requirement that you would have to step down or step up. And if somebody was concerned about that, they could just implement the program without taking advantage of any kind of step down provision.
Okay.
Yeah, I was just going to add, my point was that even in the absence of a step down program, facilities are going to change monitoring frequency periodically. And it stands to reason the more wells or facilities you have in the field, the more likely that you're going to have something changing every month.
Okay.
Smaller operators may not change as much because they simply don't have as many wells.
All right, thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Any parties wishing to cross-examine? Division? Are there any others? Any other? Okay.
If you could get your chart up with the one we've seen a million times.
So, Mr. Christopher, I think you testified that this was a facility that was subject to an EPA-approved step-down program. Is that correct?
These are multiple gas plant, averages of multiple gas plants that were.
Can you show me on this data right here any actual inspection event that was skipped pursuant to those programs?
Not sure whether, Gary, I'm not sure whether I'm following your question.
Well, I'm looking at this chart here, and I see it go up and down, and it seems to be an inspection each quarter. And from this data, I guess I can't tell that there was any event skipped. Can you tell me that there was any event skipped in this?
Under the K program, the monitoring frequency is actually specified as monthly, and then you skip into quarterly monitoring if you achieve the leak threshold.
So these are monthly inspections?
These are the quarterly inspections.
Okay, these are quarterly inspections. That's all the questions I have.
Any other further cross-examination? Okay, thank you. Yeah.
Oh, yes, okay. They do have another
Okay,
one.
they do.
Excuse me. Mike Freeman for the Conservation. I apologize for this. We just have a minor procedural motion. Our witness, Dr. David McCabe, has a flight that he needs to catch. He needs to leave by 4 p.m. today. I'd ask if there's an opportunity, I don't know, either right after this next panel or right now, we be given an opportunity to present our rebuttal, so we have Dr. McCabe here for that to help and to answer any questions.
Let me ask this
I would
party.
be fine with this. He has 2 minutes, and then I have my closing, so we could, it's up to you whether we do him and then Dr. McCabe, or?
And sure, how many, Mr. Freeman, how many minutes do you have remaining? Do you know?
We've got 10 minutes for rebuttal, and of course, we'll take questions after.
Okay.
I'd be happy to go ahead and let Mr. Dr. McCabe go. You're fine.
All right, if that's all
Yeah,
right with you,
it's fine with us.
let's go in that order.
Thank you for your accommodation. Michael Freeman and Dr. David McCabe on behalf of the conservation groups. We'll be quick. The last panel gave us a lot to talk about, but we'll move through it quickly. First, we want to answer a question that Commissioner Tour presented yesterday about the aggregate VOC reduction impacts of going to ongoing IR inspections of the 0 to 6 tons per year well production facilities. We checked with the division's economic analysis and used and applied their methodology. We came up with a figure of what an annual instrument-based inspection for those facilities would yield an additional 4,876 tons per year of VOC reductions. To put that in perspective, that would increase the overall VOC reductions from the LDAR program by 35%. So it's about 35% more VOCs captured. But that increase would be achieved at an aggregate increase of only 12% of the cost for the LDAR program. So you're getting a much more cost-effective set of savings by addressing those smaller sites. Next, we'd like to address a few points raised by the industry group regarding transmission compressor stations and intermittent bleed pneumatics. First, I think there was a suggestion by the industry groups that EPA concluded that Quad O would not be cost-effective with regard to methane emissions. I'm not aware that they ever found that. I don't believe the industry groups cited any finding by EPA to that effect. EPA, from the proposed rule to the final rule, determined that it was going to make the rule only focus on VOC emissions, and that's why it made the choice. That's why it deferred transmission compressors. I will note, if you're looking for something in the record from Quad O talking about the cost effectiveness of methane controls, look to the July 11th regulatory impact analysis on the proposed rule. That's on the EPA's website. On pages 316 to 317, it finds that applying VVA, essentially an LDAR program, but a much more rigorous one, to transmission compressors would yield methane reductions at about $288 per ton. And an annual maintenance and monitoring program would achieve methane reductions for $113 per ton or less. So we think there's ample evidence in the record from Quad O to support the contention we made, and we're not aware of any contrary findings that EPA made in that process. Second, I don't believe, while we heard a lot question the adequacy of the evidence we provided, I don't think you heard anything from the industry panel actually disputing the fact that, or any evidence showing that LDAR at transmission compressors would achieve substantial cost and cost-effective methane reductions. What we did here was a complaint that we didn't identify all the transmission compressor stations or the number of those that might be affected. What the statute requires is that we do our economic analysis based on reasonably available data, and the statute expressly provides that the requirement for the analysis is not intended to foreclose alternative proposals provided by the public. What we've done, we think, satisfies the reasonably available data standard. We went to the division, we asked for the number, they couldn't provide it to us, so we captured the set of transmission compressor stations that were readily and reasonably available and did our analysis on that basis. Now, with regard to those 17 compressor stations, the ones that have Title V permits, I don't think that we said anything, they act like it was a great surprise that the Title V permit said VOC emissions from these stations will be small. I think we made that point yesterday. We said the VOC content for these transmission compressor stations is lower than that for the upstream compressors. We're offering this proposal as a methane control strategy, not as a VOC strategy, and we didn't say anything to the contrary yesterday. What those Title V permits show is that that with a couple of exceptions, there are small VOC fugitive emissions, and as we said, those small annual VOC emissions from transmission compressor stations would put them under an annual instrument-based regime. That's exactly what we said, and in no way did we misrepresent the content or details of those permits. Now I'd like to turn it over to Dr. McCabe to discuss the intermittent bleed pneumatics issue.
Good afternoon. Dr. David McCabe with Clean Air Task Force, and I'm here simply to discuss what we have proposed on intermittent bleed controllers and to respond to some of the statements we've heard over the last day or so. And I believe it would be helpful for me to clarify what we are suggesting. We are not suggesting that rules be issued that disallow the use of intermittent bleed controllers. Instead, we are proposing to fill a clear gap in the rules which allow any level of emissions provided that the controller is intermittent bleed. We would support the use of intermittent bleeds simply provided that they are below the 6 standard cubic feet per hour threshold. As has been stated, emissions potentially could be very low from intermittent bleed controllers. However, the bottom-up measurements, which we have heard parties in this proceeding raise as the gold standard of data, are very clear. They clearly show that actual present-day emissions from intermittent bleed controllers are not low. And in fact, they dominate emissions in both the DJ Basin and the Piceance. Let me speak briefly about the data that I showed yesterday. It's directly from EPA's greenhouse gas reporting program. Let me tell you how that's generated. Operators count their intermittent bleed controllers and they multiply them by EPA's emissions factor. So 2 things about that. 1, where is the emissions factor from? It's from the American Petroleum Institute's compendium of greenhouse gas emissions methodologies, okay? So it's API's calculation of, at the time, what was the best data for emissions per intermittent bleed controller. As I mentioned yesterday, since then, the University of Texas EDF study, also held up by parties as a very high-quality study, suggested that intermittent bleed controllers emit about 30% more than API's emissions factor showed. Again, the API emissions factor is what's used by EPA, what's used by the producers to calculate their emissions, which they report to EPA. I just downloaded that data. So clearly, the best data available to us today shows that intermittent bleed controller emissions are very significant. I want to respond to a question that was asked and some of the characterizations that have been made since then. I was asked if there was what I interpreted as a comprehensive study about replacement of high bleeding intermittent controllers. I acknowledge that I'm not aware of such a study. However, we have provided data in the record in our pre-hearing statement about the feasibility of such replacement. First of all, the plain language of the rule, in effect for several years in the Front Range, says that you may not install a controller. It does not specify continuous bleed that emits more than 6 standard cubic feet per hour. We have heard of no objections to that rule, no problems raised. I acknowledge the division says that they do not interpret it that way. However, no operators have raised that objection to date. Secondly, I'll note that the University of Texas study mentions that at 24 of the well pads that they worked at, no intermittent bleed controllers were used. So it's clear that there are many sites without intermittent bleed controllers that seem to operate.
I'd just like to make one final point with the last minute or so of our rebuttal. This morning we learned that the division and several industry parties have agreed to put language in the statement of basis or purpose specifying that this rule does not cover transmission compressors and is not intended to require to address the intermittent bleed controller issue. For the reasons we've described, we hope the Commission will reject that proposal. We would ask in the alternative, though, that if the Commission adds that language to the statement of basis of purpose, it also include language directing the division staff to study both of those issues and return promptly with a recommendation and a fuller record about whether and how to address those sources. We think making that record, if you go that route, is important because we've identified two, in particular with the intermittent bleed pneumatics, what we see is a very potentially large source of VOC emissions reductions, and as Mr. Yonke pointed out yesterday, the Commission needs to find additional VOC reductions. We think this is an area, a very promising area, where some significant emission reductions to bring us into compliance with the ozone NAAQS may be available. Thank you.
You have 3 seconds left.
I'll be happy to take questions now.
Questions, Commissioner. Commissioner Campsey.
You had mentioned a cost effectiveness for methane of a couple $100 per ton of CO2, correct? Something like that?
I'm sorry?
You had mentioned a cost effectiveness of LDAR for transmission and storage of a...
Was this the Quad O estimate, or?
I believe so.
Yes, yes. And I'm sorry, what was the question?
And was that per CO2?
No, that was methane.
Per methane?
Yeah, it was methane, yeah.
We've heard like a rule of thumb for BACT for criteria pollutants is about 5,000, and that could be, plus or minus. Would you agree that the BACT rule of thumb for CO2 or CO2 equivalent would be a lot less than 5,000?
I don't know the answer. I'm going to have to I'm afraid neither Dr. McCabe or I know the answer to that question.
That would be something that would be important to know if we were evaluating those kinds of numbers, I would think. Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Brown?
I'm learning a lot about intermittent pneumatics here. So there seems to be a wide, or just, I'm trying to understand about the range of leak rate. So did the UT study or even the API EPA study, is that a worst case number for a leak rate? Because it sounds like there's some of them leak very, very small amounts. And I think you guys are saying in the UT study that they said was 35% higher than the API EPA study from before on leak rates. So what is that leak rate? Is it average for all pneumatics, or is it just for the ones that are the worst performers or leak the worst?
Let me speak to I think the answer to your question is it's an average based on the facilities that those studies accessed. Both studies, one was the 1990s Gas Research Institute study, and then the UT study, made a significant effort to sample from representative facilities. So based on that, all the field data we have says that these emissions, on average, are about somewhere between 13 and 18, speaking approximately, standard cubic feet per hour. So again, I acknowledge that they can be low, but what's actually happening in the field, the data says on average, it's significantly higher than a low bleed.
So when I've seen leak rates before, they had a range, and that's what you're saying is in the UT study as well as the API EPA study. Both have a range.
It's an average
rate.
from a number of controllers.
Average with a range.
Yeah, I think they do give a range, but I can't remember.
I'm not asking for the number.
So, yeah, some are higher.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Tour.
Yes, a couple of questions. One, could you restate the reference on the regulatory impact analysis giving cost effectiveness numbers for the transmission compressors? I quickly tried to look it up on the web, and I don't think I found the right document. Do you have a web citation?
I could pull one up. I don't have it with me right now. I've been working off my notes. I'd be happy to send one as soon as we get back to our
That would be very helpful. Second question was the analysis that you provided or that you conducted of the additional VOC reductions that would be associated with annual inspections of the 0 to 6 ton per year tier. Can you provide the details of that calculation? And you could email it to us if you have it in
I
writing.
can give it to you right now, or I can email it to you later, whichever you prefer.
Is it simple enough to simply describe?
I'll try. The one point I want to clarify here is to answer in our testimony yesterday, we were using the figures that were in our pre-hearing statement, and those were based on the division's initial and economic analysis, the one that we received back in November. To answer your question, I went to the final economic analysis that we received a couple of weeks ago. That's a much more detailed analysis than the first one. It indicated that the subset of wells that were under 6 tons per year, I believe, was 2899. It's specified in the impact analysis, and that it calculated that the one-time emissions reductions from doing LDAR on those was 4876 tons. The division's analysis, unlike some of the other analysis we've seen here, does not assume an immediate drop-off in a more flat panel, so we just used the 4876 tons per year figure the division used. We then, I think, multiplied that by a factor of 0.4 to account for the, I'm sorry, scratch that. We used their emissions reduction. We then used the price per ton of VOC reductions for the smaller sectors, and I think they broke it out between, depending on whether it was inside or outside the non-attainment area, it was somewhere, it averaged out to be about 450 per ton, which is a higher number than we used yesterday, and that reflects the different document we were working from.
I'm going to stop you here. If you could just email us the calculation, I think that would be better.
Just take a little bit longer, no problem.
And would it be accurate to characterize that fundamentally the reason why you conclude that you get that you get emissions reductions at a lower cost than the average cost for the LDAR program is simply because it's annual inspections, and the annual inspections have the lower cost per ton than other inspections?
That's right. They're only going out once a year, so the overall cost is lower.
And a question, I have two more. I want to make sure I understand what you are actually proposing in terms of the intermediate bleed controllers. So can you restate what you believe the appropriate rule to adopt would be?
Sure. Sure. In the alternate proposal we provided, what we did was to revise the language requiring the current proposed language, or what we were working off was for the replacement of existing ones, it said replace high bleed with low bleed. We changed that language in several places to say for high bleeds, or replace with controllers that emit no more than 6 cubic feet per hour, I believe. So we took out the high bleed, low bleed distinction to go to simply a flat 6 cubic feet per hour standard. And our view there was, the goal anyway, was to simply remove the exemption for intermittent bleed controllers and say all controllers have to meet the 6 cubic feet per hour standard. What we haven't changed is an existing provision that's being carried forward saying that if an operator finds either a safety or I believe a process concern with doing that, with meeting that standard, they can get an exemption or they're not required to meet it. So in our view, it's a 6 cubic feet per hour standard, but in practice, because there's a readily available process exemption, it's much more lenient and flexible.
Then my final question is really a follow-up to the question asked by Ms. Campsey. In order to evaluate the cost effectiveness of the methane reduction associated with the transmission compressors or with any other methane reduction, I would assume, and I would like to know what, this is probably based upon testimony that we got from EDF rather than from you, so maybe I shouldn't ask the question. I guess I would ask my chair. I'm trying to get at the same question, but I'm thinking that the testimony that helps to answer it probably was not testimony that originally came from the conservation groups. So is it appropriate to? Okay, I'll go ahead and ask. I believe that we received testimony from from EDF, from a witness who was cross-examined by telephone on the appropriate mechanism to do that analysis, which was essentially to use the social cost of carbon as developed by the White House Interagency Working Group and used for multiple federal rulemakings, which had a central value of around $37 per ton of CO2, and then multiply that by the appropriate ratio of global warming potential of methane to CO2, which, depending upon what time scale we choose to use, could be anywhere from a value of 28 to a value of 84. So that at the low end, it would basically be 37 times 28. So just under $1,000 a ton would be kind of the lower bound estimate. Is that accurate?
That's an approach that EPA explored in the Quad O proposal. I am not an economist, and since you're talking about the social cost of carbon, those questions really go back to how that value is constructed, and I don't consider myself qualified to get into that.
I'd have to defer to the experts as well.
Thank you very much.
Commissioner Tour, could you clarify what the information you're asking?
Well, the question
to have
that
emailed to you, so that we can determine whether it can be emailed to you or whether it needs to be emailed to all parties.
Okay. So I think there were two things that I'd asked for. One was the reference to the EPA Quad O regulatory impact analysis that includes some analysis of transmission compressor stations and the cost per ton of methane reductions associated with whatever they were proposing. And then the second was the details of the calculation that you conducted for the emissions reductions associated with annual inspections in the 0 to 6 TPY tier.
That's what I have in my notes as well. I'm happy to email it to whomever you'd like to get it.
Does that work for you? Email it to everybody. Yes, please email it to everybody. Are there any, excuse me? Email it to all parties, please.
Sure.
And our administrator will see that the commissioners all receive it. Do any parties object to that, that arrangement? Okay, thank you. Any other questions?
Yes.
Commissioner?
Help remind, or help refresh my memory, it's kind of going quickly here. Was the issue of intermediate pneumatic controllers discussed at all, stakeholder process, over the last 2 years that I understand you participated in?
Go ahead.
I believe we raised it in meetings.
I believe that's right. In some meetings we had with the division staff during the stakeholder meeting, we brought it up, and they chose not to include it in the draft rule.
And do you know why they chose not to include it?
Well, I believe we were told that they were under the impression that either it was not a significant source of emissions or that they felt the data was not adequate to address it.
Okay, thank you.
All right, any cross-examination of these witnesses? Okay, thank you very much. We'll return back to the joint industry group.
Just a quick question. Can we get a time check?
Yes. Okay, you have, I believe, let's see, 60. Give me a second, 50, 40.
And please don't take this out
30.
of my time.
You have 20-ish minutes.
20? Okay, thank you. Okay. Thank you, Commissioners. I'm going to bring Chris Rabideau back up to talk about a few clarifying points on the UT EDF study to clarify his testimony from yesterday.
Thank you, Jennifer. Good afternoon. I just want to address some comments that were made this morning about the UT EDF study, about comments I had made yesterday. I just want to make sure that everybody understands that the conclusions I testified yesterday are actual conclusions from the study. I did not inaccurately present anything that was presented. Everything was accurate conclusions. I did say that the total emissions were comparable between the UT EDF study and the EP estimates, and that's a fact. Total emissions estimated based on measurements in that work was 2,300 gigagrams, are comparable with the most recent EPA national greenhouse gas inventory of 2,545 gigagrams. So that was an accurate statement. I did not misstate that, and I did say in my testimony that the distribution of that is different. We found that the completions were a little less.
Okay,
and we found,
excuse me, can I get you to just slow down just
I'm
a little
sorry,
bit?
I'm trying to keep under that 20-ish.
I know, but you're missing a lot of.
Sorry. I did say that the distribution was different in that total than the EPA. We saw the completions were less, we saw pneumatics were a little higher. But the total is comparable to the EPA number. But what I want to do is I do want to correct two inaccuracies that were reported this morning by the EDF testimony. EDF said that the equipment leaks were higher in the UT EDF results versus the EPA numbers, and I want to correct that. The equipment leaks measured in the UT study, the average calculation came out to 1.23 plus or minus 0.44 grams of methane per minute per well. And for the types of equipment that was measured, that compares to the EPA's number of 1.37 to 1.67. So actually, the measured equipment leaks number was less in the less or in that range with the uncertainty numbers. But it was not more in the UT numbers were not more than the EPA numbers. So I just wanted to clarify that. And then the last point is that a point was made that the well completions were less because of Quad O. And that's not entirely true because, yes, there were well completions that had reduced emission completions on them. 18 of the 27 did have RECs. But it was not because of Quad O. Those companies were doing those voluntarily. Those measurements were done before any Quad O kicked in. So I just wanted to clarify that statement this morning. Thank you.
All right.
And he's available for questions on that point.
I'm sorry.
He's available for questions on that point.
Do you have other witnesses?
No, I am going to close after he does that, so we will.
All right, well then, any questions, commissioners? No. Any cross-examination? also no.
All right, thank you. Hopefully I won't use all 18 remaining minutes. Jennifer Beaver, I represent Colorado Petroleum Association, XTO Energy, and Whiting Oil and Gas Corporation, but here on behalf of the Joint Industry Work Group. Thank you very much for your full attention over the past 2 days. We realize that we presented you with a generous amount of information, and we really appreciate your meticulous attention to our concerns. You've heard a couple of themes running through the Joint Industry Work Group's presentation. One is cost and benefits, and the other is about data collection and the status of information. The division presented its expectations regarding the cost of the proposed rules on the division, industry, and the public. The division has, in our opinion, significantly underestimated the cost of these rules and omitted significant cost components in their estimate. A significant point of difference between the parties stems from 2 questions. 1, the benefits that will be achieved by the rule, and 2, whether for certain areas of the state, the benefits are properly balanced with the cost. You heard a significant discussion regarding marginal wells, both from our economists, but most importantly from our operators and those staff within their companies that make the decisions as to whether to spend money to continue production at those marginal wells. You heard that decisions on whether to continue producing individual wells can even turn on several $100s. Specifically, each well has its own profit. From that profit, the cost to each well is subtracted from that profit. And when the cost outweighs the profit, it is evaluated for shut-in. It's not about a percentage of operating costs across all wells, and it's not about an average or typical well. It's conducted on a well-by-well basis. Cumulatively, the current proposals, including the LDAR cost, will cost significant amount of money, both in consultant and equipment costs, record-keeping and reporting costs as well. All of these costs factor into the determination about whether a particular well continues to be viable. The division's analysis does not account or represent the extent or marginal wells in the state, either oil or gas, and the impacts to operators, jobs, royalty owners, and tax revenues if those wells were no longer operating. In fact, as demonstrated in many parts of the state, growth of new wells is decreasing, and companies are relying more and more heavily on their existing operations in Colorado, particularly outside of the Front Range. This is not, of course, the case in the Niobrara Play shale here in the Front Range. Operators are investing in the Niobrara Play at significant rates and proposing significant new production. In fact, as you heard from one public commenter, over 2,400 permits were requested in Weld County in 2013, as compared to 32 well permits in La Plata County and 2 well permits in Los Animas. These numbers are important to consider. Equally important to consider are the types of operations currently being permitted. Operations in the oil-rich areas of Colorado, areas that have a significant potential for significantly higher VOC emissions than in other parts of the state, such as the Piceance, San Juan, and Raton basins. In fact, EDF's own expert confirmed that these rules were intended to apply to facilities with liquids production. These considerations must factor heavily into your analysis of the cost in comparison to the benefits to be achieved by certain of these proposed rules for certain operators. In addition to our concerns about inflated benefits and underestimated costs, we again note that the lack of rule-specific modeling for rules that cost more than all rules combined, prior rules combined, when modeling source apportionate results are just a month away, as Mr. Lloyd of the RAC reported, is early. And that we urge the Commission to defer expansion of these controls outside of the non-attainment area until such modeling is available, with the exception of the proposed areas that we acknowledged we would agree should be regulated outside the non-attainment area this morning. Second, you have heard testimony regarding the status of emissions from and the impact of emissions from oil and gas in the production sector here in Colorado. First, our experts called into question the true relationship between the oil and gas VOC emissions, the accuracy of data regarding assumed VOC emissions from oil and gas sector, and ozone across the state, including the extent to which the proposed rules would improve the Front Range current's ozone and non-attainment status. You further heard from witnesses put on by CPA and COGA regarding the evolving nature of methane emissions, particularly from leaks from the oil and gas sector across the country. As COGA and CPA witnesses explained, EPA continues to develop information related through its greenhouse gas reporting program. Through studies led by EDF and operators, including many of those here in the state of Colorado, are continuing to pursue relevant information regarding emissions from pneumatic controllers, liquids unloading, and other methane emissions from the oil and gas sector. And finally, existing studies overestimate emissions from this industry. In light of these overarching considerations, the Joint Industry Work Group has proposed several revisions to the proposed rules to reflect a more appropriately balanced approach to reduce impacts to smaller emitters of VOCs and to reduce costs of implementation on an effective leak monitoring program. As evidence of its agreement since the start of this rulemaking with several of the division's proposed rules as modified, members of the Joint Industry Work Group are willing to do their part to improve air quality in the state, but have concern about the scope of the regulations and ensuring that the proposed rules and specific portions of the proposed rules are not developed simply because the Commission deems the industry capable of absorbing these costs, but rather request that this Commission focus as well on the environmental benefits, particularly to ozone, in light of those additional costs and the type of wells and production that many operators in the state of Colorado face. I would like to summarize a few of the key critical elements of the Industry Work Group proposal for your consideration. We presented compelling evidence that the division's proposal to enclose flares results in no emissions reductions and poses significant safety concerns. Exceptions can be obtained from relevant local authorities for open flares. We would request adoption of provisions that ensure enclosed flares are only required on storage tanks and glycol dehydrators and be allowed in circumstances described in our provisions. With respect to the proposed storage tank provisions in the proposed STEM program, you heard that David Dillon and Sarah Bartlett explain the operation of storage tanks in production of oil and gas. Specifically, you heard it's critical to vent these gases in order to protect health, safety, and the environment, and frankly, to avoid undesirable, in some cases, cataclysmic results. Furthermore, the rule includes instrument-based and AVO monitoring for components both for the STEM plan and for LDAR. It is important that the rules clearly delineate which equipment falls into which of these requirements. The division's proposal creates confusion and indicates that venting is inappropriate or only appropriate where there's a malfunction or for safety considerations. The no venting standard creates a standard that operators simply cannot meet, so the Commission should only adopt achievable standards since tanks are designed and must vent. In contrast to the no venting standard, a requirement to minimize emissions as proposed by the Joint Industry Work Group does not improperly shift the burden to the division. Rather, as you heard today, operators have and will continue to bear the burden to demonstrate that steps necessary to minimize emissions have been taken. As you heard collectively from several of our witnesses, the division proposed inspection frequencies and prescriptive command and control LDAR program is not necessary to achieve significant and sustained reductions in fugitive emissions from oil and gas facilities. As you heard from Brian Ross, leaks decrease significantly after implementation of an LDAR program. Thus, the proposed monitoring frequencies would provide small incremental benefits with increased cost. And this is proven true in various other states. Our witnesses demonstrated, rather on actual data and not arithmetic calculations, that a more flexible step-down approach can result in major fugitive emissions reductions while being substantially more cost-effective and significantly improving the rule's achievability. The Joint Industry Work Group proposes that the Commission adopt options for operators to reduce frequencies of inspection based upon a demonstrated lack of leaks, including the type of step-down proposal initially proposed by WPX and several times throughout this hearing. And from several other parties supporting step-down, the proposed step-down provisions are reasonable and would improve the cost-effectiveness of the proposed LDAR program. Concerns that it would create a disincentive to find leaks, and as you heard today, that is not true. Furthermore, the administrative burden is not significantly greater than the existing burden will be from these requirements. We've also proposed and provided support for our proposal for a 2-ton per year de minimis threshold to address the concerns of operators throughout the state, many of whom you've heard from the last few days. Establishment of a de minimis threshold only makes sense because it's consistent with APEN threshold requirements, recognizes the low VOC and emissions from these facilities, and assists in preventing marginal wells from becoming uneconomical. This is particularly true in light of the onerous record-keeping and reporting requirements. We have raised significant concerns regarding the division's recent inclusion of LDAR monitoring for well production facilities without storage tanks and request that you take a close look at that. The Industry Work Group urges the Commission to take into consideration the current shortage of qualified air personnel and staff to assist with existing Commission regulations and the limited availability of training, particularly with specific knowledge of this complicated LDAR requirement. We also urge you to look at the use of the term data first production and consider replacement with commence operation, because in many cases, several cases, this term is not used appropriately and ultimately would require or potentially require compliance during periods where your permanent well equipment is not being used. Several parties have proposed that the Commission regulate intermittent pneumatics, storage tanks within a quarter mile of buildings, and regulation of the transmission and storage sector. The division has made clear that it does not believe there's relevant information to support these proposals, there's not economic data about the cost, and the Commission should not adopt them at this time. On behalf of CPA and Koga and Chevron, we request that you deny the proposal before you to adopt the country's first methane rule. EPA and Koga are not suggesting that the Commission refrain from comprehensively evaluating methods for reducing greenhouse gas emissions from sources in Colorado. Rather, CPA and Koga and Chevron urge you to evaluate the current state of science and data, allow the great efforts of the industry and environmental partnerships that are working together, including the second phase of the UT EDF study, to evaluate these impacts in the natural gas sector, let them play out, and to delay specific implementation of methane regulation for the oil and gas industry until you have had time to better understand greenhouse gas emissions in Colorado, the mechanisms for best achieving reductions, which may not be command and control regulation, and a path forward considering all that information. As raised in the filing, CPA and Koga contend that without this information, given the economic cost and benefits, EPA's existing position on methane regulation from this industry, and other reasons articulated in the filings, this Commission lacks the legal authority to adopt this methane regulation. Many parties specifically want you to set the precedent that methane emissions from oil and gas industry requires regulation now. However, this Commission's regulation of methane would represent to the public that the existing information indicates that we need to immediately take steps through comprehensive command and control regulation to reduce methane emissions in the state of Colorado. We disagree that the information warrants such a statement. Just as with the proximity-based requirements for storage tank proposed by other parties, when you adopt regulations, you speak to the public. You tell them that current circumstances warrant the type and level of controls adopted. To do this, you must have the requisite data and information, and in this case, the information is in continued development. Furthermore, and as you've heard and no one has disputed, significant methane reductions will result from whatever level of VOC emissions or regulation this Commission adopts. In other words, deleting the term hydrocarbons does not materially reduce the methane benefits that could be achieved by the rules. Throughout our presentations, we have shown that the division's goals are achievable without statewide application of the rule that was tailored for a single basin. Significant additional data is needed before rules can be implemented on a statewide basis. The division has not met its burden to show that the benefit gained is reasonable or that the costs are rational. In fact, the Joint Industry Workgroup's agreement to apply the glycol dehydrator, well maintenance, auto igniter, and pneumatic controller provisions are a good first step in a showing of good faith intention to further reduce emissions and install good pollution control practices statewide. Further efforts statewide are not needed at this time. On behalf of all the joint industry parties to the Joint Industry Workgroup, we would like to thank you for the opportunity to participate in these proceedings. We are not opposed to many of the concepts in the rules and are proud of our record of controls of VOCs from our production facilities. We would be still more proud to support your adoption of our collective proposed revisions, which are strongly supported by the evidence in the record. We worked very hard to present you very digestible information, and hope you will look through it closely to narrow the issues for consideration before this. We hope you'll look through it closely to add our revised language. Our proposed revisions can not only contain the main issues we've touched on here today, but many of the technical fixes that we think provide clarity, including those for those reviewing the rules in the future that did not have the great fortune like the rest of us to be here for the last 5 days. Your thoughtful consideration will make these rules better, more cost-effective, and more workable for all. We believe that with our proposed changes, this Commission could strike the right balance between responsible energy production, protecting an indispensable and thriving part of Colorado's economy, supporting a robust domestic energy market, decreasing our reliance on foreign oil and gas, and protecting public health and air quality. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Questions, Commissioners? Okay. Cross-examination? I don't see any. We'll take a 15-minute break.
you.
All right,
Right over
Commission's
there.
back in session. The next rebuttal is the Coalition of Energy Producing Counties. Energy Producing Attainment Counties, pardon me.
Good afternoon. Kirby Wynn, representing the energy producing attainment counties. Before we start the clock too quick, I wonder if you might give me 20 seconds. I can answer Commissioner Kuhn's question. She had a question, a concern about, the public was concerned about missing data.
The clock is running.
All right. I will donate this. So I need a PowerPoint presentation, so we can't start it too quick.
You could talk to the question.
Okay, so anyway, as I told you, I was already working on it when you had asked the question. I got the information last night from our Environmental Health Department. The site in question, the data's always been on our website, and so I called those residents. I talked to them last night about 9 o'clock at night. I walked them right to our website and showed them where it's been since 2007. I'm not sure how they lost track of it, but I think we clarified that. We also discussed that there never was a site in Silt, and that was, again, that was a miscommunication or a misunderstanding. We sampled about 14 sites to figure out where to sample long-term. And so we had a site a couple of miles outside of Silt, and all we did, and we had another site a few miles out of Silt in another direction. We just chose a different site. So we try to take care of our residents and their concerns. All right, there it is. All right, energy producing attainment counties. As we talked about before, some people questioned our strength in being behind these rules. We are behind them. Since 2008, we've always been looking for stronger rules to control emissions and odors. As we talked about before, Garfield County is conducting, or through $1 million, at the first study in the nation to gather air emissions data from oil and gas drilling sites right from the site. CSU is doing that study. Hopefully you all look forward to seeing that in about a year and a half. It'd be very informative for refining your rules. We also have the most comprehensive long-term baseline air quality monitoring network in the nation for rural counties. We've looked, we can't find it. Anyone exceeding what we're doing, it costs us a ton of money, millions over several years. And our efforts have produced an unparalleled data set we really encourage and we hope that you're able to consider as you figure out opportunities to come up with flexible, meaningful rules. Our coalition data, again, we know we're in attainment, and the designation for that is determined through required EPA-approved processes and protocols. There were some attempts yesterday by other parties to eyeball ozone graphs and data and try to tell you that the EPAC area has increasing ozone trends. We have the hard statistics and the data, and we encourage you to not consider that sort of arm waving. This is not the place to be doing that, we don't believe. Our VOC and natural gas data, again, based on near-field VOC data we have from our 5-site network, it's not reasonable to suggest that oil and gas emissions in the EPAC area are trending in any direction except for downward. Downward trends I will provide for you the production data that the question was asked yesterday during a period of increasing natural production throughout the entire period of trends. Eastern Colorado folks donated a little bit of time to us, and we have some common interests. So Eastern and Western Colorado County's position certainly includes for marginally producing wells, it is mandatory to find and repair leaks without the stimulus of a regulatory requirement to be able to remain in production. So for these marginal wells, I don't know if that's been discussed enough. They discussed that yesterday, that you can't, I think it was Philip from Diamond Drilling, you can't have a marginal well and let it leak. It would be no well. The LDAR program could make production from marginal wells uneconomic in many cases. You've heard pro and con on that. I'll let you all figure that out and appreciate it. And especially many local governments and communities face some adverse economic impact if regulations are not carefully crafted. You heard those folks just reaching out and saying, please help us, don't kill our economy. They're probably as susceptible as any. And in Garfield County, we have similar issues. We already talked about this. We do support these step-down ideas and approaches such as WPX has proposed. It's just common sense and non-punitive to try to think creatively in this way. There were some questions by one of the parties. Again, a little bit of more arm waving than looking at hard data in this. These are our sites that I represented to you for our trends analysis. Those big red circles you see, the one off to the left, that's in Parachute. We have a site right there surrounded by oil and gas activity, downwind of much of it. Right there in the middle, there's a circle, and that's right at Rifle, Colorado. Again, downwind from the westerly winds that are common. We have rows diagrams I'm not going to show you that show we picked our sites well. And then that second site is the one that one of our local residents asked about. That's the Bell Melton. All three of these sites have downward trends, and they're appropriately located, and we absolutely used EPA siting protocols to build and select these sites. And we've documented that in the reports that are in your packets. Garfield County natural gas production, and this is in response directly to one of the commissioner's questions yesterday, is, well, what are the production values? This is data straight from and provided to me from the Colorado Oil and Gas Commission. They pull it out of their own database. You see a blue arrow there underneath the production. This is, again, BCF per year. 2008 through 2012, those are the 5 years of trends analysis I presented to you. You can see a large increase in production throughout that time period with no decreases. So again, you can see there the graph of benzene that I showed you yesterday with the downward trend. The arrow is there for illustration purposes. The reports show the significant downward trends that we proved through sound, technically defensible statistics. You see the same thing for ethane. And I also would like to mention in your package you have 18 of 20 volatile organics, including many HAPs, and of course, and also ethane and propane, which ride along with methane, have decreasing trends at our Parachute and our Bell Melton site. We also have most of our constituents have downward trends for our Rifle site as well. We hope that you see that as compelling. There's the state estimates, the emissions estimate reports are fine. They qualify in those reports if you look. They say you cannot determine an emissions trend from those reports because the reporting criteria change from a report to report. We think our data very clearly shows that you can look in our area and see that our operators are already putting in these low bleed, whatever pneumatic devices, and they're doing things to knuckle things down. We can't think of how you could have increasing emissions in our area and decreasing trends in the ambient near field data. And that was questioned by some parties. Our coalition requests, of course, as we talked about, flexible timeframes and implementation of control measures and LDAR requirements in a manner that accounts for non-attainment versus attainment areas, areas with proven decreasing emissions, and dry gas versus liquid-rich areas. That's all that I have for you today. That's my closing slide that we already saw.
Questions from commissioners? Go ahead, please.
I have a quick one, and I understand if you don't have this off the top of your head. What's the condensate production for 2012 for Garfield County? You gave us the gas production.
Excuse me, the condensate?
The condensator liquids, do you know?
I don't have that off the top of my head. Those data are also available on the website. They have the liquids and things. I just provide this for the natural gas.
Okay.
But on average, our operators have been looking as the prices went down and crashed in 2008 and 2009. Our operators are constantly, we hear it all the time, they are looking for liquids and they're drilling where they can find liquids. I'm not going to say what the answer is, but I think it's sort of obvious that it probably is up as well.
Commissioner Berge?
One question about that. Is that production for all wells in how many counties?
That's Garfield County only.
Only one county?
That's Garfield County production, annual total production produced right out of the OGC web database.
So the trends you're showing on the VOC emission dropping in 3 different areas, are those part of that production that you're showing there coming from those?
We can go back to the map slide.
Not quite?
Would you like me to go back to the map slide to show you?
No. Well, I just confirm that what I'm seeing here correlates to each other. That's the production level.
Right.
And that's the reduction in the pollution on the VOC.
Right.
What I'm asking you, are they correlated? Is it the production and those parachutes and rifle and the other one is part of that production curve?
No.
No.
What we measured was ambient air quality near field to where the production occurs. We didn't take samples out of a gas stream. I'm not sure I just don't understand the question.
Those sites are in fact in Garfield County.
Yes, these, where the trends are, I think it's important to go back to the map. Those sites where the trends are these 3 sites. And from left to right, they're in exactly the same order. And those are the gas wells that we're producing during the trend period. All those yellow dots are, and actually those are well pads. There's 1 to 40 wells per pad.
And the production that you're showing, that trend, is the combination of those 3 areas.
The production trend is a combination of every well
All
that you see
counties.
no, Garfield County only.
But
It's
all
some-
wells.
All wells within the bounds of Garfield County, yes.
Okay, thank you.
I didn't really have an appropriate way to select only the wells that might contribute to our sampling sites. That just wasn't a feasible thing to do.
And do you know why the trend is downward on the VOC?
Yes, I do.
And that is?
The Air Pollution Control Division tells me very succinctly, a big part of it is clearly because of improved practices by our operators to knuckle down on all the type of emission controls we've been talking about the last 2 days. We're ahead of the curve, as I understand it, from what you're trying to do for the DJ in the non-attainment area. That's a big piece of it.
Okay, thank you.
Because our production hasn't gone down, so we can't say that we have less drilling rigs, and so the production's less, and so that's why the trend is just an artifact. Our production's going up clearly through the period.
Well, just to qualify that, so the production trend in Parachute is also upward?
I can only tell you the production trend for the whole of Garfield County, because that's the graph that I have.
But I'm trying to understand the level of the production and the level of the reduction in VOC. The question is, you're showing one graph for the production, but you're combining all the wells, and you're picking only 3 cities or 3 areas, showing the trend is going downward. My question is, just looking at these 3 areas, is the production also increasing the way you're showing here? Kind of correlates to the same increase that you're showing from 1990 to 2012?
I don't know how to characterize that it isn't, but I did not provide a map that shows you which wells produce how much. There's 10,000 wells in Garfield County, and
If I may, I believe that the confusion is that, I'm sorry, I'm Tari Williams, Assistant County Attorney for Garfield County. Those 3 wells are in Garfield County.
those through monitoring sites.
Those 3 monitoring sites are in Garfield County. So the production numbers, which represent Garfield County, correspond directly to those 3 monitoring sites, or the reduction and the production are for the same static area.
All right, thank you.
I guess I couldn't grasp that. Thank you. Your question was very good and simple. I apologize.
I pulled up the barrels for Garfield County from 2008 to 2013. Do you want me to provide those from COGCC's website? She had asked.
I can't hear you.
Tom, is that appropriate?
Yes. I'm sorry? Okay. She had just asked for it. So.
Okay. I'm sorry. Are you asking a question?
I was just trying to answer.
Oh, okay. Are there any further questions? All right. Any cross-examination? Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you for your time.
And now it's community organizations.
Okay, local community coalition.
Yes.
Yeah. No, local government.
It's the local community organization.
Got it. Local community, well, whatever. The list is getting marked up with times available, times used.
Oh, I appreciate that, yeah. So my name is Matt Sura. I'm representing the local community organizations. And in the rebuttal, I'd just like to touch on about 4 different items. One is a step-down, marginal wells, glycol dehydrators, and proximity of tanks. And first, in the step-down, I'm hoping that we'll step up and instead of stepping down. I'd like you to consider that these rules need to be passed as written. There is going to be a lot of data that the industry is going to be able to generate over the next couple of years to find out how these are working in the field. And I think that given that, that we also have heard from the Deputy Director Kaufman that he recognizes that there is going to need to be some tweaks to these rules and is fully expecting that this issue of LDAR frequency is going to have to be revisited. And so I'm hoping that we're going to allow the rules to pass as written and then use the history to be our guide as to how to change them. But given that the 3 entities with the most history on this issue are the 3 largest operators on the Front Range, who have said that they have found that these are certainly what they're supporting and that they found that they were economic and that they were practical and that they should be implemented statewide, I think we need to listen to that first and foremost and then allow the history to be our guide. I also want to just relate a quick little anecdote. It's about 30 seconds. WPX is the one that's bringing forward this step-down process. Well, WPX in Garfield County was Barrett Resources, frankly. Barrett Resources was taken over by Williams, which was then turned into WPX and Williams, and they split. Well, in 2002, and this is going to be dating me a little bit, in 2002, there were a lot of proposals in the Garfield County area, in this area that you see, for 10-acre densities. That is 1 well every 10 acres, and then even 5-acre densities. And the Colorado Oil and Gas Conservation Commission said, wait a minute, this is crazy. You're taking up all of our land. We want you to do directional drilling from these well pads, anything less than 40-acre density. So they're going to do like 4 wells to those 10-acre densities from 1 well pad. And Barrett Resources said, absolutely not. We're totally opposed to this. You're going to drive us out of Garfield County and out of the state. Well, that was passed after 3 days of contentious hearings in front of the Colorado Oil and Gas Conservation Commission. The very next year, they were purchased by Williams, and that year they announced just how much money they were saving by doing this process of co-locating wells on 1 well pad. In 1 year, they turned from being totally opposed to it to bragging about it in the newspaper. Again, let's allow these regulations to be implemented first, and then let that be our guide as to how well they're working. The industry, you'll hear from them whether they're working or not. And my feeling is that you'll hear as they'll have the same experience that Encana and Anadarko have had, that they are going to work. I'd like to move to marginal wells. In my day job, I represent landowners and mineral owners in their disputes and negotiations with the oil and gas industry. And I've negotiated hundreds of leases. And I'd like you to recognize that there's a lot of reasons that wells that are marginal continue on. And they're not just because they're making a profit. In fact, there are many wells that today, I'd say hundreds if not thousands of wells in this state that aren't making a profit right now. They're in the red. And the reason is for this oil and gas lease language. There's oil and gas lease language in every one of these leases. They're all more or less the same. They have a primary term of 3 years to actually do the drilling. And once the drilling starts, they can hold that lease for as long as it's producing. It's called held by production. There's a lot of horribly producing wells out there that are in the red currently that are only continuing to produce because they want to hold those leases. Those leases are valuable, and they want to keep them in their domain so they can go in and sometimes redrill different horizons. This is very common right now in the Niobrara. So I don't think that it's your responsibility to make sure that these marginal wells are making money, or that it's certainly not in your job description to make sure that you're getting all the resources out of the ground. That is in the job description of the Colorado Oil and Gas Conservation Commission, but it isn't yours. And this is not a zero-sum game. You're not picking winners and losers. You should be working for the benefit of air quality. There will be winners if some wells get shut down. there are going to be landowners that suddenly will have land that they can put crops on. There'll be mineral owners that may have all of a sudden get a lease instead of having a 12.5% royalty, they'll be able to get a 20% royalty and get an operator in there who's actually willing to operate and develop that land. This is not about you choosing winners and losers. There's going to be winners and losers regardless of what you do. You need to do what's best for the environment and for the air quality. So I want to talk a little bit about glycol dehydrators. And there was a mention made by Deputy Director Kaufman that, this is kind of a coming to the nuisance issue. Well, he threw out a legal term, and he knows what it means being an attorney. And many of you are attorneys as well and recognize that that is a legal term that indicates that that nuisance was knowable or was known by the person, and they chose to move their home there anyways. Now, how is someone going to know that a glycol dehydrator happens to be producing between 2 and 6 tons per year without having to ask for that specific information for that specific site, even if they knew what a glycol dehydrator was? It isn't fair, for one, to expect that a landowner somehow deserves to be located next to a glycol dehydrator that is going to be spewing out benzene and VOCs just because they didn't ask about it. It's more difficult to administer. Certainly, how are we going to know which glycol dehydrators are under what level? I think it just makes sense that if we're going to put this glycol dehydrator into place, we're going to make it 2 tons per year if they're within a quarter mile of a home or a school, that it should be applied across the board anytime that there is a glycol dehydrator within that distance of a home or a school. And finally, it doesn't acknowledge the cost effectiveness of this proposal. The state has found that this is cost effective to have them controlling emissions down to 2 tons per year. Why not have it apply across the board? And I want to finally get into a statement of basis and purpose that was just changed today. And, as every party wants to, they want to come and make a difference in these rules and make a mark and improve them. Well, we asked for you all to consider treating condensate tanks and tanks like you do glycol dehydrators. And what we heard today is that, in fact, we got the opposite effect. We're hearing that a similar proximity requirements for storage tanks is not appropriate at this time. And I guess I'm disappointed in that for a number of reasons. One is that I represent a lot of community groups that are being surrounded by condensate tanks, storage tanks. And if you don't want to consider it a hazardous air pollutants issue, and I understand that you're being advised not to, why not a safety issue? The fact is that we had a tank fire, D. Hofmeister, there was a tank fire erupted in 700 feet from her house, and flames were shooting 30 feet in the air. Just last month, there was a similar tank fire in Platteville that was had a little report in the Greeley Tribune that burned all day, and it didn't happen to be near a house, but it could have been. Finally, we've got Colorado Oil and Gas Association saying that we're having a fracking war. And the fracking war, the basis of that is that they're afraid. People are afraid when they're living next to oil and gas facilities that they're being exposed to toxins. And there's some evidence that they may be. It means it would seem that it would make sense to afford them a little bit of protection, a little bit of comfort. And what we've asked would do just that. We're asking for that you require emission controls when tanks are located close to homes or schools, the same standard that's being proposed for glycol dehydrators. Require at least 1 inspection a year, particularly for those sites that are within a quarter mile of a home or a school. The local government coalition proposal had something similar, that they're looking for once every 2 years. There's anything more than just once in a lifetime of a site, particularly if it's right next to an elementary school. It just doesn't make sense. Finally, faster repairs of major leaks. Again, there's not anyone in the industry that doesn't think that they shouldn't get on and repair a major leak that is next to a home or a school as soon as possible. And we've heard a lot of testimony that, in fact, oftentimes they're repairing up to 80% of those leaks as they discover them. We believe that that should be when it's close to a home or a school, within a quarter mile of a home or school, that they make those repairs within 24 hours. And that's the end of my...
Oh, you still have 2 minutes.
Well, I appreciate that. Thank you. I'll take questions now.
Okay.
Thank you. Questions from commissioners? Commissioner Tour.
I have one question, and it's really going back to your slide with the quote from Koga, from Tisha Schuller.
Oh, yeah.
And this is really a question, given the work that you have done with multiple community organizations that are concerned with the very localized impacts of drilling. And I think you have seen the level of concern and the sort of political activity associated with that that's led to multiple ballot issues, many of which are now being contested through litigation. Do you believe that additional standards on storage tanks in the vicinity of homes would have an impact on that sort of social license to operate for drillers? Would that, as we think about the cost benefit and thinking about it right now from the industry perspective and potential benefits they might get from such a rule, would you estimate that it would actually have an impact upon the public reaction in those places where there's significant concern?
A huge reaction, a huge positive reaction for the industry, so much so that it was 6 months ago when I went to the Colorado Oil and Gas Association and asked Tisha Schuller and her staff, sat down with some of her staff and said, look, this is what we're proposing. We're asking for just slight differences in the timing of LDAR inspections and this condensate tank issue and repair times. It's very moderate. All the best operators are already doing this. We'd like you to join us, and we walk hand in hand in front of the Air Quality Control Commission and propose this together. And I honestly thought that it was in their interest to do so, and I still do, because the public wants to know that they're being protected. And right now, you're treating a well site right next to an elementary school the same as something in the middle of the wilderness or in the middle of a hayfield in Weld County. It doesn't make sense. They're not the same. There are going to be huge impacts in one case and not the other. And to treat them differently, I think, ultimately will make sense, and will make sense to local governments as well, and they'll feel less inclined to have to do this regulation themselves.
Thank you.
Please.
So let me make sure I understand what you're saying. You're saying that if there are more stringent regulations on storage tanks than what's in this proposal, that the public that's concerned about exposure to hazardous air pollutants, and particularly those that are concerned about fracking, will be happier, less inclined to be concerned about hazardous air pollutants?
Absolutely. And the reason is that some of the proposals that we're seeing in Greeley in particular, where they're looking at, and this has been approved already by the Colorado Oil and Gas Conservation Commission, upwards of 27 to 33 tanks all together in a big tank farm in the middle of the city. That's a real concern for folks. And they would like to know.
I'm trying to understand how they'll know there's a difference in benzene emissions from this set of regulations to what you're suggesting.
What they'll know is that the state government is taking care of this issue, that they actually have recognized that not all locations are equal. And they said, well, we want to have a residential standard as well. We've already heard from the industry that they recognize some real important social value in having covered flares when they're drilling next to homes and schools. They've said as much, that they think that it's only an aesthetic issue, but they're willing to do it in those areas. Well, This is more than an aesthetic issue. We're actually asking for you to reduce VOCs when these locations are next to homes and schools. And to be able to say that and look at those folks with a straight, right in the eye and say, we are addressing that issue. You're going to have a little bit less VOCs in your neighborhood, and you're going to have more frequent inspections because of these regulations. I think there's a huge value for both the state as well as for the industry to do that.
Matt, I absolutely hear what you're saying about the concern about VOCs and storage tanks. Just to be clear, are you saying that by our putting stricter rules in the regulations for storage tanks, that will de-escalate or assure people that hydraulic fracturing is not an issue for them?
Well, Teresa, I'm not going to say that it's going to answer all problems, certainly, but what it's going to give folks an indication that the state recognizes that there are impacts and they want to mitigate them. Right now, what they're hearing, and what I think that we're probably going to leave this rulemaking with, is that we just don't know quite enough yet, and we're going to still study this, and then we'll get back to you. And much like what we heard about coal dust, we heard a good story yesterday about that, and we can look at what has happened with tobacco and all the different studies that had to happen for about 20 years before we recognized that it was hurting people. The fact is this is benzene. There are hazardous air pollutants, and I guess I would encourage you all to, if you decide to take a pass on looking at proximity, send us a message that is going to be dealt with within the next year. That, a subsequent rulemaking will look at this issue, and we can gear up for that. Because you saw the hundreds of people that are concerned about it.
I just don't want to send the message that to anybody in any community that we're going to solve their concerns about hydraulic fracturing with our air rules.
Clearly not. What it does is it recognizes the biggest concern, and I believe the biggest impact of oil and gas development is on air quality. It's not on, people are often, concerned about the threatening groundwater. Well, in my experience, that's not the threat. The threat is to air quality.
Matt, would you go to your first slide, or not the first slide, the slide on your leasing reference?
The leasing language?
Yes.
Yeah. This is just a standard 88 lease language.
Right, but isn't there a part missing that says that the well has to produce in paying quantities for it to be held?
Yeah, it didn't say that in this one, but that is often the language.
Right, you would agree that that's often in leases where it says the well must produce in paying quantities to be held?
Often, Dave, absolutely.
Okay, thank you.
And frankly, you could make a legal challenge to any one of those folks that I know. It's just extremely difficult to be able to take on the oil and gas industry and prove that it is capable of producing in paying quantities, or it's not, or that a good operator would drill another well, to keep producing that area. It's just an extremely expensive and complicated process for any landowner or mineral owners, as I'm sure you're aware, to go through.
Okay, any cross-examination? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Local Government Coalition.
Good afternoon. This is Pam Milmo with the Local Government Coalition. I'm going to be very brief. We just testified this morning, so I'm not going to go through our statements again, but trust that you remember them and our alternative proposals. I'm going to just, if you close your eyes for a second, I'm going to I went too fast. We put up a slide about, production and prices, and after some of the earlier comments about graphs and can we provide that information, we chickened out. So we're not going to provide that information, but Commissioner Torr alluded to it. Just what is the impact on gas prices? What will the future look like in terms of production and productivity? Instead, we're deferring to the Air Pollution Control Division's Table 2 in their public hearing statement, which shows the growth in Colorado oil and gas production. And that blue line is kind of hard to see, but you can see up to to 2012, we are still experiencing a lot of development and the emissions associated with that. And there is some shifting in the emissions. I would note that in 2008 to 2012, another thing that happened is Regulation 7 went into effect that this commission adopted, which did have provisions statewide as well as in the non-attainment area. So there are mitigating factors in terms of emissions. Again, still, that bar on that chart is still very high in terms of where emissions are today, particularly in rural areas, as well in the non-attainment area and outside the non-attainment area from what it was before. This was a question, Commissioner Milford, I think we answered your question on the flared gas, but it was Commissioner Tour that asked, I believe, how much methane that was. I'm sorry if I'm not getting that right. About the very bottom bullet, we estimate is 1,300 tons per year of methane from the provisions that we proposed in our alternative proposal for controlling the flared gas from oil operations. So I wanted to provide that information to you. And then lastly, we just wanted to respond to the Air Pollution Control Division's proposed changes in the errata that we received today. Thank you. We did ask for clarification on component. We got the clarification. We just hoped the clarification would go in the other direction to include rather than to exclude the glycol, amine, and produced water and methanol lines. We just find that difficult to inspect and enforce. It's very hard for our inspectors to know what is in the particular lines when they're using the FLIR cameras to do an inspection or to respond to a complaint. It's hard for them to know what was in that line and then to follow that out. So we think that's somewhat unworkable. On the glycol dehydrator side, we do oppose the change in the errata. Again, difficult to inspect and enforce. Was this glycol dehydrator here before the residence or after the residence? And how will we know that and be able to determine that? We also agree with the local community organizations. We think there's a fairness issue there and a transparency and disclosure issue. We see this issue a lot in Boulder County with, for example, the CEMEX cement plant that we have in our county. People are concerned, and yes, they've moved in after that cement plant is there, but they can see it. They could go there at night, they can hear it, and they can have, a really good idea that, yes, I'm making this decision. We don't think the same is true with glycol dehydrators because it will be hard for people to know that that equipment is in place. So I think that was stated very well, and I think that is it.
Thank you. Any questions, commissioners? Yes, sir.
Help me and particularly correct me if I'm wrong, is in looking at the Terracon exhibit, am I correct in assuming that they're proposing, costs for, LDAR inspections or the inspections that they look like or looked at a level higher than what the division is proposing, or am I misreading the data that's there?
We asked them to conduct an analysis of the costs of conducting LDAR. We didn't ask them to propose an approach, but we told them that what we were thinking about for the smallest facilities was that it would be every 2 years or 2 times a year. So they analyzed what we asked them to analyze for and gave us the cost that we asked them to give us the cost for. So this wasn't their proposal to us saying, this is what you should do. It was us framing the question to them.
So their cost basically says, here's what we predict as the cost for doing 2 inspections over whatever period.
Right, of our proposal. Yes, because we were asking them to help us support our economic impact analysis.
Okay.
Can I answer your question, sir?
Okay. Any cross-examination? Anybody have time left? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And Worldwide Liquid Solutions?
Could I offer an answer to Commissioner Milford's question about oil production?
No, that's not in order now. Sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I don't know how much time we have, but on behalf of our very small Grand Junction firm, we certainly appreciate the opportunity to come and address the commission. We look forward to your deliberations and an opportunity to provide an alternative, what we think is a better methodology. Thank you for your many hours of listening to everybody, and I know everybody in the room thanks you for your hard work on this subject. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Matt Smith, Worldwide Liquid Solutions. I apologize.
Let's just see, any questions, commissioners, any cross-examination? Thank you very much, you're very kind. Yep, and the Air Pollution Control Division. Hmm? Deep fatigue. Just a snack. I'm going to, because I just have my meals.
Whew. Seems like a long time since I was here the last time, and I guess it's only really been a couple days. But for the record,
I think we were here this morning briefly.
I'm trying to forget that one. My name is Gary Kaufman, and I'm here on behalf of the Air Pollution Control Division. I started off by thanking the parties for all the hard work, and I guess I'd reiterate that, but at this point I'd like to thank you guys too. You've obviously sat through a lot of testimony. You've asked some amazingly tough questions, including some of me, which I don't know if I answered them all. And I'm sure there's some more to come. So without further ado, I really wanted to start off by trying to give a framework of the decision that you guys are facing today. When I spoke a couple of days ago, I think I laid out that the statutory authority for the Commission to act is clear. In this case, you have plenty of statutory authority to do what you want. The record in this case also is, as you all know, and as you've grown to love over the last couple of days, voluminous. There is tons in the record to support what you want to do as a matter of policy. And I'm here to argue really less about the record and less about the authority, and more about whether the division's proposal is the right policy for the air quality in Colorado. Now, you've seen these slides already, but I will emphasize that you have maximum flexibility in adopting an air quality plan, and you have a lot of specific authority, and you have plenty of specific authority based on this list, and then obviously your broad authority to, again, adopt each and every element of the division's proposal. Now, while it's not quite enough that you have the statutory authority, it's also necessary that there be ample support in the record for your decision-making process. But this, again, is a standard that's clearly met in this case. Under the Colorado APA, the standard for the Commission to act is that you act reasonably based on what's in the record. Under the Clean Air Pollution Prevention and Control Act, there must be evidence in the record that proposed requirements are technically feasible, cost-effective, based on sound scientific methodologies, and will result in demonstrable reduction in air pollution that reduces risk to human health and the environment. Again, there's support in this record for each and every one of these elements. So I know it's concerning when you get all this evidence and some of it's conflicting and you think, well, is this true or is this true? That's not the standard. The standard is there something in the record that supports your decision. So then the question really does become, what is it that you want to do as a matter of policy? You know, other parties have submitted contradictory evidence. That doesn't mean that our evidence is wrong or their evidence is right. You need to look at the evidence and decide what is the appropriate policy for the state of Colorado. The key part in this, really, the choice is yours. Now, in arguing that the division's proposal is the right proposal for the state of Colorado, I'm going to talk about some of the issues which I think are the most significant that you need to consider or ought to consider in coming to your decision. One is there's been some discussion about emission inventories. There's been a fair amount of discussion about ozone modeling. direct regulation of hydrocarbons, tank capture, leak detection, statewide applicability, and other issues. I think there's been some confusion about the emission inventories, and there's been a whole lot of discussion about growth and whether our growth assumptions are right or whether other people's growth assumptions are right. But the fact is that when we calculated our emission reduction benefits, we relied almost exclusively on industry-provided data about their emissions. Now, the notable exception for this is a 75% capture efficiency for controlled tanks, and I've discussed at length why that is an appropriate assumption, and I'm going to discuss it a little further too. The emission benefits are based solely on current emissions as reported to us by the industry and not on future growth. Our emission benefits are based on the best available standard calculation methodologies. It doesn't mean they're perfect. No emission inventory is perfect. There's always questions, there's always assumptions that need to be done. But again, it's reasonable, it's supported by evidence in the record. Now, ozone modeling, I think, is an important issue, and I think it's important to note that while it's not required, there is significant modeling in the record that shows that we will obtain significant predicted benefits from reducing oil and gas VOC emissions. The industry-sponsored modeling shows an up to 1.67 part per billion reduction in ozone levels based on a 46 ton per day reduction of oil and gas VOC emissions in the non-attainment area. Now, Dr. Wilkinson argued in his rebuttal testimony today that that shouldn't matter because that wasn't peak ozone. Actually, Dr. Wilkinson didn't show the chart for 1.67, the 1.67 value that was noted in the Environ modeling, so it's kind of hard to tell whether it was peak ozone or not. But looking at the chart he did show you, it showed a maximum value based on this 46 ton per day sensitivity of 1.37 part per billion. Further, what it showed you is that there was a large swath of Larimer County where peak ozone for the day was between 75 and 80 part per billion, and that the predicted model benefit from a 46 ton per day reduction was between 1 and 2 parts per billion. This is not an insignificant reduction. This is a real reduction that has real and positive impacts on human health in the area. Now, fortunately, we don't have to just rely on some of these arguments about what's peak ozone and where it is and how we measure it. Because we can look at the modeling that was done for the Regional Air Quality Council by Environ in the spring of 2013. Now, unlike the chart where we were talking about the peak ozone, this chart actually shows the predicted values at each of the monitors for the fourth maximum predicted day. Now, the fourth maximum predicted day is important because that's the design value. That's the day that you use to determine are you or are you not in compliance with the NAAQS. And you've seen this chart before, so I'm not going to go through, but please feel free to ask me questions if you don't remember. But the column on the right shows the predicted reductions from holding oil and gas VOC emissions constant at 2008 levels. That, by the way, was an approximately 150 ton per day reduction predicted in this modeling exercise. By way of comparison, we are predicting a ton per day reduction in the non-attainment area as a result of our proposal of 160 tons a day. And as you can see, you see substantial reductions in the design value at all of the monitors in the non-attainment area, including such values as 1.7 parts per billion reduction at Rocky Flats, 3.0 parts per billion reduction at Fort Collins West, and what is truly an astounding 6.8 parts per billion reduction at the Greeley Weld monitor. Now, I don't know about you, but I don't know how you can take this information and say that reducing VOC emissions from oil and gas will not have a positive impact on ozone values. Excuse me. The next issue I want to talk about is the direct regulation of hydrocarbons. Again, this is another area where your statutory authority is clear. The statute explicitly states that the Air Quality Control Commission can establish emission control regulations for hydrocarbons. There's no question about that. Again, there may be a question of whether you choose to do it as a matter of policy, but as a matter of legal principle, you very clearly and definitively have that authority to pass such a regulation. Now, the division's current methane inventory demonstrates that oil and gas is one of the top industrial sources of methane and is expected to be the largest industrial source in coming years. Now, I included here a quote from the DGS client group regarding methane, because I think that this is something that maybe outside the context of this rulemaking is something that we all accept as an established fact, that improving methane not only provides environmental benefits, it makes good economic sense. Now, there's been a lot of arguments thrown about that the Commission shouldn't act to regulate methane because it's a selective rule aimed only at the oil and gas industry. Well, this rule is aimed at the oil and gas industry, but you can't just look at this rule in isolation. You have to look at the whole suite of things that have been done over the last several years. And the fact is, there's been a lot of rules that have been aimed at reducing greenhouse gases from various sectors in our economy. These include the new vehicle standards, the fairly recent Clean Air, Clean Jobs Act, and new source permitting review that the division currently undertakes. This is not a selective enforcement of a requirement aimed only at one industry. This is part of an ongoing effort to advance our state's climate change policy. Now, there was a statement made yesterday that if we regulate methane from the oil and gas sector, that it's a slippery slope to regulating cows. Well, it made for a nice graphic, and it made for a great talking point, but that's not what this is all about. And we all know we're not regulating cows. Now, if I could figure out how to put a combustor on a cow, I might do it. But I think we're a pretty long way from that. So, now some of you asked the question about the impact from removing some of the hydrocarbon provisions, and I'm not sure I provided a very good answer the last day. But here are some of the reasons that we see. One, it really is a lost opportunity to make a strong policy statement for the regulation of hydrocarbons. Failing to do it was also fail to recognize the important contribution that ethane has to local and regional ozone formation. I know you guys have seen a chart, and I think it's been in our presentation or in our materials and in some of the other materials. Shows that even though ethane is relatively low reactive compared to some of the other VOCs, when you consider the sheer volume of it, based on the Gilman paper, it's a pretty significant contributor to ozone in the Denver Metro North Front Range non-attainment area. Eliminating hydrocarbons from the proposed rules would really require that the way we've crafted our LDAR program be entirely reworked. Currently, we base our leak detection thresholds on hydrocarbon emissions. For qualitative measurements, such as an IR camera, it's based on detectable emissions of hydrocarbons. Removing hydrocarbons would require a retooling of that. And finally, we'd lose out on some of the best benefits from addressing methane emissions from coal bed methane and other lower VOC emitting facilities. Now, I want to talk about tank capture requirements, and I want to emphasize, going into this rulemaking, this may have been the most important thing for the division. You know, we've been trying to regulate emissions from storage tanks for at least 10 years now, and every time we do our inventories, every time we look at significant sources of emissions, what comes to the top every single time? Storage tanks. And we've done a really good job putting controls on, and if these rules are adopted, we'll do an even better job. But unless we have proper requirements that are going to keep the gas in the tank, routed to the flare, and not coming out of the thief hatch or the PRV, we're not going to get the benefits that we want. Now, we believe our 75% capture assumption is amply supported by the record. I actually haven't heard any evidence to the contrary that contradicts the evidence that I provided the other day. Maybe I will on cross-examination. But regardless of that assumption, even if you assume a much higher capture efficiency, 95%, the division's proposal is still cost-effective and will achieve significant emission reductions from the oil and gas sector. Now, given the seriousness of this standard, the division has proposed an appropriately tough standard, but we give the operators flexibility in how to meet that standard. Now, there was some testimony today as The division's proposal isn't going to work because it's a safety issue. We don't want to blow up tanks, and so we've written into our rule a safety exemption. All that we ask is that the operators demonstrate that the safety problem isn't from their inadequate design or operation, it's for something that's unforeseen, something that they can't control. I don't see that as unreasonable. This is their equipment, they design it, they operate it, they should be responsible for it. Now, I also heard today in the closing that the Joint Industry Work Group language is just fine because it's the same as the language we've currently got in the reg. Well, if the language that we currently have in the reg is working, I wouldn't be arguing about this with you guys right here today. It's not working. We need a new standard, we need a new program, and this is the appropriate one. Now for our favorite topic, leak detection and repair. Clearly the winner in terms of the most discussion about this topic throughout the hearing. I don't think it was really even close. We believe that our cost calculations on the whole are reasonable and appropriate. Now, as with any cost calculation, just like as with any inventory, or really as with anything you've ever done in air pollution, you can criticize and you can pick at and you can say, that's not quite right, or you should have done it this way, or you underestimated it this way. They're fair criticisms. But on the whole, our cost calculation is reasonable and appropriate. Could we be criticized for some aspects? Absolutely. But we've also built into it a very conservative assumption that it will take one full day to do each and every facility inspection, plus additional time to come back and do repairs on that. Now, as Noble testified, their inspections usually take between 1 and 8 hours, with the 8 hours being these huge facilities with dozens of wells, and the smaller facilities taking 1 hour. So when we're assuming that it's going to take a full day for each and every inspection, there's got to be a whole lot of underestimating of the other elements of the proposal before our cost calculations become unreasonable. The fact is, the cost calculation that is unreasonable is the Lewis-Berger cost calculation. You've all seen this chart, and I think in this case the picture tells 1,000 words. First of all, I'd like to address the Noble issue because a lot of hay was made of the so-called Noble cost calculation error or problems with their emission reductions and how that's such a great impact on it and you really can't trust the cost calculation anymore. Well, it's true that Noble has estimated that from their facilities they're going to obtain 20,000 tons per year of reductions, and we've calculated as a state, for the whole of the state, we're going to obtain 14,000 tons per year, 14,500 or so. It doesn't really matter. First of all, there's a couple possible explanations. It may be that Noble's estimation is too high, as Dr. McDonald suggested. It may be that ours is too low, and that really our number is a lot better than it is. But regardless, I went back and I did the math. I was going to ask Ashley to do it for me, but I was able to do it. And I looked at Noble's cost calculation using our emission reduction benefits, because we broke all the emission reduction benefits out by each and every company. And what we found is that according to our calculations, instead of 20,000 tons a year, they're going to save about 5,650 tons a year. If you do the math, it comes out to about 500 tons per day. That doesn't change this chart. Now, as Mr. Jacobs correctly pointed out, I'm not an economist. But I did watch Sesame Street as a kid, and I know that one of these things is not like the other, and one of these things just doesn't belong. In EDF's expert, WZI, they've really pointed out why the Lewis-Berger estimate just doesn't belong. Double counting, including costs not associated with the division proposal, inflated costs. It's just ultimately not reasonably supported based on all the other testimony in the record. Now, Lewis-Berger also did an analysis of the well shut-ins. But as WZI and EDF testified to, and as Lewis-Berger conceded, they didn't account for gas production. And they didn't account for the fact that as well production decreases, emissions from the facility will decrease, and the costs to the facility will decrease. In fact, if you go back and look at their chart, they have a bunch of shut-ins for the largest facilities, 50 tons per year or greater, based on, and I can't remember the number, but about I forget the number, on the lease operating expenses. But if you go out and calculate how much they're producing, they will never get to that economic limit in that bin. And then if you go to the next bin, 12 to 50, they'll never get to the economic in that bin before they go to the next bin, 6 to 12, and they'll never get to the economic limit in that bin. And the only economic limit that's ever going to be reached is in the one-time bin, which is a difference of 0.43 to 0.44. I think they said it was $22 a month. Now again, could there be a well that shuts in over $22 a month? Sure. There's all sorts of things. But I can't see how there's going to be this onslaught of wells being shut in over $22 a month, a one-time inspection and monthly AVO that all the operators say they're doing already. Now, we can argue about the cost back and forth, but the one thing I think that Louis Berger did that was just absolutely incorrect was their assumption of decreased benefits after the first year. They cited the Tri-Hydro report, they cited the testimony of Dr. Ross, but neither of these experts said anything about decreased benefits from a program. Now, they touch on the appropriate frequency, which I'll touch on in a few slides, but they never said after the first year you don't get benefits from the program or you get greatly reduced benefits. In fact, what the evidence showed is when you conduct an initial inspection, you find a lot of leaks because you haven't been inspecting before. Then after that, you find less, but it's kind of a steady state. So it's not a decreased benefit after the first year. It's an initial inspection taking you from up here to down here, then ongoing inspections maintaining that level into the future. That's just what's happening. So when the Louis Berger group calculates that our program is cost ineffective because we're having decreased benefits in the future years, there's just absolutely no support for that. Now, we pulled up this quote from the CAP Best Management Practices because I think it's really instructive of what everybody accepts these programs do, is that components that are initially tight may leak, and leaks once fixed may reoccur. Consequently, the reduction of fugitive emissions requires a dedicated, ongoing commitment. In other words, you continue to do LDAR and you continue to get benefits from that program. You've seen it 100 times, not going to show it long, but that's what it shows. In fact, if you look at the levels, that chart is really awful, I apologize. But you all know by this point, it's about a 1.7% leak level in the first inspection, and then it's about 0.4 after that. And there's another one, it goes on, it kind of fluctuates up and down. You know, when I do the math, and again, maybe Ashley, you can correct me if I'm wrong, at quarterly inspections, if I add up 0.4 plus 0.4 plus 0.4 plus 0.4, it's about 1.6. So if you did it in the first year, the first one you got 1.7, you stopped and didn't do it for another year, it'd be about 1.6? I mean, maybe I'm missing something, maybe I'm oversimplifying it, but that seems to be what the testimony is. Now, we believe that the division has proposed an LDAR frequency that strikes the appropriate balance. You know, additional inspections, particularly for the low-producing sites, could impact well economics. If you have an ongoing inspection, it's something that's not making money, you're going to increase the risk of a shut-in of economic problems. Now, we've set the level for the one-time inspection is below 6 tons per year. Now, if you do the math, and no, I won't make you do it. I was going to make Will do it, but I thought it was maybe a little below his mathematical abilities because he was talking about calculus. If you do that and use the 90 ton per barrel cost at 6 tons a year and our highest emission factor, 13.7 tons or pounds per barrel, that comes to about $85,000 a year of production in oil alone. Add in the associated gas, And these are not facilities that are going to get shut in by, at this point, a one-time annual LDAR inspection. And then as you move up to the larger facilities, 50 tons a year, that's a pretty large producer. I think we calculated that it's in the neighborhood of $800,000 to $1 million in revenues a year. Now, a monthly inspection is that's a rigorous regime. But for a facility this large, a facility that has uncontrolled emissions of over 50 tons per year, that doesn't seem to be unreasonable to me. Now, there's been a lot of argument about inspection frequency and step downs. It's a matter of common sense. It seems to me that if you do less frequent monitoring schedule, you'll find leaks in a less timely manner. We don't know exactly how they're going to distribute over the curve. Dr. McCabe said, well, I'm going to assume an equal distribution. Maybe it's equal, maybe it's unequal. But if you wait a year to inspect, there's going to be leaks that occurred fairly early in that year that are going to go on for that year and increase emissions. That's just a matter of logic. And I haven't seen anything in the record that says, no, that doesn't happen. So we believe that the proposals to decrease monitoring frequencies also ignore some of the added benefits. Remember, this isn't just leak detection at components. We're also looking at tanks, and we're also looking at the facilities as a whole. There could be all sorts of things going on at the facility that may be impacting emissions. You go out with a camera. That's the beauty of a camera. You don't have to check every little thing. You go out there and you look, and you look, and you look. And if you see a problem, then you can go and fix it. Then you know about it. There's testimony in the record that one of the great things about these inspection regimes is that it actually makes operators operate their plants more efficiently because they understand what's going on better at their facilities. So we don't believe that step down or skip monitoring is appropriate. It would allow facilities to avoid inspections based on a baseline leak rate. As Mr. Christopher testified, their average data showed that the initial leak rate, before you did any inspections, was 1.7%. And they've set their skip monitoring step down at 2%. Now, to me, I don't see how that's going to incentivize better behavior. It's just going to provide you with a decreased inspection schedule. Now, Canada testified that if you skip monitoring events, leak frequencies will increase. We believe that skip monitoring will cause implementation and administrative complications. I think the point was well taken, as there may be administrative complications anyway. And that's true, but I don't know that that then justifies, well, we can have some more administrative complications that we could avoid. Finally, we do believe that skip monitoring will, for some operators, and I'm not throwing stones at anybody, because I think that people who participate here are good operators who, regardless of what the rules are, want to do the right things. But for some operators, it may provide an incentive not to find leaks. There's been testimony in the record about recent EPA studies that have shown that under skip monitoring regimes, actual leak rates, when EPA goes out and does them, are much higher than the reported leak rates from the facilities. I'm winding down here, so don't worry. Statewide application. This was a huge issue, and we heard a lot of testimony and a lot of concern about counties and individuals outside the non-attainment area about what this program was going to mean for them. And we heard a lot about, don't pass a one-size-fits-all program, and we haven't. We've tiered our requirements based on emission, based on production, so that the low-producing facilities with the more marginal economics will incur the lowest costs. And I would submit today that those costs are really pretty modest. A one-time inspection, AVO inspections that they say they're already doing today. The greatest focus of our regulations, as is proper, is on the largest emitters. The greatest focus of our regulations is, as is proper, on facilities in the non-attainment area. About 80% of the costs are going to be borne by non-attainment area county facilities. And we heard some testimony yesterday from coal bed methane facilities and from some eastern counties talking about stripper wells. But I also heard, and maybe I heard it wrong, and this is for you guys to weigh, consider your own recollections. What I heard is most of those are going to be subject to the one-time inspection. And what I remember from the gentleman who sat right here, who was talking about his coal bed methane operations, was that we can live with a one-time inspection. But if you start adding these up, and I've got an ongoing thing, it may affect my well economics. So that's why we've structured the program like we've had. And I've heard a lot of hypothetical discussion about shut-ins, but I don't think I've heard any real testimony from any operator saying, if you pass these rules, I'm going to be shutting in my wells. And I keep saying that they've got to do AVO inspections, and they're doing them already. And that seems to be the pretty consistent testimony. But then you keep hearing, oh, but what about the record keeping and reporting requirements? We don't have to do this now. And they're really onerous. They're going to put us out of business. Well, let me read some of the reg language on the record keeping and reporting requirements. When you do an inspection, you've got to record the date and site information. Pretty sure that you could put a form either on your computer, or if you're old school like me, you might have a piece of paper that shows that. A list of the leaking components and the monitoring method. You don't have to record every component. You don't have to go through a long list of everything. If it's leaks, if there's a leak, and remember, there's only going to be a few of them, 0.4%, you got to record it. The date that you attempt to repair it, and if necessary, any additional repairs. The date the leak was repaired. If you put it on a delay repair list, you got to mark that on the record. And then you got to put when it was remonitoring to verify the record keeping. And then for those few components that are unsafe or difficult to monitor, you got to put them on a list and identify. Now, I don't want to minimize this. I mean, that's going to take some time. But how much time is that going to take? I mean, if I go around the facility and I'm looking and I'm smelling and I'm listening and I got my notepad or my iPad, 10 minutes extra for a facility? But you got to keep the records. But for that facility, it's for 2 years. So you're talking about 24 pieces of paper for a facility. And then you got to do a report, an annual report to the division. But it's not one for facility, it's one for all your operations. So you aggregate that data, and sure, for somebody big like Anadarko or Noble, yeah, they got a lot of facilities. That's probably going to be a lot. They're going to incur some expenses. But that's not who I hear complaining about this. They're not saying, oh, I can't do this. In fact, they're coming in and saying exactly the opposite. This makes sense. Yeah, it's tough, but we can do it. But yeah, there's going to be operators out there. They got a handful of facilities. They don't got a big staff. They don't have Brian Lockhart to ride herd on a bunch of inspectors. But then they're not going to have a lot of facilities. So yeah, it's something, and I don't want to minimize it. And I know these people are hardworking and they've already got things to do. It's basically one piece of paper or one iPad sheet or one Excel spreadsheet, however you want to do it, whatever you're comfortable, once a month. So methane knows no bounds. It doesn't matter if it's being emitted in the DJ or in Garfield County or in San Juan County. It's a global issue. There's no reason to say, we don't want to do regulation in Garfield County because it's different. Its methane doesn't count. It all counts. Now, one thing that hasn't been talked about is there's areas in the DJ Basin that are outside the current non-attainment area. In fact, we're starting to see a lot of development in those areas. And if the Joint Industry Work Group proposal is adopted, all those wells, remember this is where all the production is going on, all those wells aren't going to be subject to this program. Well, they may not technically be in the non-attainment area, but if you're just over the border, you're having the same impact as all those wells and facilities in the area. Now, obviously, the ozone situation in the Denver Metro North Front Range area is the most acute. And again, that's where we focused most of our efforts. But all of the monitors in Colorado show ozone levels that EPA and KSAC have determined pose serious health risks to the public and the environment. Again, you've seen this chart. It's no mystery. Look at that third-year average, fourth max, every single one of them. I'm looking to see between 63 and 77. 77 is actually in violation of the current standard, but even all the other ones, don't jump up and down and say, woohoo, we're in attainment with the standard. Well, you're not in attainment with the standard that shows that you're not having adverse health impacts or adverse impacts on the environment. Now, there was some great testimony from Garfield County, and I really appreciate it because it was really impassioned, and he loved his data. And that, in the Air Division, we love that too. So I couldn't help but like it, even though he wasn't really supporting us. The fact that he just couldn't get enough of that data was great. What I tell you is, I think that the data that they showed that reductions in VOC concentrations actually show the benefit of adopting statewide rules. And if you look at the date there, when did we first put statewide oil and gas VOC rules into effect? May 1st, 2008. What's the data that he's showing declining? 2008 and on. In fact, he testified, it's from the good work our operators are doing. Yeah, because we've got rules in place, common sense rules to put controls on things in a cost-effective manner that reduce emissions. But I don't know that's enough. He showed the ethane values and how they're really decreasing, and they have, and that's great. They deserve credit, the operators deserve credit, the state deserves credit. But the fact is, if you look in the oil and gas area monitors, you're seeing ethane values 28 to 41 ppb. You go just a little further away to the Carbondale monitor outside the oil and gas production field, and you're seeing 6 ppb. That's a pretty big difference. So there's a few other issues that I wanted to talk about, and I had no idea that we were going to discuss intermittent pneumatics this much in this hearing. And I have to confess, I'm still confused. I don't know if they're bad, I don't know if they're good. I know they're a worry. I know people have said they have a lot of emissions, that we should be concerned, and I am concerned, and I think the division's concerned. But I still haven't heard some real compelling testimony as to what the emissions really are and what we can do about them. And when I say I don't know what they really are, and I had some good discussions back with Dr. McCabe and Mike Freeman about this. If it's intermittent, there's going to be two things that affect the VOC emissions. How much it emits when it's emitting, and then how often it emits. And I never have gotten a good handle on how often these things emit. In fact, Kurt Teipel and I were sitting over there going through the conservation group's exhibit on this, and even after we read that, we couldn't tell how much it emitted. Sort of suggested it may be a problem, but we just don't know. So we believe the prudent thing on this is to study it more. We're not saying there's not a problem. We're not saying it may not be a serious problem. But let's get to the bottom of it. Let's figure out how much it is emitting. And also, just as importantly, is there something you can do about it? I mean, we knew with high bleed pneumatics, you could replace it with a low bleed. I don't know that you can replace an intermittent. Maybe that's just me, but I've had a lot of discussions with people back and forth, and it seems like every time I start to get it, somebody else disagrees. I think similarly with downstream compressor stations, this was just something we didn't focus on in our stakeholder process, rightly or wrongly. We're not saying that you can't get a lot of emission reductions. Certainly, I think the argument can be made. It's lower VOC. Maybe it's more of a methane strategy. It makes sense. But we just didn't talk with the facilities. We didn't bring those operators in to discuss it. Again, it doesn't mean that we shouldn't do it. Just that means that maybe right now is not the most prudent time. We've had a lot of discussion about proximity-based standards for glycol natural gas dehydrators. And Commissioner Tour asked me very pointedly, is how's a dehydrator different than a tank? And I don't think I gave a very good answer. So I went back to somebody who knows more than I do, and I talked to them about it, and they gave me a much better answer. And essentially the way a dehydrator operates is it kind of concentrates the VOC stream. So, it's not just a matter of how much you're putting out, it's what's the concentration getting there. So if I'm putting out a really concentrated stream and shooting it at Commissioner Coons there, that's a lot worse if I'm putting out the same volume, but it's kind of drifting out over here. So I think that's one reason that it's different. Two, as I said, it makes sense to do glycol dehydrators at 2 tons. It makes sense to do it for new. It makes sense to do it for existing.
You know, given the proximity base for existing, in my mind, was a kind of convenient way to move from a 6-ton standard to a 2-ton standard. Now, with respect to tanks, I think what's important, and I really understand the argument that Matt Sura made, and I understand his client's feelings, and they're important, you know, because they're scared, and they want to know that things are being done to help them. But just because you put a proximity-based label on it doesn't make it any better than a standard that applies to everybody. If I have a 10-ton per year standard for everyone else and a 6-ton per year standard proximity-based, that's no different than just saying a 6-ton per year standard for everybody. The emission benefits are the same. We've set our standard at 6 tons per year, and that gets 97% of the VOC emissions from these storage tanks. That is a heck of a lot of emissions. Now, we could do a proximity-based standard, but how much really more are we going to get? The fact is, our rule is going to get tremendous reductions, and it's going to help ozone, and it's going to help methane, and it's going to help any exposures that people nearby are experiencing. Enclosed versus non-enclosed flares. And I think this was a really good discussion because, you know, ultimately we want controls that work. If they're more cost effective, great. But we don't care. If you get 95% reduction, you get 95% reduction. You know, I went back to my technical staff and asked, you know, we haven't liked enclosed flares. What do we think now? And they said the same concerns, that there's an aesthetic issue, but it's not just that. They have concerns about the destruction efficiency from these flares, and particularly the destruction efficiency when it's windy. We've probably all seen photos of a flare in a big windstorm going up here and the flame over here. Well, I don't think you're getting the good residence time in that flame for all the emissions. Now, maybe you are. Maybe it needs to be studied, but I haven't seen that data. I've seen some statement that, yeah, they're just as good. I think we, as a division, would like to get more comfortable for that. Now, in the meantime, that doesn't mean that people can't use them. As I think Sarah Bartlett pointed out, I incorrectly said that we hadn't gotten an application for a non-enclosed flare. Well, you know, I'm in the policy department. I don't do any real work. I don't actually have to deal with people. The fact is we have, and we've approved them. There's a process under our rule that continues that would allow us to approve these flares. Now, I don't think there's going to be a whole lot of them, but if there are, and if there's a good basis for it, we can approve it. We don't need to make a new regulation right now that exempts a bunch of things when we still have ongoing concerns that there may not be proper applications for those. And finally, I want to talk a little bit about some of the worldwide liquid solutions issues, because I think they raise some valid concerns. Excuse me, I've got my notes here on them. But I think some of the things that they said in their testimony were really not accurate. First, they said we failed to compare the no-action alternative. Well, that's not true. I mean, if you look at our papers, we considered the no-action alternative. They also said, well, you failed to consider what the alternative of just adopting Quad O. Well, we are adopting Quad O. So, yes, we have considered that. They also said we didn't consider the cost per unit of air pollution reduction. Well, that's a cost per ton number. I know you all went through the cost-benefit analysis that we did in detail because it was really interesting. Each and every strategy, we put a cost per ton of pollution reduced on that strategy. They said we failed to consider other pollutants. In fact, there was ample evidence in the record about what the emissions from flares were. For criteria pollutants, NOx, PM, they're minuscule. By their own documents, they're minuscule. But they say, well, there's an issue about CO2 and that all this methane benefit you're going to get, you're losing because you're combusting it, and then you have a bunch of more CO2 emissions. Well, we have an analysis in the record. I'm sorry, I don't have the exhibit memorized. But it was analysis that was conducted by air pollution staff on the relative benefits of venting methane versus flaring methane in CO2 equivalent. And what it found is that roughly it's twice as beneficial to flare than to vent. Finally, they said that our rule is not cost effective because it applies a 1.5 ton per year limit during the first 90 days. That's just a misreading of the rule. The rule actually provides that if you have 1.5 tons during that 90-day period, you don't have to do a control. 1.5, 90 goes into 365, 4 times, 6 times. Not surprising that that was the limit. So the 1.5 ton per year limit is really a 1.5 ton per 90-day limit, which according to their own testimony is cost effective. Now this isn't to say, again, just like some of these other issues, that we want to ignore worldwide liquid solution. If they've got a good technology that has an application in Colorado, that's an effective control technology that operators want to use, we want to hear from them, and we've told them, submit us an application, we'll go through everything. We haven't got it yet. When we get it, we'll go through it, we'll work with them. If it's a good reduction technology, we have the ability under the existing rule to approve it. So finally, conclusions, thank God. The division proposal will result in a historic reduction of air pollution, approximately 94,000 tons per year of VOC, and at least 63,000 tons per year of methane. It's extremely cost effective at $450 per ton and 600 of VOC and $660 per ton of methane. It's a tough yet common sense set of requirements for the oil and gas industry. And I really want to stress this common sense because it's easy when you get caught up in the emotion of all this and arguing they're going to make us do this and they're going to make us do that. It really starts to sound horrible. Like, wow, this is going to be tough on people. But what are we really asking them to do? Control your tanks at 6 tons per year. The same level for new tanks that's currently established in NSPS Quad O. All we do is apply it to existing tanks. Well, there's nothing special about an existing tank that precludes you from putting a flare or a VRU on. It's no more expensive to control an existing tank than a new tank. So clearly that's not a problem. And we're asking that if you put a control on, you keep the emissions in the system and you burn those emissions up. You don't vent them to the atmosphere. Now, because the way they've designed some of these systems, it's going to be a challenge. There's no doubt. But is that an unreasonable expectation? If we put a control on and we expect we're going to get 95% control from that, and we're really getting a quarter or 20% or 15% or 10% venting to the atmosphere, is that the program that we all signed up for? Then we're going to ask them to do leak detection. You know, and for the big facilities, it's pretty stringent. Once a month, that's a lot. But these are big facilities with a lot of emissions. You know, it goes down pretty rapidly. You know, for most of these facilities, it's annual, one time. These are pretty big emission sources that are typically not manned all the time. They've got an occasional pumper who goes out who's got a kind of different set of agenda, rightly so. It's not unreasonable to expect somebody with some air quality experience and some expertise to go out to these sites occasionally, take an IR camera. When you find some leaks, you fix them, you keep some pretty minimal records, and then you do a one-time year report. Swapping out intermittent pneumatics, now I'm on it. High bleed pneumatics with low bleed pneumatics. We did it in the in the non-attainment area. We didn't get one request for keeping a high bleed pneumatic for safety purposes. It's a cost-effective program that actually gives you a pretty good payback, and I think that Dr. McDonald said the payback was about 2 years by her own calculations. Controls for dehighs, again, at the levels, they're cost-effective. In fact, everything in our proposal, it's a common sense thing that they can do. Is it going to cost money? Absolutely. Is it going to be some work? Absolutely. Is it a tough program? It's probably the toughest set of rules in the country? Absolutely. But it's not causing some kind of existential threat to the industry in Colorado. Now, really, for a program that's this big, that's this ambitious, particularly outside the context of a SIP, it's pretty amazing that we've gotten the consensus that we've gotten. And a lot of parties deserve credit, from the governor on down to the operators, to all the division staff who worked hard. You know, frankly, to a lot of the people in this room, whether they agree completely or not, because they put a lot of work in to make the proposal a lot better, to get rid of some of the warts on it that when we first built it, just didn't work for people. So I think it's a good, strong proposal with a lot of consensus, and I don't think we should underestimate the value of this. And I want to be really careful about this, because clearly and unequivocally, you as the commission are the policy makers here. And you have the right to adopt a proposal that you think is best for Colorado. You don't have to take the division proposal. You may want to make changes to it. You may think strongly that certain things ought to be changed, maybe less stringent, maybe more stringent. But I would ask that you consider when you're doing that there's some value to consensus. As we move forward in implementing this rule and move forward into figuring out how we're dealing with this industry on an air quality basis, there's some real value in bringing people together and getting them to agree. And I just think that should be weighed. And again, it's up to you. You guys decide what's the best policy. From our perspective, and we've worked long and hard on this, I don't even want to think how many hours division staff has spent on this in the last year and a half, plus all the other work that everybody else has gone into it. And based on that, we think we've come up with a really great proposal. Gets a lot of emission reductions, it's cost effective, it does a lot of great innovative things that's going to move our industry into the future. It's got a lot of consensus. And we think it's the right proposal. We think it's a balanced proposal. It's tough, but it's common sense. It's the one that ought to be adopted for Colorado to maintain our leadership in regulating oil and gas and ensure that we have responsible development of this important resource going into the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Gary. Commissioner questions. Let's look at this side first.
Gary, just one question. Did you say the division was going to continue to permit, unenclosed flares, even though the regulation's going to say you can't have unenclosed flares? Or did I just miss what you were telling us?
Yeah, currently there's a provision in the regulation that allows the division to approve other air pollution control device that may not be written into the reg. So a non-enclosed flare would qualify for that. You got to get division approval for it. It's a case-by-case thing. You got to make your application. We work it out with the facility. If it makes sense, if it's going to get the good environmental reduction, we do have that discretion, and I would expect that we would continue to do that in the future.
Even though we're saying here, unenclosed only, in this proposed reg?
Well, because currently it says, the rule already says enclosed.
Oh.
So we're not changing
Else?
that.
Someplace where I didn't read today?
I can't say what you read and what you didn't read, but you had a lot to read, so if you didn't read it, you're excused by it.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
All right.
Gary, I have to ask about these thresholds on Table 3. I'm sorry, I'm losing my voice, but I don't have the experience you have working the division, but the threshold's greater than 0 and less than something. It's 12, and I think it's 6. So my question is, I've never seen the 0 before. I guess that means 0.1 or something like that, but can you give me a little background about why the 0 was selected? That threshold seems new to me in terms of concept.
I think it just meant all the facilities for the compressor stations would be, if you were less than or equal than 12, you'd be subject to the annual inspection.
Mm-hmm.
I guess if you're 0, then it raises a nice philosophical issue that if you don't exist, then do you have to do an inspection?
That's kind of where I was going.
And I know that our inspectors can be really tough sometimes, but I'm pretty sure that even they haven't gone so far as to write a violation against something that doesn't exist. So I get, maybe it's just semantics. I don't mean to downplay your question, but yeah, I think it just means if you're less than or equal to 12, then you get the annual inspection for this table.
It's just, to me, certain sources are going to be maybe down at the lower end of this thing, and they're not going to be able, they're fairly small, and they're going to have to do the program. So that's where I'm going with my question.
Yeah, and I hear you. I think it's pretty notable, and I may have missed it because I was out a fair amount, in and out yesterday. I don't remember any testimony from any compressor station operator who was objecting to this. Now, again, doesn't mean that there aren't any. And I haven't heard anything. Certainly we've heard from some of the smaller well operators that they're concerned about the standards, but I haven't heard anything on this one, which again, maybe means it's not a big issue, or maybe it means we haven't got to the right people.
I wasn't picking on the compressor one. I was just, all of them that had the less than whatever to zero, it's the concept of where it appears in the rule in various tables.
And to be honest, the way the rule is written, I can never tell where the less than and equal to is because of the way the underline works, but I think that one is meant to go all the way down to zero. So again, it's any facility that's a compressor station. And again, that's just, it's downstream from the gas processing plant. I think that's a key point.
And could I just add to that, if I may, Commissioner Brown? I think during the stakeholder process, we had a lot of discussion about the tiers. And in fact, the tiering was one of the things that the division brought to the table because we recognized one size does not fit all. And how do we create a flexible program that takes into account the different size operators, the different size emission sources, the different basins, et cetera. And frankly, during part of that discussion, many did advocate for not going that low and having a higher cutoff. And we got a lot of good feedback, on both sides of that issue. And I'll just point out tanks, for example. Basically, 33% of the tanks in this state are 6 tons or lower VOCs. And so we got good feedback and understandable perspectives that not looking at 1/3 of the universe of tanks in the state didn't make sense, that they need to be looked at on some frequency, some basis. And so as part of the package and the balancing and the weighing of all the factors, that lowest tier was set that low. And we think it's important that that stay in and be part of the package as we weigh everything. But again, the requirements that apply to those lower tiers reflect the lower emissions, reflect that they'll be subject to less stringent and costly requirements. And it also makes sense to look at those facilities when you're talking about a hydrocarbon rule. So we think it's an appropriate balancing. We're excited about the package as a whole. We recommend it to you in its entirety. But just wanted to explain that was all part of the discussion in terms of a package of tiers, and each tier was not looked at in isolation.
Commissioner Tour.
Thank you for what I think was the liveliest presentation. The couple of questions. Trying to understand a number of the changes or clarifications that have been made. And so one is in the definition of components, and the clarification about this does not include requirements for components in the amine streams and produced water streams. And we've heard from the local government coalition their desire to have those included. I'm not sure that I really understand the import of the decision or of that clarification. And so can you speak to what it...
Yep. Sorry. That one was a non-substantive one that we always meant, at least from the date of the proposal, and certainly the final one that was with our rebuttal statement, was to exempt those components, but we didn't word it very well. Before it said, process streams consisting of glycol, amine, produced water, or methanol are not components. Well, obviously a process stream isn't a component, so we just worded it to focus that components that are servicing those processing streams. So again, it wasn't substantive, recognizing that there were other parties who would have preferred to have those components be part of the program, but they were never part of our proposal.
And the logic behind that is that we do not see the same types of leaks of VOCs and methanes from those components as we would from other components?
Yeah, they'll be very low in hydrocarbon emissions. Obviously, anytime you've got a process that contacts hydrocarbons, you may get some hydrocarbon molecules in it, but produced water is going to be mostly water. So glycol is going to be mostly glycol.
Okay. Thank you. Second question is around the glycol dehydrators, and I do believe that this was a substantive change that the division agreed with a number of parties on to modify the requirements within 1,320 feet of a residence if the residence came in after the glycol dehydrator. What was can you speak to what the logic behind the division's support for that? What's the reasoning?
Partly, I think it was to get some certainty on what was in and what was out as of a date certain, so you didn't have a situation that you've got an operator, they built their facility, they've got expectations about the requirements, and then somebody moves close to them, and then all of a sudden they're subject to a different regulatory regime. Some of it was some of the horse trading. I think it was valuable for us to get the joint industry work group on board, which I think is going to, it's going to create some positive effects, not only for sort of general dehydrators, but the ones that are in proximity, not having their objection, I think is a good thing. Frankly, I don't know how many of these things are going to happen. Again, when we do these regs, we kind of create this parade of horribles about things that can happen. There's not that many dehydrators in the state. There's even fewer that are between 2 and 6 tons. There's even fewer that are currently near a facility, and there can only be a handful that are going to be not near a facility now, and then sometime after May 1 of 2015 become near a facility. So it is substantive. It's going to have some little impact. I don't think it's big, but that was our rationale.
Okay, then the LDAR on the lowest tier, and this is one that I'm still trying to understand the rationale, and certainly understand the notion of the tiering and that there's stronger LDAR requirements for the larger facilities that would have larger emissions. That makes intuitive sense to me. And I understand the notion of seeking a consensus and appropriate balance. But here's where I'd love to, again, understand a little bit more about the rationale. If for that lowest tier facilities, it makes sense to do LDAR initially, or to do instrument-based monitoring initially, the data that you were looking at that said, you're going to find about 1.7% of the components leaking. Over the next year, you're going to find about 1.6%. Suggests that basically if it made sense to do LDAR once, it's going to make sense to do it again in a year or two. And I don't understand the logic of never again requiring instrument-based monitoring.
And I think it's a couple points. One is purely the economics, because obviously these things are, leaks don't stay fixed forever. There's going to get new ones, and they're going to get created. We made some assumptions about facilities, and we assumed, based on the data that we had, which was the best available data, we used everything that we could to try and calculate leak reductions from all the tiers. We didn't have a whole lot of data from smaller facilities. Again, I think logic might tell you that even though, and the data didn't have any kind of normal distribution where we could say we can get a trend, and it was all over the board depending on. So without a lot of that data, we would have liked more data on those facilities if we were going to put them, especially with their economic situation, put an ongoing thing. Because, logic would say if you're producing less, it may be that you're leaking less. Now, I've heard the opposite argument that, well, it's older, it's worse, it may not leak. So I think some of it was just the uncertainty. And again, I think we had enough data that we provided in the record to justify this. But, you factor that into when you're doing your tiering. The other thing is, one of the rationales for all the monitoring frequency, it's not just the LDAR, it's also the tanks. The tanks, excuse me. The tanks, it's important that we have a really robust monitoring program for these controlled tanks to make sure we're getting the good capture requirement. Well, if you don't have a tank that has a control, it doesn't make any sense to do an IR camera inspection. So you sort of lose that dual benefit of it. Again, I get your point. We're not saying that these things, you're going to go out one time and they're never going to leak. We're saying that given the economics, given the balance, we believe that's the appropriate balance. Let's gather some more data. Let's see what's really going on with these facilities across the whole state in a really robust data set. And then we can maybe appropriately tier that. And I'd say that about this whole thing is that, as we generate more data, what we think we know today may be different a year from now or 2 years from now. And we've got to make the decision based on the available data. But it doesn't mean that in a year from now we won't have better data that will inform a future decision.
And I have one more question, and it's about the downstream transmission compressors. And this is one which has actually been a bit of a surprise to me, because when the decision was made by the division that this would be a rule on methane or on hydrocarbons in addition to VOCs, I assumed that one of the reasons for that would be to capture the methane emissions associated with downstream compressors. And again, trying to understand a bit of the logic on this one, is there any reason to believe that methane capture from downstream compressors would be less cost effective than methane capture from upstream compressors?
I don't have any data to suggest that, but I'd also say it wasn't something that we really studied carefully. Because of that's just the way the process went. And I would like to clarify, we were always talking about regulating methane, really from the get-go. I think as the process went on, sort of the methane aspects of the rule grew some, but it was always a methane and VOC rule. We'd never really considered downstream compressor stations in Reg 7 before. We didn't include them in the process right away. Again, maybe in retrospect we should have, but it's easy to say we could have done a lot of things in retrospect. And I guess my basic point is, we think that there should just be a little more process before those are brought into the rule.
Okay, thank you.
So it's really, I think as you've pointed out, it's impossible to draft a rule that anticipates every contingency, every permutation, every individual well, individual site. There's so many variables you're dealing with in a complex industry, and a complex industry of this size and variety. So you've done an amazing job at trying to, through a stakeholder process and all the other interaction you've had, to put together something that is workable, and I think the fact that a large number of players within the industry have endorsed this product speaks very strongly in its favor. But you will learn, as you've pointed out, over the ensuing years that, well, maybe some things should have been done differently. Maybe we should modify our approach in certain areas. Would the division support a detailed annual report to the commission, summarizing your findings along those lines with recommendations on an annual basis, some recommendations perhaps for change, others for describing how you're going to be operating differently, lessons learned, suggestions for either rule amendments or just to keep, and also to keep the commission and the public aware of how things are progressing?
Gary's looking at me, so.
I know what I would answer, but I thought I'd give Will a chance. He may not, I don't know what he wants.
Certainly, we'd consider that. I think, the form of how we report this back to the commission is something we all want to collectively think about. But we certainly agree that it's going to make sense, particularly because this is a new program, assuming the commission adopts it. And because an important piece of it is annual reports from the operators to provide the types of data that we all seek, for us to compile that data in some way, shape, or form, come back to this commission, report that information, provide it to the public, in a transparent manner. And so we'd certainly be more than amenable to doing that.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Coons.
Thank you. Actually, Commissioner Tour asked the question, one of the questions he asked was a question I wanted to ask, but I wanted to follow up a little bit. I'm also struggling a little bit with the one-time instrument-based leak detection for the really low-level producers. And I understand that AVO would continue to be required on all facilities. Gary, do you have any information or data that can help me understand the reliability of AVO inspections?
And I'm not aware of a study. It doesn't mean it is in existence. I think talking with a lot of the operators as part of the stakeholder process, they've indicated that, yes, if you do it right, it can be an effective process to define leaks. A lot of times it's done for safety reasons, so they have there's some skin in the game there. These are the guys who are out there. If there's a safety threat, they're the ones who are subjected to it. So, yeah, I think it can be effective, but I don't have any hard data on that you've compared. This is how many leaks you find through AVO versus instrument-based. And again, maybe there's out there, I just don't know about it.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Brown.
Gary, the step down, you don't need to go back to the slide.
You don't want to see that slide again?
Yeah, that's fine. I already know, I've heard enough about it, so I think we all have. But one of the questions I have for you is this. You guys have always been, like you said, you noted several times here during your summary that you're open to new concepts, new ideas. So if someone wanted to come in and say, we want to do a pilot that would demonstrate step down to your satisfaction, your staff's satisfaction with work, would that be something that the division would consider?
Yeah, I think absolutely. If it could be done in the framework of whatever the existing regulation is, because it does seem like there's a lack of data on comparing the effectiveness, of different monitoring frequencies. So, yeah, I think it's something that we would certainly be willing to consider. I think with all this stuff, it's pretty new to us to be doing leak detection at these kinds of facilities, and I certainly would like to understand a lot better, how well does it work? How can you tailor the program to maximize the benefits and minimize the cost? So, if that ultimately is some kind of step down or if it's something else, maybe it's different frequencies, whatever it is, I think that we would definitely be open to it.
Thank you.
And if I could just add to that, we would be open, again, to learning more information as we go forward, whether it's a pilot study, a field study, a collaborative effort, whatever you want to call it. That said, as part of this collaborative effort in developing this regulation, step-down monitoring was discussed, extensively. We had great input from a lot of divergent viewpoints. Ultimately, it's not part of the proposal. We don't support it. If it were going to be part of it, I think you've also heard testimony that it would include much more robust record keeping and reporting than is currently in the proposal. So I don't think it's so simple to make a targeted change like that. Had it been part of it, other changes would have flown from that as part of the collaborative effort. So, but we recognize people want to continue to provide us information on that, to advocate for it, and we'd be open to those types of field or pilot studies, what have you.
Commissioner Teague, you had a question?
Yeah, and mine's really not science-based. It's just a reaction to a couple things we've heard, and since I'm a local government person, but both from all rural counties, but particularly the one that already collaborates with the health department. I would just ask, since we're asking some maybe ongoing things with the division is, number one, how did we conduct that stakeholder process? And I have really been an advocate of that, because I think when you have a robust stakeholder processes, you get a better rule. But it concerns me, and particularly as we go forward with whatever proposal we get, that we continue to engage those rural counties, whether it's through their health departments, or maybe take up Noble and the RAC's suggestions about using their infrared cameras. But I really think it's important that we continue to engage those rural counties that probably incorporate the majority of those marginal wells going forward. And so I guess I just have a curious about how you contacted stakeholders.
Well, and I think it was a couple things, well, really a lot of things. One, we're subject for any rulemaking to do Executive Order 5. So we certainly did that. That's meant to be sort of the primary conduit of information to the counties. I think it was a good idea. I've heard from many counties that they get inundated with a lot of things. So, this is not putting blame on those counties here, because they may have been getting all these emails about all sorts of rulemakings, but they would have been contacted that way. We certainly reached out to the large producers and to the industry groups with the expectation that they would be contacting a lot of their members and bringing people in so that they would know. We posted all the stuff that we did on the web. There's a lot of press in the newspapers. Again, people miss stuff. I don't doubt that they didn't know about it. They didn't seem important to them at the time. We tried to reach out a lot, and I think we went through all the normal steps and then some. And I can tell you, we met with a lot of people a lot of times. We had really big groups. We had 5 stakeholder meetings that were kind of 100 to 150 people, webcast. We had smaller work groups that we brought in. We met countless times. If people called us and they wanted to come in, we met with them to discuss their concerns. So, it's just one of those things. Unfortunately, it fell through the cracks.
Okay, thank you.
Can I ask just a follow-up to that pilot question? So, because I'm not sure I understood the answer. So if we adopt...
Late, I may be rambling on a little.
If we adopt a set of tiered LDAR requirements, does the division have the flexibility to waive them for a pilot study?
No, Commissioner Tour, what I was alluding to was, again, we recommend the proposal in toto to the commission, but we recognize individual stakeholders are interested in providing additional information regarding leak detection and repair, regarding potential technologies that could be utilized for an LDAR program. And we're certainly open to that and could explore such studies or exchange of information outside the confines of the rules that are ultimately adopted.
That makes sense. Thank you.
Sure. Are there other? Yes.
One of the things that we heard a fair amount about, both in the public hearing on Wednesday and then subsequently, that you didn't touch on tonight, is the request for more information and transparency, specifically in terms of inspections and enforcement. Could you take a minute and address that request?
And I think I talked some about it the other day. We do have a lot of available records. I think one of the best sources of information for the general public will be sort of the database of IR camera inspections that we're building up. I mean, that's one of the great things about this tool is you can look at a lot of facilities. I think I mentioned we've done at least 1,500 out of 8,000 or so facilities in the state. So I think that's one avenue, plus our Reg 7 reports for the non-attainment area. Those are publicly available. I think we need some work on putting things on the web. I think we've made some progress on that, just sort of traditional web posting, trying to get more information out there. But then ultimately, I think, what we want to move toward is a more interactive system where a lot of our data, similar to what COGCC has, is interactive and you can go look on it. We're working on sort of the IT aspect of that. It's kind of a long process. Our systems, as I mentioned, are not great, and they're kind of cobbled together over the years. So it's sort of those three things. And I appreciate that people want information, and I would say even under the rules as they exist now and as we're proposing, there's going to be ample information about facilities for the public, and certainly, you know, to the extent that there's not, then I think that's something we would need to revisit and say there's a gap in the record keeping that we need to revisit. But I think there's a lot of information already available. It needs to be probably put into a form that's a little more accessible, and we're working on that. So I think it's good. We probably need to get a little better. Some of that's technological, some of that's just putting a little more effort, which we're kind of in the process of doing.
And if I could very briefly add to that, as Gary alluded to, I mean, we are looking as an agency about ways we can improve the way we do business. And one of those is to frankly make more of our work electronic, more transparent, whether it's compliance data, whether it's permitting. That's an involved process, as you can imagine, with lots of dollars attached to it. Other states are looking at initiatives like that. So that's one piece of the puzzle. You know, in this stakeholder process, in this rulemaking process, one of the requests, I believe the local community organizations, was to make the annual reports with respect to LDAR public. And I think this goes back to Chairman Lowy's question. And again, we'd be open to that and talking about that and figuring out, okay, once the reports come in, how do we make that information available to the public in the most effective manner possible, whether it's posting that information or compiling a summary report in conjunction with a briefing to the commission. You know, we'd certainly be open to that as well.
Are there any further questions? Okay, any cross-examination? Yes, sir.
If people take advantage, we have 96 more.
How many?
From all sides.
But I take all. These guys have 17. Maybe a few. We have.
You got me on all sides.
96.
Is this on? Yes. So, Mr. Kaufman, you indicated that if hydrocarbons were removed from the proposed rule, that you may need to change the leak thresholds. Is that correct?
Yeah, I believe that they're stated in terms of parts per million hydrocarbons.
So do other LDAR programs in existence?
Excuse me, Mr. Kaufman, you're not speaking into the, and also, this is the industry groups cross-examination.
Correct.
So if you would wait, I'm sorry if there's confusion.
Oh, you can stay.
Do other LDAR programs in existence, such as NSPS VV, focus on VOCs?
My understanding is they do, but the standard is typically just stated in a part per million. It
So
doesn't
in-
distinguish.
And isn't EPA Method 21 the typical approved method for monitoring those VOC leaks?
I believe that that's the typical method.
And doesn't Method 21 typically actually use methane as a calibration for determining the leaks, even when you're looking for VOCs?
That I couldn't tell you. I know they calibrate it off a pollutant. They pick a hydrocarbon, whether they pick, I didn't understand that they did methane. I thought they did a different one. I could be wrong, though. I'm certainly, don't pretend to be an expert in those instruments.
And I think you just said they only express it in a parts per million. So shouldn't it actually only require minor revisions if the term hydrocarbons were removed to indicate, like those other programs do, that it's in parts per million or by the approved instrument monitoring method?
It would require revisions. I'm not saying it can't be done. It would, you'd have to change the way the standard's written up.
Okay. Doesn't this rule bring in tanks that did not previously require controls, and thus any existing non-enclosed flares on those sources could require replacement?
It's certainly possible. Again, I don't know what the universe of tanks that currently have controls that are non-enclosed flares. I would say that to the extent there are, then they, under our proposal, they'd need to go through the approval process and contact the division and make the demonstration as to why that's an appropriate continued use of that device.
And so,
I can't really prejudge whether that might be a case-by-case assessment.
and, okay, and did your economic impact analysis look at the cost per ton to replace existing approved non-enclosed flares? So ones that are already achieving emissions reductions that might have to be replaced?
No, we did not.
And then just to your point about the approved, but couldn't it create a bit of an administrative burden for the operator and the division, especially to come in and get that approval, especially given the fact that I think you said there's no real evidence that the emissions reductions from non-enclosed flares are not the same as from enclosed flares?
I don't believe I said that there's no real evidence. I think we've heard a lot of concerns from our technical staff about enclosed flares, particularly in areas that are windy, such as Weld County, for example. So I think we'd have concerns about that. Again, it would be a case-by-case determination. We'd have to look at that.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Kaufman, John Jacobs for the DGS Client Group. Just a few questions. And I did enjoy your animated rebuttal. It was very good. You said that there was no support in the record for reduced frequency LDAR monitoring. Basically, that reduced frequency LDAR monitoring would still deliver significant benefits. Do you recall that statement?
I don't believe I'd phrase it that way. I think what I said, or what I meant to say, and perhaps I misspoke, is that there was no side-by-side comparison of comparable facilities with, say, a quarterly inspection schedule versus a monthly inspection schedule. Certainly there was evidence in the record that showed you could get substantial reductions with all sorts of schedules. What I would submit is that if you can get a good reduction with an annual inspection, you'll get a somewhat better reduction with a semi-annual inspection because you're going to find those same leaks, only you're going to find them 6 months earlier.
Do you recall reviewing the CAP study and the trihydro study?
I do recalling those.
And do you recall that the CAP study involved monitoring of 270,000 components?
I don't recall the number, but that certainly doesn't seem out of line.
And that the well facilities in the study achieved a 75% reduction on LDAR frequencies of 12 to 36 months. Do you recall that?
I do recall that.
And isn't it true that the benefits calculated by the division for higher frequency LDAR are based on the 40, 60, 80% benefits derived from the carbon limit study that we've discussed during this hearing?
I think our use of the 40, 60, 80 was based on the EPA methodology that they typically use, and as we've discussed many times, it's based on data that EPA generated a while ago.
And that would be the mid-1990s EPA guidance that I believe Mr. Christopher discussed?
I think that's certainly a source, although I would say that it's continued to be used as sort of a benchmark.
Just a couple more questions. You also said that it was no more expensive during your rebuttal, no more expensive to control an existing tank than a new tank. I believe that's what you stated. Do you recall that?
I do recall that.
But you also understand that retrofit costs, as Ms. Beaver just pointed out, can be incurred to replace existing effective equipment that do not meet the new requirements.
When I said that, I was referring to a currently uncontrolled tank.
Isn't it also true that an existing tank versus, well, let me rephrase that. Isn't it also true that a new tank is typically at a new well and that the production is higher and therefore those costs can be capitalized with the construction of the new well?
Well, I think the production will be the production, whether it's a new or existing well. So if your statement is that it will be easier to capitalize your costs at a 6-ton per year well facility versus a 20-ton per year facility. I would agree with that. I don't know that necessarily that follows then a new is more cost-effective than an old. If you flip the numbers around and you have a new facility that emits 6 tons per year, it's going to be, the payback for the control device is going to be harder to pay back than if it's an old facility that emits 20 tons per year.
And lastly, I believe you stated that the 75% capture efficiency developed by the division was based on a recent EPA study. Is that correct?
I think there was a variety of factors that went into that determination, but certainly that study played a significant role in it.
And prior to that, the changes in your inventory were based on an internal division analysis that Dale Wells had performed, but without any actual sampling data. That was a modeling exercise, was it not?
I wouldn't say it was just a modeling exercise. Certainly, some of the modeling that I discussed the other day, the VOC modeling that was conducted after the 2008 ozone action plan that showed monitored ethane values were 5 times higher than the model predicted was one of the elements. Observations in the field with IR cameras and also observing significant oil staining.
But this is an inventory. This is an inventory change, and so there were no changes in actual calculation of emissions quantitatively, were there? You're talking about IR cameras. It was at best a top-down, not a bottom-up change to the inventory, was it not? As you understand those terms.
But those were the sources of the data. So we took the data we had, we made a judgment. EPA conducted their study, which validates the judgment, I think, pretty significantly.
Speaking of EPA, isn't it true that the current SIP includes a rule effectiveness factor of 0.83, which is about a third less than your capture efficiency factor of 0.75?
I think that's a total apples to orange comparison.
Aren't you using the capture efficiency the same way that EPA uses rule effectiveness in SIP inventory approvals?
No.
That's enough. I mean, no is an adequate answer, and I really will not ask any further about the inventory. I do want to conserve time. Lisa.
Mr. Kaufman, isn't it true that monthly AVO monitoring in the proposal is designed to identify leaks?
Yes, it is.
Isn't it true that under the step-down proposal, there would be no reduction in monthly AVO monitoring?
That is true.
Isn't it true, then, that a company that qualifies to participate in a step-down program would continue to be looking to identify and fix leaks, at least on a monthly basis, in addition to the instrument-based monitoring that would still be required under the step-down?
Well, under our proposal, there is no step-down. But if there were a step-down, and if it was as proposed, yes.
Isn't it true that there is no support in the record that equipment leaks are additive between monitoring frequencies?
I don't believe that's true. I think the Tri-Hydro report shows that each time you go out and inspect, you see a leak.
But does it show that the leaks are added up and don't stay at low levels?
I'm not sure I understand your question, but I guess as I see it, if you go out in Q1 and you see 0.4% leak rate, and then you go out and see 0.4% leak rate, that equates to a number of leaks. If you're going to ask me, well, how many leaks did you see in that 6-month period, I would add the number I found in Q1 with the number I found in Q2. So if that's what you mean by additive, I would say, yes, it is additive.
But you don't disagree that after that initial monitoring period, the leak frequencies stay low, both in the CAP analysis as well as the Tri-Hydro analysis, to below a 0.4% leak rate?
Well, I think that data set showed 0.4, but I think as a general matter, studies have shown that the initial leak inspection you do will show a lot of leaks, which really is not that surprising. If you haven't done anything for a long time, you're going to see a lot. Then the next one you show, you fix most of those, so you're only going to see the new ones that have occurred.
Thank you.
If you have a good program, yes, it will continue.
Thank you.
Anything else? No further questions. Thank you.
Thank you. I believe Worldwide Liquids wish to cross-examine.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Matt Smith, Worldwide Liquid Solutions, and I know we've been here long, and I gave me a chance to shorten up my examination.
Okay.
Mr. Kaufman, in view of the comments that you made in your rebuttal remarks and the questions asked by the commission, simply allow me to ask, is the division willing to consider the WLS, Worldwide Liquid Solution, passive absorption filter as part of, as part of a pilot program in spite of its ability to only capture VOCs, not ethane and methane?
Yes, I believe we'd be willing to consider that, as with any technology. And, if it works, we're all for it.
Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other parties wishing to cross-examine? Thank you. Mr. Kaufman, I guess we adjourn, right?
We don't have any other business to announce, except to announce our start time tomorrow.
The commission is adjourned until 9 a.m. tomorrow morning.